Counsel, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nerma, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before the break, we were talking about this weekend you were spending with Travis and his friends, Chris and Sky Hughes. And specifically, you were talking about the first time you kissed Mr. Alexander. And that was, to my understanding, that was in the room that you were in at the Hughes home. Is that right?
Yes, the bedroom that I was assigned.
Okay. Tell us, you mentioned him coming over, but just kind of describe for us, him coming to your room, just kind of describe for us what happened. Did he knock on the door? Did he walk in? Just kind of walk us through that.
Before going to bed, he said, I'll come in there in a little bit after they shut their door and go into their bedroom and go to sleep. I don't know. Well, he wanted to wait until they were in their bedroom. So I left the door cracked because I figured we were just going to...
All right, Ms. Arias, some of the jurors are having difficulty hearing you.
Oh, sorry. I'll try to speak up. He came into my room at that point, and we started kissing. We sat down on the bed and started kissing. And
Was there conversation first, or did he just come in and start kissing you?
there was no conversation. I thought there was going to be, but there was no conversation.
Sustained.
Did you anticipate that his sole purpose of coming in the room was to kiss you?
Not his sole purpose, but I had a pretty good idea that it might lead to that.
The word kiss or kissing could be taken a whole bunch of different ways. Could relate to a simple peck on the cheek to something much more intimate. Could you describe for us the way that he was kissing you?
Yeah, it was more passionate. It wasn't just regular kissing. It was passionate, like French kissing.
Okay. Was he touching you?
Yeah, I don't really recall the specifics, but we were getting intimate. We were making out, basically.
And what do you mean by intimate? That could also mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So describe for us what you mean by you're getting intimate.
Well, at that point we were laying on the bed. We were side by side, facing each other, kissing. That's what I mean by intimate at that point.
Was he touching any particular parts of your body, or were you just kissing?
I don't really recall that at first. It began to lead to more.
And what do you mean by more?
Well, I don't really recall how it happened, but he began to remove my clothes.
And do you recall what you were wearing when he began to remove your clothes?
I was in pajamas of some kind, I think sweats and a t-shirt.
Okay. and him taking off your.
Hello there, Jane. It is great to see you too. I love the emojis. The happy face, the waving glove, the thrilled. Yes, the thrilled laugh smile, and then the surprised face, and the two alien spaceship emojis. I like that. All right, so about her mental health. I remember there was something that I was reading that her parents had said that she had, anger and temper issues growing up. So that was something she did have an issue with. So this is just to kind of give you like a summary of what it is thought about her mental health. Then we'll get back to the trial. Shout out to all of you, and shout out to you, Frog, and Jane, and everyone on the spaceship. All right. So here we go. This is what the prompt says. Jodi Arias' mental health was a central point of the. Oh, yes. Okay, this is a word I'm not familiar with. Anyway, central part of the coalition during the high-profile 2013 murder trial. While she was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder, several conflicting diagnoses were presented by expert witnesses to explain her behavior and claims of self-defense. All right, so here we go. This is allegedly what she could have, hypothetically. Borderline personality disorder, BPD, prosecution expert Dr. Janine DeMarte. Oh, you're welcome, Frog. My pleasure. Diagnosed Arias with BPD, describing her as a volatile, quick to infatuation, and prone to extreme emotional shifts. Thank you, Jane. I appreciate that. Yes, share, subscribe, and like. It's free. Awesome channel. Thank you. Go and put that there. Shout out to Bubbles, who's excited for the trial news that's next to me. Oh, okay. Yes, thank you, Fifi, and nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right. Post-traumatic stress disorder, so PTSD. Defense experts Dr. Richard Samuels argued that Arias suffered from PTSD due to alleged abuse by the victim. Thank you, Frog. Thank you. Travis Alexander. They used this diagnosis to explain her claimed amnesia regarding the killings. Battered woman syndrome. Her defense team further claimed that she was a victim of domestic violence, leading to the state of emotional distress during the incident. Narcissism. Some mental health professionals and commentators have characterized her pathological narcissistic sociopath, citing that her manipulation lacks of remorse and deceptive behavior. This is what expert perceptives are also as well. No, she did not win. She got life in prison. There was a dispute about should she get the death penalty or not, but they decided to give her life in prison. She has tried to do appeals, but so far she's not been released or been taken too seriously at the moment with it. But they have reviewed her pleas to try to get out of it. Pathological lying. Independent analysts often point to consistency, constantly shifting stories, and lack transparency as evidence of pathological lying. Dissociation. The defense argued that Arias experienced dissociative amnesia during the crime, though the prosecution countered that as fabrication to avoid accountability. All right, so it's more likely she had some. Shout out to Mary Toodles. And So you have this one point of view that she most likely was narcissistic or sociopathic. Then the other borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic PTSD, or battered woman syndrome were hypotheticals that she could have, and she did have a history allegedly of having a temper. So, Jane, that's the mental map of what she could have had and what experts think she had also. So they're all from experts, but that's just different experts think. All right. And Jane says she came across as knowing exactly what she was saying on the stand. You wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong at all. Right. She seemed calm, collective, and like she knew what she was doing, in my opinion. And doesn't mean that the guy she was with was necessarily that she deleted. She shouldn't have done that, and she overreacted. Oh, hello, Miss C. Great to see you. Welcome. It doesn't mean that what she did was right, but from some research that others have done that brought to my attention that Travis wasn't necessarily a saint himself to her, but still, her crime was very brutal and way out there, in my opinion. All right. Yeah, definitely a sociopath, yeah. That is what is agreed on about her. Very calm, collective, and calculated. She lied at first. She said that people broke in, then she said she did it. Like, you know, when someone changes a story like that, it's gaslighting. It's not really being honest. Like, so what happened happened. Like, there's no disputing what really happened. Exactly. Something happened that caused it all. Yes, like a trigger. Something triggered it. But what she did was not right at all. Right. I agree. All right. Now we'll get back to reviewing her testimony. All right.
Close, was that something you were expecting to take place?
No, I thought we were going to kiss, and maybe heavily, but that would be the extent of it since this was the first time we were kissing.
When he began to remove your clothing, was that then surprising to you?
It was, well, yeah, it was a little surprising, but it was more, I felt apprehensive, but I was going with it.
What do you mean you felt apprehensive?
Well, I wasn't expecting that, so I didn't want to tell him no, so I just kept going with it.
Why didn't you want to tell him no?
I didn't want to do anything that would maybe displease him, not because I feared like he would get angry or anything, but I didn't want him to feel rejected, and I didn't want him to get his feelings hurt, or I didn't want to spoil the mood.
Yeah, exactly, Frog. She cut him ear to ear and stabbed him 28 times and shot him. So it was way, way worse than anything he could have ever done. Like that movie Psycho with the dude with the knife, that classic scene. That's basically what she did. And there's lots of blood everywhere. There's a big mess. Yeah, definitely. It's like some people will turn into something worse than whatever happened to them. Yeah. And she could have done something anyway, even if he didn't do anything. Just people like that are just they're probably going to do something at some point. Right. Jane said she must have been zoned out and must have done something she clearly didn't like and she just blacked out. Yeah. And someone like this should not be on the streets, of course, and this is not the answer to problems of whatever occurred. This is not the answer to it. So I definitely think I completely went psycho on him. It was very evil what she did, indeed. and she was not right in the head at all.
Sort of like that. We were getting along. We had some kind of chemistry. I just didn't want to like snuff it out right then by saying stop. I guess that was my thought.
Why would rejecting him at that point in time be such a big deal to you?
At that point in time, I was not really accustomed to saying no. I wasn't.
Yeah, the thing is that she was already dating. It was an ex-boyfriend, so she went out of her way to go find him and go be with him to do this again. Ah, she was furious. That is very true. She was certainly furious indeed with all the blood that was there. Yeah. And blacked out is another term for that. When someone gets very angry, they just go out and do the activity of the criminal action, rather. Yeah, so definitely was furious. And she, yes, and no disrespect, the actions were not justified, but yeah, that's basically what the situation was. A very good job of the chat summarizing it. It definitely deserves to go to jail. Doesn't need to be released. Doesn't need to ever come back. All right.
I have a lot more backbone now than I used to. It was hard for me to tell somebody no. So even though it was uncomfortable, I just kept going with it.
So the discomfort you were feeling in having your clothes removed was less burdensome to you than the discomfort you would feel saying no. Is that what we're hearing?
Overruled.
I can't really say one way or another because I wouldn't know because I couldn't make the comparison, but at the time it felt more uncomfortable to push him off of me or something. I mean, he wasn't aggressive, but he was definitely doing the initiating at that point, and I just kept going for it.
Did he, on this occasion, wind up removing your clothes?
Yes.
All your clothes?
Yes.
At this point in time, was Mr. Alexander dressed?
Yes.
Did that change?
Not really. I think he kept his garments on that he was wearing.
And you say garments. What are you referring to?
Garments they're called temple garments, and it's like a t-shirt and underwear, sort of, kind of like briefs. They're sort of an off-white color.
Is that what he came in wearing, or just those, or was he wearing other things?
No, he had his temple garments on under, I think, sweats. I don't remember if he had just the shirt, but I think he was wearing pajamas over those.
Okay. And whatever else he was wearing over his garments, did he take those items off, or did you?
I don't recall. I know I didn't.
Okay.
It might have been a joint effort, but I didn't solely remove them or anything like that. I don't really remember.
So after you are undressed and Mr. Alexander is in his undergarments, what happened?
This is embarrassing.
I'm going to check. Just ask what happened. It's not working.
Sustained.
Is it embarrassing for you to talk about this?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
I understand how it might be, but it's important to share this with us. So if you could please tell us what happened next.
He began to perform oral sex on me.
And was this comfortable? You mentioned earlier that you had a certain level of discomfort with this act, the being naked. Were you uncomfortable while this oral sex was going on?
I was uncomfortable. It was dark. I mean, the lights were off, so like that might have made it a little bit more. A little more tolerable.
Mm-hmm.
But it was. I don't know. I mean, he knew what he was doing for sure, but it was just. It felt like too much too soon, and I mean, I couldn't exactly rewind at that point. You know.
Why not? Did you voice your displeasure with the events?
No, I can't say there was displeasure, but it was uncomfortable. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
well, let me rephrase my question then. Did you voice your discomfort to him?
No, I didn't want to give him that impression.
Why not?
Sustained.
Why not, Ms. Arias?
Why not? What? I'm sorry.
Why didn't you voice your discomfort?
I didn't want him to have that impression. I wanted to at least appear like I was enjoying it as much as he seemed to be.
So you were attempting to give him the impression that you were enjoying things.
Yes.
And why were you interested in doing that?
I guess it would have seemed to me to be unattractive for me to say anything different or anything negative about the experience.
Okay. What happened after he performed oral sex upon you?
He asked for reciprocation.
And how did that request make you feel?
At that point, I had taken it that far. I was kind of glad he was done, and I was just willing to reciprocate at that point.
Okay. And so we're clear when you say reciprocate, does that mean perform oral sex upon him?
Yes.
And did he remove his garments at that time, or how did that occur?
I don't know if the garments at the bottom came all the way off or just pushed down. The shirt remained on, and yeah.
And yeah, what?
Yeah, I don't remember what happened with the bottom. I think they obviously came down some. I don't know if they came all the way off or not. I can't remember.
Okay. Did you perform oral sex upon him at that time?
Yes.
Did he ejaculate?
Yes.
Where?
In my mouth.
What happened after he ejaculated?
I think we fell asleep. I don't recall getting dressed again. I don't even recall getting with blankets, but when I woke up, we were both covered with blankets.
Okay. You were both in the same bedroom on your bed?
Yes.
And were you dressed?
When I woke up, not initially, but I put my pajamas back on.
What happened next?
I don't remember what time we woke up, but it was before everyone else did. I remember falling asleep. I think he might have woken up because I woke up and he got dressed and left the room.
And from what you told us earlier, this incident occurred Saturday night, and the next morning would have been Sunday morning, the day you were to go to church. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened from that point in time on?
Do you mean that morning?
Yes.
His librarian act is hilarious. Yeah, exactly. And this is extremely manipulative. She has no emotion. She is even smirking. Does not seem like she went through some horrid tragic event. And we could see definitely through her lies. Indeed.
When you were telling us how he.
Yeah, this is what she said. She said this librarian act is not working. Yeah, it is hilario indeed. Yeah, which I think is a like abbreviation of hilarious. So she's trying to act like a peaceful librarian that didn't do anything wrong, and like she's the hero of the story, and she's like this victim exposing. But that's not really true. We are not buying the librarian persona, and see how she could do a brutal murder and then act calm like this. That's just something not right there. So very well said, Mindy and Jane. Absolutely.
Eventually got dressed and left your bedroom. What happened from that point?
Basically, the rest of the household began to wake up. I hadn't been to church since I was about 11, so I didn't really have church clothes. I went, I bought 2 dresses before heading out there. I asked Sky which one would be more appropriate. So then I put on an outfit, and the rest of the household was getting ready for church. And then we took separate cars. I took my car. I think Travis rode with me on that one over, and can't remember who else rode with me. Maybe it was Jeff. And the Hugheses took their own vehicle.
And what was the service like? Was there a particular subject matter of the service that day?
I don't recall exactly what was said, but I do remember that one of the speakers was Sky's brother, Zion, who had just gotten back from his mission. So he was giving a talk related to maybe something related. I don't remember the topic.
Something related to what?
It would have been related to his topic, but because when you speak in church, you're given a topic to talk about, and I don't recall what the subject matter was. But he was speaking from the podium.
Prior to going to church, did you and Mr. Alexander speak about this incident the night before?
No.
Did you speak about the incident that day after church?
No.
What happened after the church services?
We had the church service, and I rode back. Well, I drove back in my car. Travis rode shotgun. Jeff was behind me, and Sky was behind Travis. We were driving back, and she found in the back of my seat, she found a portfolio of my photography, and she was flipping through it. And there was a photograph of Daryl in that photo that I had taken a headshot of him kind of growling at the camera. He looked gruff, and he was unshaven, and it was in black and white. It looked really cool, and she showed it to Travis. So that was the first time Travis saw Daryl. So that was I don't know. I kind of lost track of the question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you, before you left, I assume from what you're telling us before that you left the Hughes' home on Sunday, that Sunday, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Before leaving, and you, by leaving the Hughes' home, you were going to return to Palm Desert, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever alone with Mr. Alexander prior to you leaving the home? From the time you went to church to the time you left the home, were the two of you ever alone together?
Not that I recall. Everyone was home.
So you didn't have a chance to speak about this incident with him then, is that correct?
I may have had an opportunity if I'd wanted to pull him aside, but it was not discussed.
After you, well, when you left the home, how did you and Travis part ways? Were you expecting to call each other, or what was the...
He walked me out to my car and kissed me, and I got in the car and drove off.
Okay. Back to Palm Desert.
Yeah, I stopped and got gas, and I think I went to Starbucks, and then I went back to
Okay.
Palm Desert.
All right. When did you next hear from Mr. Alexander?
I would say it would either have been that night or Monday night.
And how did you, what was the means that you conducted or contacted Mr. Alexander? Did he call you? Was it in person?
We were calling each other back and forth at that point, so I don't remember who called who. But it was over the phone.
Okay. When you spoke, was there conversation related to this incident that evening?
There may have been some reference to it, but we mostly talked about church, and he wanted to know how I liked it.
Okay. At this point in time, when you returned from Palm Desert, you've been to church. Have any religious officials from the Mormon Church contacted you at this point in time?
No, not yet.
When did that occur?
Well, Travis gave me a Book of Mormon on Wednesday, and I think around that same time he contacted the church, and I don't know how it works, but he gave them my information so that some missionaries in that area could come to my house.
You mentioned Travis gave you a Book of Mormon on Wednesday. Was this the Wednesday following the Sunday that you left the Hugheses?
Yes.
And where did you see Mr. Alexander on Wednesday?
He was leaving Riverside and driving back to Mesa, and Palm Desert is on that stretch. That's on the I-10. And he called me on the way and wanted to meet with me so that he could give me a copy of the Book of Mormon. And I agreed to meet with him. I didn't really know where we could meet, though, because Daryl was home and I didn't want to bring some guy over.
So where did you wind up meeting Mr.
We
Alexander?
ended up meeting at a Starbucks, which was near my house.
Okay. And is this where he gave you the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation at this Starbucks?
Yes.
And what was the subject matter of this conversation?
He didn't give me the Book of Mormon right away. He had Napoleon with him, which was his dog. He's a black pug on a leash, and I don't remember where Napoleon was, but we went inside the store to get drinks.
That's not responsive. That's what was the subject.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Okay. You're in the Starbucks. He has his dog with him. What is the subject matter of the conversation inside the Starbucks?
The word of wisdom, but we were sitting outside in the
Okay.
shade. It was a little hot, but it was still it was cooler in the shade.
Okay. So you were at the Starbucks just sitting outside. You were talking about the word of wisdom, right?
Yes.
Hello there, Aaron. Aminde. All right, so hello, Aaron. Welcome. Thank you for dropping by, hitting the like. We were talking about the mental state of Jodi and the lies manipulation that we're seeing, and it's been pretty cool. So I hope that you're having a nice Saturday as well. All right, let's see messages. All right, all caught up. All right, here we go.
Okay. And for those of us who are not familiar, what is to your understanding at that point in time, what is the word of wisdom?
The word of wisdom is LDS doctrine that states it prohibits the consumption of coffee, tea, alcohol, tobacco, and illegal drugs.
Do those same words relate to the vow of chastity, or is that something completely different?
The law of chastity is different from the word of wisdom.
Okay.
There are two separate commandments.
After the two of you are at Starbucks, outside, what happens next?
Well, we discussed the word of wisdom a little more because he was drinking chai iced tea. But he said that doesn't count. And I asked him why, and he explained his reasons. I was drinking a latte, an iced latte. And so as our conversation progressed, it sort of moved into a more, I don't know how to explain it, but basically he expressed that he was horny, is what he said.
Okay. And once he made this expression, did you remain at the Starbucks or did you go elsewhere?
Well, he said, I wish there was somewhere we can go, and I said, I'm sorry.
Sustained.
We both were trying to figure out a place where we could go. So I don't know why, but I was wanting to go with him also to find some place. So we went in our respective cars. We drove to a park near Starbucks. It was between my house and Starbucks, and it was the middle of a school day, so nobody was there. There was a parking lot there, and we pulled up into the parking lot, and he left Napoleon in the car with the air conditioner on and the windows rolled up, and he came into my car and sat in the passenger seat.
And after he sat in the passenger seat, you mentioned that he expressed that he was, to use your words, horny, right?
Yes.
What was the point of him getting in your car at the park, to your understanding?
I didn't know at first. I mean, my car was very...
She didn't know as far as she knows the point.
Sustained.
I did not know the point of that.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know what he was expecting.
Ms. Arias, wait for the question.
I apologize.
When he got in the car, did he voice or convey an interest in engaging in some sort of sexual activity with you in the car?
Yes.
What sort of activity, to your understanding, was he interested in?
Oral sex.
And so we're clear, was that oral sex that you were to be performing on him or him performing on you?
He wanted to receive it.
Did you comply?
Yes.
Why?
I felt an attraction to him, and the feeling was mutual, and I wanted to I just wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to do what he wanted to do.
You wanted to do what he wanted to do.
Yes.
Objection, me.
Why?
I liked him.
Prior to, in between the first incident and the home of Chris and Sky Hughes, where oral sex took place, and the time that you were in the park, you had conversed with Mr. Alexander a few times, correct?
Yes.
During those conversations, did you ever voice your discomfort about what happened that Saturday night in the Hughes home?
No, I didn't.
Did oral sex take place in your car?
Yes.
Did he ejaculate?
Yes.
Where?
I don't remember, actually.
Okay. After he ejaculated, what happened from that point on?
He fixed the visor mirror and pulled his pants back up.
What do you mean he fixed the visor mirror?
He had it flipped. Well, when I started, he flipped the visor down and angled the mirror, I guess, to get
When you started what?
oral sex.
What happened then when, after he fixed the mirror, did you guys hang out for a longer, go to the park? What did you do?
No, I guess I was under the impression that we were,
Objection, not responsive. What did you do?
Sustained.
What did you do? What happened?
we parted ways.
What's that?
We parted ways.
Immediately? Within minutes?
Yes.
How did you feel after that encounter?
I don't recall feeling really bad. Maybe just a little deflated. He refused to kiss me afterward because he said it was gross. Maybe that's because I was just performing oral sex, but that's what he said. And so he kissed me on the cheek and left.
And I know this might be hard for you. I kind of want you to address my question. How did you feel afterwards?
Ask and answer a proper question as to how counsel could possibly know how she feels.
Approach, please.
After Mr. Alexander departed, how did you feel about the fact that you had just performed oral sex upon him?
I felt a little disappointed with myself, but it's hard to describe. Like, I was attracted to him, he was attracted to me. He obviously derived a lot of pleasure from that, so that I took as a good sign. But again, I was just thinking it was a little bit too much too soon. I mean, not that, I mean, I've been intimate before, but not that quickly.
So you were disappointed in yourself being that intimate that early on in your relationship?
Yeah, it wasn't so much the intimacy, but the rapidness, the timing, I guess you could say. And you know, I'd been with Daryl 4.5 years, so he was the only person I'd known for that time. So this was somewhat foreign, but just, you know, but it wasn't, if that makes sense.
Okay. To clarify too, at this point in time, this encounter in the park, were you in love with Mr. Alexander?
No.
After he departed, what did you do?
I drove home and got ready for work. He left me a voicemail.
Okay. On your cell phone or on a
Yes.
home phone?
On my cell phone.
Okay. And what was the subject matter of that voicemail?
He was expressing his thoughts.
Objection, hearsay. What was the subject matter?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. The incident, I guess, would be the subject matter.
There's a question before her.
When you're talking about the subject matter was the oral sex that just took place?
Objection, me.
Yes or no?
Yes. I guess.
And if you can characterize it, was he expressing happiness, gratitude about the event?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
How would you characterize it?
I'm not sure how.
How would you characterize it?
I would say that he was I'm trying to think how to characterize it without saying what he said.
Well, let me ask you this. Did he voice displeasure with what took place?
He voiced displeasure with himself.
Okay. Was that related to the fact that this incident took place, or how he treated you?
Both.
Okay. You received this voicemail before you went to work that day, right?
I think I received it while I was working.
Okay. Do you recall, were you working an evening shift, or do you recall what hours you were working?
I was working afternoon, evening.
And at this point in time, you were living a home in the Palm Desert home by yourself. Is that right?
Daryl was still there. We were in separate bedrooms at all times at that point.
Okay. Were you and Daryl at a place where you were friends, friendly, or was it a caustic environment?
It was not caustic. It was friendly, just no longer intimate.
Okay. Did you wind up speaking? When was the next time after this incident in the car that you wound up speaking to Mr. Alexander?
It would have either been that night or the following night.
You mentioned a voicemail where he was somewhat, I guess, apologetic for how he treated you and what took place. Did you ever...
Objection, leading to facts, not evidence, and questions. Is that what you said?
She just testified that that's exactly what he's expressed.
Finish your question.
Were you given the opportunity to, or I should say this way, did you ever take advantage of the opportunity to express your displeasure or discomfort with what had been taking place sexually in your relationship?
Yes, somewhat.
What do you mean by somewhat?
I sent him a response in response to his voicemail.
Okay.
I sent him an email.
Okay. After this encounter in the car, are you still speaking with Mr. Alexander? How frequently are you speaking to Mr. Alexander?
Almost every night.
And are these quick conversations or these extensive conversations?
These are long conversations, hours.
Are these conversations, I understand that each one's probably somewhat unique, but were they spiritual in nature?
Yes, they were spiritual.
Were they sexual in nature?
Yes. Flirty, I'd say.
Okay. Flirty?
Yes.
Okay. And when was the next time? And Mr. Alexander, to your understanding, was still living in Mesa, right?
Yes.
When was the next point in time that you saw Mr. Alexander?
It would have been in October
October of
2006.
2006. Okay. And when did this meeting take place?
I don't remember the exact date. There are photos
Okay.
with the dates,
Well,
but
let me ask you this. Where did this meeting take place?
we met up in Ehrenberg. I think it's in California, technically.
Okay.
It's right on the border.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's right on the border
Of,
of California and Arizona.
okay. And how much later was this meeting? Was this weeks later, days later, when you met in Ehrenberg from the incident in the park in your car?
I would say it was about a month later.
Okay. So you didn't physically see him for about a month, but you spoke every day on the phone?
Yes,
Or nearly every
almost
day?
every day.
Okay. And
Every
as a
night.
result of those conversations, well, let me ask you this, because we talked about some Mormon officials coming to your home. Did that begin after this incident of oral sex in the park?
Yes,
Okay. But was that also before you went to Ehrenberg?
yes.
Okay. What were these, I say Mormon officials, but are these what we would call missionaries?
Yes.
How often would these missionaries come to your home?
I think they came on average 2 times a week.
And what went on when they came to your home?
The first time they came, I think they had made an appointment. They invited me to church every week. They have a system in the Mormon church when you're introducing somebody to the church for the first time. They're called discussions, and there's a discussion you take first, and then second, third, and on, which sort of introduces you to the church, how it was founded, truths that they believe in.
Okay. Let me ask you, as part of this, these meetings and this process, these meetings you were having with the missionaries, and I brought up earlier the vow of chastity. Did they speak to you about that?
No. Not that I recall.
Okay. When did you learn of the vow of chastity, to your recollection?
I think actually prior to my baptism, those things were briefly explained to me. They're young men, so they didn't really get into detail.
Okay. So, from your perspective, since you've been there, describe for us Ehrenberg. Is this a big town? Was there a particular reason why you were going there? What was the point of meeting in Ehrenberg?
Yes, the point was so we could spend time together, and it was a halfway point, so he didn't have to drive all the way to California, because he hadn't planned to come out to California until the following month, and I'd never been to Arizona, so I wasn't even thinking of going to Arizona, but Ehrenberg was about halfway.
Okay. And what was the plan? What were you, from your impression, what were you going to do in Ehrenberg?
We were going to hang out, and we'd talked extensively over the month, so I thought there would be more conversation, probably some intimacy that was hinted at heavily, so that was expected.
What do you mean the intimacy was heavily hinted at? Without telling me what he said, did he express a desire to be intimate with you again?
Yes.
I'm a little confused because it seemed like you had talked to us before about, after this incident in the park, how Mr. Alexander had expressed some misgivings about what happened. Did he express those misgivings before meeting you in Ehrenberg?
No, after that,
Objection.
those,
That's a question.
She hasn't even got a word out of her mouth.
Said no.
Ask another question.
You were going to Ehrenberg with the idea that, at least partially, that some intimate encounters might take place.
yes.
And Mr. Alexander never expressed any misgivings about those encounters occurring.
No,
right?
that was kind of the purpose of the trip.
Okay. And by intimate encounters, what, to your understanding, were you expecting, at least from the sexually speaking?
Maybe more of the same as before, but nothing further than that. And that's kind of pretty far, but nothing beyond that.
Okay, so at this point in time, based on what you told us, it's our understanding that you had not had penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander.
No.
Is that correct? Okay. And it would also be our understanding that you had not had anal sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us about Ehrenberg. Did you share one hotel room, or did you each have your own room?
We had one motel room.
Okay. And when did you arrive in Ehrenberg?
I got there later than him because I had to work, and so I arrived late at night. And
Okay. Was this Friday night? Was this Saturday night?
I think it was either Thursday or Friday night. I don't remember my exact schedule, but
Well, let me ask you this. How many nights were you to spend in Ehrenberg?
2.
Tell us what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived, he he came to the door and let me in, and then brought me over to bed, and we just started kissing.
Okay. I assume then that he was already in the room.
Yes, he got the room.
Okay. You said you started kissing. Was there conversation first, or did it immediately lead to kissing?
No, we had some conversation over the phone on the way there.
Okay.
So when I arrived, it was physical right away.
Okay. And we talked earlier, I mentioned earlier how kissing could mean different things. Could be the friendly to the passionate. What sort of kissing was this?
Passionate.
Was he attempting to remove your clothing?
Yes, we both were taking off our clothes, I think.
Okay. At this point in time, was this level of intimacy something that you felt comfortable with?
At this point, I was a little more comfortable with it because we had been talking for a long time, and I felt like I knew him better. And also, I don't think I was as nervous because it wasn't the first time that we were like that.
Okay. In your mind, was this supposed to be a romantic weekend, if you will?
Yes.
Did it turn out to be that?
Not too much romance. It wasn't everything I was expecting, but I didn't have high expectations. But we didn't connect really like we did on the phone.
Judge, do we want to?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m., please remember the admonition. For your planning purposes, we will not have court this Thursday. You will be here tomorrow, Wednesday, but no court on Thursday. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury. Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
You may proceed with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we do so, we'd be moving to admit Exhibit 428, the recorded phone call between Ms. Arias and Mr. Alexander testified to regarding Mr. Neumeister and just that conversation.
Any objection?
Pursuant to the record, we've made no objection.
Exhibit 428 is admitted.
Good morning, Ms. Arias.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we spoke, when we ended yesterday, I guess, we were talking about the time you spent, we were just getting into, I guess, the time you spent with Mr. Alexander in Ehrenberg, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that a little bit, let me back up. Could you describe the town for Ehrenberg as it was back in October 2006 when you were there?
I don't recall its size, but it was very small. I think there was only 1 or 2 exits maybe, and it's in the middle of the desert. I think it's actually in California, but it's right on the border.
Apart from the midpoint that you described yesterday being a midpoint between you and Mr. Alexander, was there any other particular reason or activity that you were going to go to Ehrenberg?
I was driving out there specifically to hang out with Travis.
But when you got there, there wasn't a particular lake or a particular site, park, or whatever that you were going to go to?
No, not that I was aware of or that we had planned. It's not exactly a tourist destination.
Okay. Now, yesterday you began to tell us about arriving at the hotel room, and I believe your words were making out with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just kind of describe for us, and this was within minutes of you arriving, to our understanding?
Yes, it happened pretty quickly.
Okay. Just begin again describing what happened during this makeout session as you describe it.
You mean like in detail?
Yes.
Well, he opened the door for me because he had the room key, and he took my hand and walked me over to the bed, sort of. He kind of pulled me, but walked me. And I went willingly, of course. We started kissing. It got a little more intense, a little more passionate, and then soon we were both nude on the bed. And
hello there, Marcia. Yeah, so you remember watching it when it came out. Yeah, this trial, she has been of telling her lies, and she does it in the smoothest way, without any kind of emotion. You know, it's really not normal the way she is reacting to this. You'd think that there'd be something there, but there isn't. But yeah, it's definitely strange indeed, and the chat isn't buying what she's selling. She was something else, that is true. Alright. And now continuing.
There were certain things that he said that, well, like it's not, I don't know, we didn't have intercourse, so to speak. There was oral sex that weekend, but in that particular day, we did what I guess he called, at that time he called it grinding. So it's kind of like, you know, just being together, but not actually having intercourse. That's something that I guess a lot of Mormons do, but they're not supposed to. There are different terms for it. Like the Provo push, and that's a Mormon implication, because it's in Utah. This is what I learned. So,
Objection, Marilyn would be on the scope, she was asked what they did.
I'm sorry.
Okay, besides the grinding and the oral sex, you said you didn't have intercourse during this encounter, this first encounter.
Not vaginal intercourse or the...
Did you have anal intercourse?
No.
Just oral sex?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And this would have been when, recount for us, was this Thursday evening?
Yesterday I couldn't remember whether it was Thursday or Friday, but I remember it was Thursday because we spent 2 nights there and he had to leave on Saturday.
So you spent Thursday.
Stitching the wrong patterns. You see, that is a deception of the Timu lies. They will use these sheen tactics. Those lies will want to distort even crochet to what it wants to see when it's not true. So definitely, the lies have been. It looks like the lies are spreading everywhere from Jodi. Even the crocheting knows that this is not true. What she's saying.
Thursday and Friday night together. He left on Saturday.
Yes, we both parted
Okay.
ways on Saturday.
Okay. So, after this first encounter where there was oral sex, and were you giving or receiving the oral sex?
Both.
Okay. After this encounter, what happened? What did you do after this was over?
There wasn't really anything to do for a while. That night we stayed in the room. Eventually went to sleep. He just flipped on the TV and we watched, it might have been Friday night, but we watched some game shows, Deal or No Deal, different things. He was just flipping through the channels.
Did you engage in any more sexual activity on Thursday night?
Not after that.
The next day, you wake up. What do? Do you go out and do something, or what happens?
The next day we were trying to find some way to spend the day, and the town of Blythe is near Ehrenberg, so we decided to drive to Blythe because there was a small movie theater there, and we watched a movie. We went to Sizzler, got something to eat.
Let me ask you this. Did you engage in any sexual behavior before you went to the movie?
I don't remember.
Did you engage in any sexual behavior after the movie?
Yes.
And what behavior did you engage in?
That was oral sex.
Was this again mutual?
Yes.
You mentioned previously that you saw this as somewhat of a romantic weekend with Travis. Was that what it was turning out to be?
No.
When you weren't engaged in sexual activity, how was he treating you?
He wasn't treating me bad. He just seemed checked out. The whole time we were checked in, he was just kind of distant. I thought we connected a lot over the phone, and it was different when we were together.
How?
Well, over the phone, we would talk for hours at a time about things, not just about sex, but other things, things of a spiritual nature, and just every subject that you could imagine, pleasant things. And we were discovering things that we had in common and ways we were different. And when we went to Ehrenberg, I was expecting the same kind of energy or connection, but it would just be in person. There wasn't much of a mental or emotional connection like there was on the phone. It was just primarily physical.
What's that?
Primarily physical.
And if you could do us a favor and speak up again. I know
Sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing you. So. At this point in time, were you and Mr. Alexander, would you consider yourselves to be in a relationship?
No, it wasn't anything defined. We were sort of seeing each other, but we were definitely not boyfriend-girlfriend.
How many sexual interactions did you have with Mr. Alexander over this time in Ehrenberg?
I would say 3. Total, if you just,
Okay. And these were all instances of oral sex?
No, like the first night it was the grinding and the next night was oral sex.
Okay. And what was the third encounter?
It was oral sex also.
Okay.
It was before we left.
Okay. Did he ever express a desire during this weekend to engage in anal sex with you?
Yes.
And did he, over the course of that weekend in Ehrenberg, express a desire to have vaginal sex with you?
No.
But it appears, based on what you told us, you declined his desire to have anal sex. Is that correct?
Yeah, he was, yeah, I did. Yes, I didn't, we did not have anal sex.
Okay. In expressing his desire for that, was that something he did repeatedly, or is that something that just came up one time?
It didn't just come up one time. He wasn't overly persistent about it, but it was somewhat repeatedly.
Okay. Apart from going to a movie and out to eat in Blythe, as you just described, what else, and the sexual encounters, what else did you do to pass the time?
Well, we made music CDs, or he made CDs on his computer with his music, some music that he liked that he was making for me. He shared more things from the Book of Mormon with me. What else did we do? Mostly it involved, we weren't in Blythe, he was watching television other than those other two activities.
Now, and at this point in time, October 2006, you have received several visits from the missionaries, right? From what you described it? Is that okay?
Yes, by that time.
Had you had occasion to, whether it's through the missionaries, through Mr. Alexander, through church visits, through your own readings, had you ever learned about what we're calling the vow of chastity?
It was mentioned. It was mentioned to me, not in detail.
And in October of 2006, when you're in Ehrenberg with Mr. Alexander, what was your understanding of that vow?
According to the missionaries, they sort of glossed over it, and they didn't really gloss over it, but.
She asked what her understanding was.
Okay, my understanding.
Hold on, wait, no question.
What was your understanding, not telling us what somebody said to you, but what was your understanding of what the vow meant, what it prohibited?
No premarital sex.
And did you have an understanding of how that was defined within the law? I mean, did it mean no penile vaginal intercourse? Did it mean no kissing? What did that mean to your understanding?
Well, it was explained to me by Travis.
Objection. What is her understanding? Not who's telling what?
What was your understanding?
My understanding was that it meant that vaginal sex was off limits and everything else was more or less okay.
And who gave you that understanding?
Travis did.
Now, you talked about departing, both you and Mr. Alexander leaving Saturday morning. Tell us about that.
Saturday morning we got breakfast at the neighboring truck stop restaurant. Again, there wasn't much connection. There wasn't a lot of conversation. I'm sorry, I forgot the question.
Well, what I'm asking you is describe for us the Saturday morning when you left. You said you had breakfast. What happened? Who left first?
Oh, okay. After breakfast, we left at the same time. We checked out, and I took a picture of him. He was in a suit and tie. He had to go to a Super Saturday here in Phoenix. It was one of the regional events in prepaid legal. And he hit the road for Arizona, from Phoenix, and I went back to Palm Desert.
And how far a drive was Palm Desert from Ehrenberg, as best you can recall?
I want to say 3 hours, maybe, somewhere around that mark.
Okay. Tell us how you felt leaving Ehrenberg that Saturday morning and driving back.
Well, when we parted, there wasn't a lot of affection, so I kind of felt disappointed, not upset, just kind of bummed out a little bit. I don't know, kind of felt stupid.
Stupid how?
I was replaying the weekend, or it was my weekend. I was replaying that weekend, and I kind of wish things had gone a little bit differently.
What do you mean by that?
Maybe just, I wish that we had more of a connection, a meeting of minds, rather. Well, I didn't dislike the physical part, but it seemed like it was missing an important element.
What important element was it missing?
The emotion and, like I said, just the mental connection, some kind of being on the same page, so to speak.
So you didn't feel, as you were leaving, you didn't feel any kind of emotional connection, or like you had grown closer with Mr. Alexander. Is that what you're telling us?
I didn't feel like we'd grown closer. He seemed more distant.
Okay. How did you feel in retrospect about the sexual behavior you engaged in with Mr. Alexander? Do you feel okay? Was it still too far, too soon?
It didn't feel like too much too soon anymore, because over that month we had really gotten to know each other very well. I developed feelings for him, and it just seemed, it was confusing though, even though it was a little confusing, the sex.
What do you mean? What was confusing about it?
Well, I guess just where the line should be drawn, I guess.
And what do you mean by line? Your line, the vow of chastity, what kind of line are you speaking of?
Well, to me, sex is sex. There's just different ways to have sex, and it seemed like Travis was kind of I don't know how to put it, but it just seemed like he sort of had like the Bill Clinton version, whereas over here it seemed like, oral and anal sex were also sex to me, but not for him.
And the line that you're talking about, that line of demarcation, really sounds like that dealt with the vow of chastity. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yeah.
When you were reflecting back on the weekend and your way back to Palm Desert, did you consider your actions, and your own, not his, but your own actions as it relates to that vow of chastity?
I considered it.
And how did you feel about that?
Well, I trusted what I was told by him, so I didn't feel like we were sinning. I felt a little bit, I hate to put it this way, but I felt a little bit used. But I knew I had gone there on my own willingly. So.
What do you mean, though, that you felt used?
Well, he gets a hotel room, I show up, we hang out, we have sex. He's not really there presently, he's not mentally present. I'm getting a lot of attention, but only while we're engaging in sexual activity. And then we check out and he takes off. And I kind of felt like a prostitute, sort of.
You didn't feel real good about the relationship or how he treated you at that point, right?
I was more upset with myself. I didn't feel like he mistreated me, but I did.
All right, got all the reasons. Yeah, you remember what she did, right? Okay, so listing all the reasons about why it was televised and why it was so big. It's more than one reason, but that was just putting it in layman's terms. So here we go. The brutality of the case, like I said a moment ago. Arias killed her ex-boyfriend Travis Alexander in his shower in 2008. Violence was shocking. He was stabbed 27 times. His throat was slit so deep he was nearly decapitated, and he was shot in the head. I remember her tatas were in full display in the exhibit. Right. Arias shifting narratives. She changed her story multiple times, first claiming she wasn't at the scene, then blaming the masked intruders, and finally claiming self-defense during the trial. The celebrity monster persona. Arias' physical appearance and chameleon-like behavior, including smile, her mugshot, and performing a headstand during the police interrogation, fascinated psychological experts in the public eye. If I could unsee that it was, there was some real things that we never were supposed to see. It's a Timu bonus, and her crown, her saggy, her saggy jewels, let's just say, that weren't necessarily needing for us to see. Scared. All right, the celebrity monster persona. Arias' physical appearance and the chameleon-like. I read that. Okay. The graphic evidence. The trial featured sexually explicit photographs and audio tapes found on digital cameras that Arias has tried to destroy by ruining it through the washing machine. Yes, crazy and sad. Now, it was a time period of mega trials where trials were streamed on the internet and on broadcasting channels, so turning it into like a real soap opera. The media access. Arizona law allows cameras in courtrooms unless judge finds they would interfere with a fair trial. Defense strategy and testimony was the last one. Unpredicted move. Arias herself took the stand for 18 days, providing hours of televised testimony that kept audiences glued to their screens. You know, many people like Manson or Bundy, people that were serial killers, Jeffrey Dahmer, Gacy, they love being in the spotlight and love being, after they do a crime, they like to get the attention. So that is something that she certainly liked. And her behavior, she could just be like a librarian one day and a stanky Timu Tata the next day. It's like, that's what she is doing. So, definitely, those are the reasons why it was televised. This year was the year 2013. Right. Yeah, I'd say 2013, but let's double check. Let's see. Yeah, 2013 was the trial that we're watching. The whole timeline starts in 2008. And 2015, after two separate juries deadlocked on whether to impose the death penalty, a judge officially sentenced Arias to life in prison without possibility of parole on April 13 date. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so those are the reasons, chat. Now we'll continue.
Didn't feel like he was treating me as well as he had been for that entire month.
Okay. Do you hear from, you discussed earlier what was seemingly near daily contact with Mr. Alexander on the phone in the evenings. Did you speak with him that Saturday evening when you got back home?
No, I called him later, but he didn't return my call.
When did you hear from him on Sunday?
No, I called him one more time Sunday evening, left a voicemail, and he didn't return my call.
Was that abnormal for him not to return your call?
Maybe one night, not really. I did want to know if he made it home safely. But I wasn't trying to be his mother, but I was concerned about if he made it back safely. Sunday night, he began to call me very late at night by this point. So I would leave a voicemail if I was going to sleep, and sometimes he wouldn't call me back if I told him I had to sleep. Sometimes he would call anyway and wake me up. But by Monday morning, when he had not returned both of my calls,
well, let me back up a step and ask you this. You'd said on Saturday you're driving home, you're feeling used. You call him Saturday night, you don't get a return call. How are you feeling Sunday or about the weekend? Are you feeling the same way? Have your feelings changed on Sunday before?
They hadn't really changed. I was trying not to think about it much or put too much thought into it or overanalyze it.
After feeling the way you did on Saturday when you came back, when you were driving back, and feeling the same way Sunday, why would you want to speak with him at all?
I just had feelings for him.
Were you in love with him at that time?
I wouldn't say in love, a little stronger, I'd say.
So those feelings for him were more prominent than your feelings for yourself about being used. Is that what you're telling us?
Judge, the meeting.
Let me answer.
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
You told us a few moments ago how you felt used as you were driving back from Ehrenberg. But you also told us that you had feelings for Mr. Alexander, and that's why you were reaching out to him on Saturday evening and Sunday evening. What I'm asking you is if your feelings for Mr. Alexander were stronger than your feelings for being used.
Yes, they were.
When you did not hear from him over these 2 days, how did your feelings about being used, did they become stronger? Did they become weaker?
I think I began to think, I sent him a text message again on Monday, so by that time he still didn't return any of those 3 attempts. So by that point, I was beginning to think that I had been very stupid and he got what he wanted and he wasn't interested in me anymore.
when you started feeling like stupid and he got what he wanted and he wasn't interested in you anymore, were you then in a position that you wanted to write him off, or were you in a position where you wanted to hear from him?
I can't say really either. I wasn't thinking of writing him off. I think if he was moving on, I would have liked to at least have known,
Okay. When did you get a response, if at all, from Mr. Alexander?
It would have been Tuesday evening. I was at a business briefing, and he called during the middle of that, and I didn't hear my phone because it was turned off, or the ringer was turned off. And so I checked afterward, and he had called and left me a very nice voicemail.
Did you wind up talking with Mr. Alexander after he left the voicemail?
Yes, I called him after the meeting.
I want to know what he said, but did your conversation with him then make you feel less like you were used when you were in Ehrenberg?
Yes, it was more reassuring. He wasn't reassuring me, but the nature of the call was reassuring to me.
Did you ever express your feelings to him about how you felt used when you were driving home?
No.
What was that?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want to make him feel bad. I also was telling myself that maybe that was just all in my head, and that's, I was misinterpreting it or overanalyzing it, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
So it sounds like after this phone conversation you have on Tuesday, everything is back to status quo in terms of your feelings towards Mr. Alexander. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do these phone calls we heard about these long spiritual conversations, do they then begin again after this call on Tuesday?
Yes, the same routine, the same subject matters.
And those subject matters being more spiritual, or are they also sexual?
They were spiritual, sexual, and other things.
When do you recall seeing Mr. Alexander next?
I think it was right before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And do you recall the reason for that meeting with him?
He was on his way to Riverside, where he was going to spend Thanksgiving, and Palm Desert is on the way, so he stopped at my house and we hung out for a little while. And then he continued on to Riverside.
Now when were you baptized into the Mormon Church?
November 26th,
So, of what year?
2006.
So this would have been, was this and who baptized you?
Travis baptized me.
This visit you're mentioning, was that when he baptized you, or was this a distinct visit?
No, this was a distinct visit. It was right before Thanksgiving.
Okay. Were you baptized before or after Thanksgiving?
After Thanksgiving, I think was on the 22nd that year. Well, the 26th would have been on a Sunday, so whatever the previous Thursday was.
Okay. This meeting then was at your home in Palm Desert?
Yes, I think it was the day before, on the Wednesday.
Okay. The day before Thanksgiving?
Yes, right before Thanksgiving, so probably Wednesday.
Okay. And where did you wind up meeting him?
He came to my house with his dog.
Was Daryl still living in the house at this time?
I think Daryl was still living in the house, but he was at work.
Okay. So tell us about what happens when he arrives at your home.
Well, this was the first time he had seen my house, so I just walked him around the property briefly. It's not a big property, but he wanted to see the pool. His dog jumped in the pool and sank right to the bottom, so that was scary. I guess pugs don't swim. So he jumped in with his clothes and everything on to save his dog, and I took him and we put him inside so he wouldn't do that again. So Travis was soaking wet at that point, so he took a hot shower because in November the pool is freezing. And I threw his clothes in the dryer so that they would dry off and warm up. And we were intimate again, and then we said goodbye.
You said intimate. How were you intimate?
I don't recall exactly. It would have been oral sex or the grinding. Again, that's all we were doing at that point.
Okay. During this particular encounter, did he again ask you to have anal sex with him?
Yes.
But no anal sex took place on that day?
No, it was more like teasing, and I said no.
After did he ejaculate?
Yes.
And after he ejaculated, he left? Ms. Arias, I want to show you. Ms. Arias has been marked as exhibits 393 and 394. Be so kind as to take a look at those. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
Those are pictures of Travis's erection.
And when did you, or how did you come into possession of these photos?
They were sent to me
How?
via his phone.
Via a text message or picture message?
Picture message.
Okay.
His phone and my phone.
Your Honor, I move to admit exhibits 393 and 394.
Judge, on lack of foundation, if we could get a date on it.
Sustained?
Ms. Arias, would you like to see the photos again in terms of the day that they were received?
I think I remember the day.
Or let me have you take a look then and see if you can tell us the day that they were received. Do you recall now?
Yes.
Does that date on the photo reflect the date that you received it?
Yes, that would have been a Saturday.
And this was before he came to your home in Palm Desert?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would again move to admit exhibits 393 and 394.
Again, what's the date? Somebody could just announce it.
But Jodi, what day was it that you received them?
It was November 11th, 2006.
I'm sorry.
I can look at it. The exhibit. No objection.
393 and 394 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, you said this came to you via phone message. Is this something that you had solicited from him?
Not directly. I didn't expect a photograph, but we were flirting.
You were what?
Flirting.
Okay. That is a picture of his erection that he sent you, is that right?
Yes.
And you were saying you were flirting. What do you mean by flirting?
I was in Anaheim, at the Anaheim Grove, and I was at a Super Saturday for that area. And I was listening to the speakers, and we began to text, and we were just text messaging back and forth. It turned flirty, and then it turned sexual, and it went on for hours, actually, just back and forth, just trying to be witty and top each other's last comments.
And in that regard, in order to top your last comment, he sent you this picture?
That actually culminated at the restaurant after we left the Grove. He wasn't there, he was in Mesa. I was with other people. So we were at the restaurant when my phone beeped. I hadn't received pictures on that phone before. So when I showed I had a message from him, and I opened it and I couldn't find it. And then I realized it was a file that I don't know if I had to open it or go into a different folder to see it, and then I realized what it was. And I shut my phone really quick. It was a flip phone.
And moving, just showing you for the record, 393. And then 394. It appears these are different photos. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, they're different.
So he sent you 2 photos that day?
Yes,
Okay.
consecutively.
All right. Miss Arias, when he did that, was he also requesting that you reciprocate with him in photos?
Yes.
Did you reciprocate with photos?
No, not that day.
Why not?
I was at a restaurant, and I don't know how to really explain it without
Well, did you
saying.
Did you want to reciprocate?
No, I didn't, but I knew he wanted to, so I was a little bit conflicted, but I said no.
How did he react to your refusal to send him a picture?
He felt it should be fair, kind of like that. Like, he didn't say that, but he had been requesting photos for a while at this point, and
What was he requesting photos of?
naked pictures.
Of you?
Yes.
Of particular body parts, or did he make any specific requests? A year that you decided you wanted to join the Mormon faith?
It was a series of experiences that brought me to make that decision ultimately.
Describe for us what you mean by series of experiences.
Well, the first week the missionaries came, they invited me to church that following Sunday. This time I'd actually slept, so I was able to pay attention to what was being said. And someone was giving a talk, and what that person said was very impactful and something that I had not heard other Christians embrace before, but it was something that I personally embraced. And I liked
what was that, if you recall?
Am I allowed to say what he said?
Well, just tell us the general subject matter of.
It was an acceptance and a tolerance of all faiths in the world, basically.
And you found that aspect of the Mormon faith to be in line with your own personal beliefs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for us then, you were talking about these experiences, a series of experiences. What other experiences led you to believe or led you to choose to be baptized into the Mormon faith?
Travis and I talked about the church a lot, and I asked him any questions I had. I asked the missionaries also, but I was able to ask Travis a few more questions on a personal level, and not necessarily a sexual level, but just things that I wasn't comfortable asking to 20-year-old guys. So the more that I discovered about the church, the more I realized that it did not conflict with my beliefs, and it was in alignment with a lot of the values that I had, and especially the family values and the emphasis they place on families and marriage and the importance thereof. And I didn't like the no coffee rule. I couldn't imagine giving up coffee at that point. I drank it every morning and sometimes in the evenings. But that was the only thing that bothered me. There was no alcohol, but I wasn't really a drinker anyway, so that didn't bother me. But just everything seemed to line up for me as far as my beliefs and the lifestyle that I was interested in leading.
Once you made this decision internally in terms of wanting to be baptized, how did you move from that point in time to November 26th when you were actually baptized? Was there a process you went through with the church? Could you just kind of explain that to us?
Yes, the missionaries finally asked me if I was ready to be baptized, and I told them yes. So they set up an interview with another young man, I think he was an elder, and he asked me a series of questions. It's like an interview that you have right before you're baptized to see if you're ready to be baptized.
And when did this interview, if you know the date, fine. If not, relative to when you were baptized, when did this interview take place?
It was sometime in November, but I don't remember the exact time. It was close to my baptism date.
Okay. As it relates, well, let me ask you this. What sort of subjects what sort of questions were you asked? What were the subject matter of the questions that you were asked during this pre-baptismal interview?
So long ago, I don't remember the exact questions, but they asked questions about your belief in Jesus Christ and the veracity of the Book of Mormon, and about your belief in Joseph Smith being a prophet of God, and if you have been obeying the word of wisdom, which is the coffee and tea, etc., and if you've been obeying the law of chastity, which to my understanding at that time was, I guess, different.
Well, let me ask you about that. You said you were asked if you are obeying the law of chastity, right? You were asked that during the interview?
Yes.
Is that, okay. And your understanding of the law of chastity was abstaining from penile vaginal intercourse. That's what your understanding was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were asked that question, your based on your understanding, you believe that you were indeed in line with the vow of chastity. Is that accurate?
Yes. In a technical sense, I believed I was.
Okay. And that belief was based on the things that Mr. Alexander was telling you?
Yes.
So after this interview, what happened? Are you approved to be baptized? What is the process from that point on?
I wasn't approved right away because I told the person that Daryl still lived in the house, and so he said he'd have to check since he was an ex-boyfriend and he's the opposite sex, and that's discouraged in the church to live under the same roof as somebody of the opposite sex who's not family or not your spouse. So he checked, and then I interviewed, I think, with another, I think it was the branch president, just to check, and he wanted to make sure that we were in separate bedrooms and that wasn't going to be an ongoing living situation, and Daryl had plans to move in about another week and a half or 2 weeks back to Monterey. So we were going to postpone the baptism, but the branch president said that he feels that the baptism should go forward as scheduled instead of postponing it till after Daryl moved.
Okay. And it was scheduled for the 26th? Was that the original day it was scheduled for?
Yes.
Okay. So you get this approval, I guess. How many days beforehand do you get the approval versus the day you're actually baptized?
I would say roughly a week. I don't remember exactly. It was close to the date.
Okay. So you were aware of your impending baptism when Mr. Alexander came to visit you at your home?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe I was.
Okay. Who baptized you into the Mormon faith?
Travis baptized me.
How was that decision made that he was to be the person to baptize you?
Well, when I decided I was going to get baptized, there was a period in early November, I think, or maybe it was mid-November. Travis had been a little more distant again, so I was kind of questioning where we were going with things on that. I still wanted to get baptized, and when I asked the missionaries, well, when they had told me asked me if I was ready, and I told them yes, I asked if his name was Elder Jensen. I asked if he would do it because he had, second to Travis, he had taught me so much about the church at that point, and he had said that it's better.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Rephrase the question.
Did he accept your invitation to baptize you?
He did. No, he didn't accept it. He didn't.
Objection, that fails.
Sustained.
To your understanding, why not?
I don't recall exactly what he said, but he encouraged me to find somebody.
Hearsay. She doesn't recall exactly what he said.
Overall, do you mean answer?
I remember the essence of it, and that was that he encouraged me to find somebody, not him or his partner, not one of the missionaries.
Apart from those individuals and Mr. Alexander, at this point in time, did you have a close relationship with any other members of the church that would have the ability to baptize you?
Not a close relationship. I had acquaintances, and nobody really in that area, except the small branch. I didn't hang out with them too much at that point, so not really.
Okay. So how did you then come to the point in time that you decided that you wanted Travis to baptize you?
He was the only other person I could think of. And he was the person that I was initially thinking of also. So I decided to go ahead and, well, he asked me first if I had decided whether or not I was going to be baptized. And I told him yes, and he said, that's great.
Objection, hearsay, it's the conversation.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Alexander was happy to learn that you were being baptized.
He was happy to learn that, yes.
Did you then invite him to baptize you?
Yes.
Do you recall when you made that invitation?
It would have been November. I don't remember the exact date.
Did this happen in person or did this happen over the telephone?
It was over the phone.
Okay. Where did your baptism take place?
In Palm Desert.
What was involved? Well, just describe for us your baptism. Is it just you and Mr. Alexander, or are there other people involved?
No, many people were invited. I think it's open to anyone attending, especially church members. Non-members are encouraged to attend also. Travis, I don't remember if he invited them or if I invited them, but the Hugheses came out. A few other people in the business that were church members came to my baptism.
Did you invite your family?
No, they lived 11, 12 hours away, so I didn't. I told them.
Objection, hearsay was the question. She was asked whether she invited them.
Sustained.
You didn't invite them. Were you under the impression that they wouldn't have an interest in being there?
Well, I mean, if they could teleport there, they'd be there, but they certainly wouldn't make the effort to come out there for that event.
Prior to you being baptized, had your family expressed misgivings about you joining the church?
Yes.
We say your family. Are we talking about the immediate family, your parents, your grandparents, and your brothers and sisters?
Yes, aunts, parents, siblings, and friends.
So pretty much everyone in your, from what you're telling us, it sounds like pretty much everyone in your immediate circle discouraged you from joining the church.
Yes.
Okay. Did you invite Mr. Brewer to attend?
Yes.
Did he attend?
No.
So tell us what, you mentioned the ceremony. How did you feel that day knowing that you were going to be baptized before the ceremony?
I was a little nervous because I didn't know what the process entailed, but I was excited.
And how was tell us what occurred during your ceremony.
Well, we had chairs set up and a small podium in another room, not in the main chapel. But it's still at the church building. And people took their seats. There were some hymns. Well, we opened with a prayer. There were some hymns that we sang and a few talks that were given on a few different subjects. And I don't remember if another hymn was sang, but then I was led into the font. I went into the back, and then Travis was already in the font.
You said the font. What is the font?
The best I can describe it is a very big, like a giant bathtub, but filled with water about waist level when you're standing up. Okay.
And you said Mr. Alexander was back there. What takes place when you go towards the font?
Well, before entering the font, I changed into an all-white, kind of like a jumpsuit. And then there's some steps that lead into the font.
And what happens when you go into the font?
It was a lot like Dan described. You walk up and Travis held his hand up and said some kind of invocation or prayer or blessing. I don't know what it's called. He made a declaration, so to speak, and then I was dipped into the water and came back up.
And how did it feel for you to be baptized? Were you elated? Did you feel very spiritual? Can you describe that feeling?
It was a very peaceful feeling.
Now, after the official baptism, the ritual you just talked about, after that is over, are there more services? Is there a reception? For those of us who aren't familiar, could you please just kind of take us through that experience?
Are you talking about what happens after the baptism?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I went back into the designated area, I guess, where for the ladies where they can change. I was changing into my clothes. Sky Hughes came into that area to check on me. After that, we went back into the main area where everybody was still hanging out and just talking about whatever, just plans for the week, things like that. I think we might have closed with a prayer, but I don't remember. I just remember everything sort of dispersing shortly after I was out of the water.
Okay. And how did you get back home that day?
That day, I drove.
Okay. Did you drive by yourself?
No, Travis came with me.
Okay. Tell us what happened when you got back to the house.
We got back to the house. His car was parked at my house, so we took my car to church. So we got back to the house, went inside, and we hugged. Words were exchanged.
What happened after you hugged and words were exchanged?
We began to kiss, and things got intimate again.
Was that place of intimacy a place you were thinking about going on this spiritual day?
Not how it ultimately happened, no.
What do you mean how it ultimately happened? Describe for us what happened after you and Mr. Alexander started kissing that day.
Well, we were in my bedroom. We were not on the bed, but we were standing next to it. And we were kissing. And I was in my church clothes. He was in his church clothes. The kissing got more passionate, more intense, and then he spun me around. And he bent me over the bed, and he was just on top of me. I didn't think anything was, but he was just going to keep kissing me.
What happened when he bent you over the bed? Were you face down on the bed or face up?
I was face down. My head was turned to the side.
And what happened?
His hands were wandering, and he lifted up my skirt, and he pulled down my underwear, and he was pressing against me,
What do you mean pressing against you?
his whole body.
Did he have an erection?
I could feel an erection.
And what happened next?
He unzipped his pants, and I guess he pulled it down. I didn't see, but he began to have anal sex with me, and
You said that he had anal sex with you. Based on what you said before, this wasn't something that you were expecting to happen?
No, not that night.
Is this something that you wanted to happen?
Well, I can't say I wanted to, but I didn't stop him.
When he entered you, you said you didn't stop him. Did you say anything? Did you tell him no?
No.
Was it pleasurable for you physically?
At that time, it was painful, somewhat.
Given that it was painful, why didn't you tell him no?
Eventually, I did. I probably would have just let him continue, but it became too painful.
Why do you say you probably just would have let him continue?
Because I knew that is what he had been wanting for a while, and I trusted him. I had a lot of trust, and I just went with what he was, with his agenda, I guess I could say.
This agenda you describe him having and this pain you were experiencing, did this go on for several minutes before you told him no?
I don't think it went on too long, not several minutes, maybe a few.
And from what you're telling us, it sounds like the only reason that you told him no or told him to stop was the pain, not your lack of interest in this activity. Is that right?
That's pretty accurate. I mean, I wasn't looking forward to it, but definitely the pain, I had to have him stop. Otherwise, I probably would have continued.
Otherwise what?
I probably would have continued if it weren't for that.
Okay. After he stopped, was that the end of the intimacy that day?
He finished by ejaculating on my back or somewhere, like on me. And then we were finished. And then shortly, I think we parted ways. We kissed and embraced, and he left.
After this encounter on this spiritual day, how did you feel about yourself?
Shortly after he left, I didn't feel very good. I kind of felt like a used piece of toilet paper. I don't know, I didn't continue feeling that way, just shortly thereafter. For a little while I did.
Then in late November of 2006, after your baptism, does Mr. Alexander stay in Palm Desert, to your knowledge, or does he go back?
He drove back to Mesa, to my knowledge.
Okay. You need a moment?
No. Thank you.
After this incident on the 26th, when was the next time you spoke with Mr. Alexander?
I can't remember if it was that night or the next night, but it was shortly after that.
Did the subject of the encounter the anal sex you just described? Did that come up in your conversations?
He wrote me a letter about it. We didn't discuss it directly on the phone. We had discussed things of that nature in the past.
Did you ever voice your displeasure with the incident to him?
Only when I said,
Objection, hearsay, what she said.
She's the declarant, Judge.
Overruled, you may answer.
I kind of just said through clenched teeth, stop, 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 and he stopped. So I think he got the impression that it was not pleasurable at that point, but I never said anything about it after that of a negative nature.
So you never advised him that you felt like, as I think you said, a used piece of toilet paper? You never advised him that?
I wouldn't have told him that.
You would not have? Is that what you
No.
said? Why not?
Because I don't think that would have made him feel very good.
How about how you felt?
I was dealing with that, you know.
Okay. So after this incident, you say you talked to him. Are you talking to him then again on a near daily basis or near nightly basis?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Sarah.
Yes.
And you mentioned these phone calls getting progressively later and later. What time are we talking about a majority of these phone calls taking place?
He almost stopped calling me completely before 11 p.m. Usually it was closer to midnight, and sometimes it was as late as 3 a.m. He would call and we would talk.
These talks now, you mentioned in the past that they were of a spiritual nature, personal nature, and a sexual nature. Did that pattern persist in throughout November? Subsequent,
Yes.
I should say November, December, subsequent to this incident.
Yeah, new subject matters were incorporated. But for the most part, that same kind of thing continued.
Well, let me ask you this. You say regarding the future. Did that future, was that related to the relationship prospects between yourself and Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Prior to, let's even make it specific to November 26th, were you and Travis boyfriend and girlfriend?
No, we were not.
When did you, for the sake of discussion now, when did you become boyfriend and girlfriend?
We became boyfriend, girlfriend. Well, we didn't term it that, but we became, not initially, we became exclusive, to my understanding, on February 2nd, 2007.
Okay. So it was a good 2-3 months later after this incident before you became exclusive or boyfriend and girlfriend? Or
Yes.
okay. Now, as it relates to these times, and I want to back up a little bit, when you were in public with Mr. Alexander prior to November 26th, did you act publicly as if you were boyfriend and girlfriend?
No, not in public.
What about during the trip to Ehrenberg? I mean, were you holding hands? Did you have your arm around each other? Was that different than most of the other times?
Inside the motel room, definitely. Inside the truck stop, the restaurant adjoins this mini mart, and he He grabbed my butt there. There were some men standing by, and he did that right in front of them. And other than that, I think he wasn't too affectionate at Sizzler. I don't really remember, but he was very affectionate inside the motel room while we were being physical.
Okay. As you were having this, what was the beginnings of a sexual relationship, you've had these few sexual encounters. Were you under the impression that this was something that was supposed to be kept a secret?
I got that impression from different things, different hints and clues and things that his friend said.
Okay. Would that be, without directly saying what they're saying, would that be directly related to the vow of chastity and Travis's, the belief that Travis was adhering to it?
I don't know. I believed that we were adhering to it.
Okay.
It was more, sorry.
So even at the point in time when you had this unwanted anal sex, you believed you were complying with the vow of chastity?
By definition. It didn't really feel that way, but by definition I did believe that.
In that regard, then, there must have been some reason why you felt like you couldn't tell anybody about these encounters, right?
Yes.
And what was that reason?
I don't typically talk about my sex life with people. That was pretty much the simple reason.
Did Mr. Alexander know that?
He knew I was discreet. I didn't reveal anything about Daryl.
Okay. Did he ask?
In the beginning, he joked about it, but he didn't press for too many details. I didn't give him any.
Okay. So after November 26th, and you're still living in Palm Desert, right?
Yes.
And Travis is still living in Mesa, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds to me like in this point in time in the story, you hadn't come to visit him in Mesa. Is that correct?
Yes, I had never been to Arizona.
Okay. Let's talk about then the next time you saw Mr. Alexander. When was that?
It was about, it was the Friday following the Sunday I was baptized.
And where did that meeting take place?
At his house.
His house in Mesa?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the plan? Were you coming out there for a weekend? Were you coming out there for a long time? What was the idea, the purpose of the visit?
There was another regional event happening, a Super Saturday in Phoenix, with a special guest speaker that was flying in. It was really big in the company. So a ton of people were carpooling, caravanning out from California, and I was part of the caravan. And we all, I think there were 3 or 4 vehicles. They were coming from Paris, California, Moreno Valley, Murrieta, other Southern California towns, and Palm Desert is on the way, so that was the last stop where I met them at Carl's Jr., and we all got on the road and drove together for the most of the drive.
Okay. When you, in this event in Mesa, I'm assuming this wasn't at Mr. Alexander's home, is that right?
The event?
Yeah.
No, it was in Phoenix.
Okay. So you carpool with these people from California. You get to this meeting in Phoenix. Is this where you see Mr. Alexander at this meeting?
No, we went to his house first on Friday night. The event was Saturday morning.
Okay. You say we. Who was we?
Me and Do you want me to name names?
Well, no, that's okay. Just some of the people you were carpooling with?
Yes, his friends and people that were in the company.
What was the purpose of going to Mr. Alexander's house? Were you staying there? Could you just describe that for us?
Yes, a bunch of people from out of state were coming to his house, and we were all going to crash there.
Okay. And what were the sleeping arrangements to be?
Well, the sleeping arrangements after we got there, we were determining those things.
Well, let me ask you this. Prior to, obviously, Mr. Alexander, you knew you were coming out to this event, right?
Yes.
Did he give any indications to you that while you were in Mesa, and how many days was this going to be?
It's Saturday and we would leave Sunday.
Okay.
Well, we arrived Friday night.
Okay. So while you were in Mesa for this 3-day weekend, I guess, did he give you any indication that he wanted to engage or have some sort of sexual interaction with you?
No, it was just the opposite.
Okay. Told you he didn't?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us about that weekend then. Was yourself and others, did you wind up having a sexual encounter with Mr. Alexander that weekend?
No, he joked about oral sex, giving him, but he was concerned about his ex-girlfriend there, and he didn't want us to be affectionate in front of her.
And this ex-girlfriend, we heard from a girl by the name of Lisa, then by the name of Lisa Andrews. Is that the girlfriend we're talking about?
No, Lisa Andrews came afterward. This was a girlfriend prior to
Okay.
Lisa.
All right. And what was her name?
Deanna.
So he expressed to you concern that Deanna would be jealous.
He didn't say jealous.
Did he express misgivings about how the two of you were to act in front of Deanna?
Yes, he felt he needed to warn me.
Warn you that what?
We're going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Yes, Ms. Arias, you may step down. Let's address the last objection. Mr. Martinez.
She was going to talk about what Mr. Alexander told her, and that's hearsay.
You know, hearsay has a much more complex definition than just the fact that something comes out of someone else's mouth. That does not hearsay make. It has to be an assertion intended as an assertion by the declarant that is offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This goes to Ms. Arias' state of mind as it relates to how she was to act in front of this girlfriend, Deanna. It goes to the effect of the listener. I don't even think it's hearsay because it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. As to the reasons why that Mr. Alexander was concerned about his conduct in front of Ms. Reed, that we're not going to the truth of the matter, that the effect of how this affected Ms. Arias' conduct and the behavior that weekend.
But as we discussed at the bench yesterday, if you can redirect her by rephrasing the question, that is preferable. We'll limit the number of bench conferences we need to have. So just rephrase the question.
Sure.
When the jury returns. All right. Mr. Nerman, you wanted to make a record? Did you want to do that now?
Well, yes, Your Honor, that's fine, but I believe I'd like to have the sheriff's
Privately.
office begin by addressing what they're requesting, and then so I can make my objection to it.
All right. Mr. Dutcher, on behalf of the sheriff.
Good morning, Judge. Scott Dutcher on behalf of Sheriff Arpaio. Come to the sheriff's attention, there have been some conferences in chambers in a non-secure area of the courthouse with Miss Arias present, and that's not something the sheriff permits. After we all discussed this morning before court began, I did explore some other options with the sheriff's office, and I know the defense has some concerns, and this may be an option if everyone wants this. If there are short conferences as lieu of having everyone clear the courtroom, right over here is a secure area, and there aren't chairs. I don't know if we can get some chairs, but if it's a short conference, we can all enter this area of the courthouse, which is a secure area of the jail, and everyone can, I guess, say whatever they need to say. I don't know if that's an option that everyone wants, but that or the courtroom are the only options available, Judge. It is a security issue to have inmates in unsecure areas of the jail, and that's not something the sheriff allows for any inmate, including Miss Arias.
All right. And you wanted to make a record on that, Mr. Nerman?
Judge, I just want to recite, at least, obviously, we know the Sixth Amendment guarantees my client's right to be present at all vital stages of these proceedings, and any denial of that would be a denial of due process and reason for mistrial. In this regard, obviously, based on whatever the reasons were when we were asking to do this, whatever party was, both parties have asked, and the court has understood that under those circumstances, with not going into what they are, that those were important. There were reasons for it. That is why some of those records have been sealed. So, Judge, I believe that, at least for the record, and our assertion is that regardless, and I'm not trying to get in a dispute with the sheriff's office, but Miss Arias is entitled to do that. I don't know about the viability from a logistics standpoint of what the sheriff's office is suggesting, but I just want to make it clear for the record that we're asserting that she has an absolute right to be present, and if that needs to be facilitated in some way, either through clearing the courtroom or alternative means, and that is the basis of our assertion, and we will not waver on that point. If it gets more contentious in that regard, I would be asking for motions from the sheriff's office because this is such an important right.
All right, the court will make the best determination it can in any given circumstance, including clearing the courtroom if necessary to accommodate a defense request or a confidential meeting. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, for lunch. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and counsel. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I'm sure you are accustomed to delays, and your patience is appreciated. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before lunch, we were talking about the time, a weekend, that you and some fellow members of prepaid legal were spending with Mr. Alexander, and that was his home. Is that right?
Yes.
You were talking about, you mentioned an individual by the name of Deanna. Did Deanna have a last name?
Reed.
Okay. And this Miss Reed, what was your understanding of who she was?
My understanding was that she was an ex-girlfriend.
An ex-girlfriend of Mr.
Travis.
Alexander's?
Yes, of Travis's. That she was somebody Travis had once been very serious with, that he was once in love with, and they were both in love, and they separated. A lot of the history I know is through Travis.
Okay.
I mean, all of it, really.
Okay,
And
well, that's
his
fine.
friends.
Were you instructed to act a certain way with Travis when Miss Reed was present?
Yes.
How was that?
He warned me that she was emotionally unstable and that she would freak out if she saw him with other girls or if he attempted to move on anytime he tried to date somebody.
Did you see, I take it, and maybe I'm incorrect, was this the first time you met Miss Reed was in December 2006?
It's the first time I saw her. I don't recall meeting her. He advised me to steer clear of her at his house, so I didn't, seize the opportunity to go introduce myself or anything like that.
Okay. These instructions, if you will, that were given to you regarding Miss Reed, was that some sort of constant dictate throughout the course of your relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, the entire time, even after we eventually broke up.
Okay. Because you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend in December 2006, correct?
No, we were not.
Okay. In that regard, you mentioned, and we'll talk up into from the time you met Mr. Alexander to the time you're at his home in Mesa, 2006, for the first time. Were you dating other people?
There were, I was asked out on a few dates. Some I turned down and one I accepted during that time.
Did Mr. Alexander know about these dates?
Yes, he knew about when I was asked, and I think I did tell him. I don't remember. It was a church member. I don't remember if I told him.
Okay. All right. Before we move past December 2006, based on what you're telling us earlier, there was no sexual interaction between you and Travis during this weekend.
No, there were insinuations after everyone went to sleep, but he seemed almost paranoid that... Sorry.
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, so oh, and Miss C, what is going? What's up, Miss C? What happened? And so, Mermaid, one of my friends, oh, Doug, he was trying to get some fish traps from Amazon, and they sent him the black ones instead of the green ones, and it doesn't lure them in the cage well. So he was just showing me about how sometimes you get these orders mixed up, and it's kind of silly. I think, but yeah, whatever. Jodi lies. Yeah. Oh, you forgot your TV. It's funny, Missy. All right. And Arias said, who has the capability to stab a man to death that way, and he bench pressed 200 pounds. Right. The old, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny, Mermaid. It's how different groups of people react to things. And there's certainly Temu Sheen situations out there for people. It's there's a lot of those incidences out there like that. So now people could just do something and not even give it any kind of forethought to it after they do it. It's really wild how people could just go home like nothing happened, or like Jodi on the stand just acts like, it's a regular day. It's cringe. Yeah. So yeah, it was a Temu surgery. It was a person getting a BBL, and the dude was like the Temu surgeon. That's what it was a Temu surgery. Yeah. So I understand like Amazon could be Temu sometimes. And by the way, my weather is very windy and cold where I am. Right, now we'll be continuing with the stream.
We were talking about the fact that any
Yeah, you see, with the surgeries, and a lot of times these surgeries are done by people that are amateurs or they're professionals or are not doing it in a hospital setting. So a lot of mistakes and things are going to happen, and people from those BBL, one person was pumped with cement. I mean, it was like an underground one, and then some other person died from it because they didn't have the proper amount of. They overdosed them on sleep to put them out for a second. They put too much in there. So yeah, having a hospital setting is a proper way to do it, even if they're professional doctors. Yeah, so people want to get something done. They need to go to professionals that are working in hospitals. Right.
that no sexual interaction took place between you and Mr. Alexander, and you were explaining how he was paranoid about being caught. Is that right?
Yeah, he seemed hypervigilant about us having any physical contact, even just holding hands or hugging or anything like that.
What do you mean hypervigilant? Did you hold hands and things like that, but he was paranoid people might see it, or can you describe that for us?
Well, even after Deanna left and everyone, we all found our sleeping arrangements, Travis and I slept in the front room. He had 2 leather couches, brown leather couches, and I slept on one and he slept on the other. And there were other people sleeping in an adjacent family room. and then there were other people sleeping in the loft, and there were 2 ladies that were sleeping in his bed upstairs. And even after all the lights were out and it was dark, we were laying on the couch talking, and he had his hand laying like that, just off the couch, and I just put my hand out and just touched his fingers. Nothing erotic or anything, just being affectionate. And he kind of pulled away and sat up and looked around to see if anyone was awake, and then he just kind of turned over toward me, but didn't reach out anymore.
So based on your interaction with him over the weekend, you were left with the impression that he certainly didn't want anyone to know that you were involved in any way.
Objection, leading speculation.
Rephrase.
Based on this conduct, when he pulls his hand away out of fear of being seen, did that leave you with the impression that Mr. Alexander didn't want people to know that you were in any way intimately involved with him?
Objection, speculation. Maybe he didn't want to have sex with her.
Overruled.
Yes.
Were you there the weekend to have sex with Mr. Alexander?
No, it was a business trip. I was excited to see him because I liked him, but no, definitely not for that.
Were you hoping he might bend you over the bed and have anal sex with you?
No.
Now, you didn't have any physical or romantic contact with him this weekend because other people were there and he wanted to keep it a secret. That was your understanding.
Yes, there was one romantic gesture as I was leaving.
And where did that take place?
He walked me out to my car to load up the bags, or my luggage, and his friend Chris was sitting in their Lexus SUV on the street, and he was on the phone facing, I guess we were in the driveway and he would have been facing west because he was parked up near the house. And my car was parked in the driveway. And after the trunk shut, he looked around and saw that Chris had his back to us and he was on the phone and he said, "Here, kiss me quick while no one's looking." And so we just kissed, it was a brief kiss. And that was it. And sorry.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. At this point in time, you had engaged in several, maybe half dozen, maybe not quite a half dozen, instances of sexual contact with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yeah, well, how many did you say?
Well, around a half dozen, give or take, probably a few less.
Something close to that.
Okay. And he doesn't want anyone seemingly to know that you have any sort of relationship in December 2006. So my question to you then is, how did that make you feel?
I didn't give it too much thought. It didn't make me feel good, but it didn't make me upset. I just it's something I kept ignoring and putting out of my mind and just ignoring.
Okay. So you weren't mad at him?
No.
Did you ever think, at this point in time, I'm done with this guy?
Maybe not in the context that I think you're putting it.
Okay. Well, what context was it then? I mean, at this point in time, you didn't say, "Gee whiz, we're doing all this activity. He doesn't even want to hold my hand in public. It's time to end this"?
It bothered me a little bit, but we talked about the status of our relationship the next day.
And based on that conversation, use the word status, what was the status of your relationship based on this conversation? To your understanding, what was the status?
After talking, I was encouraged to date other people.
And, you know, we talked a moment ago about, you know, how you were asked out on one date or asked out on a few dates before December. At this point in time, when you're going to Ehrenberg and all those things, were you of the mind that Mr. Alexander wasn't dating anyone else?
I had that impression. I found out it was false.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a bit. But in January of 2007, or after December 2006, excuse me, you said that you were encouraged to date other individuals.
Yes.
Okay. Was there a certain type of individual you were encouraged to date?
Yes, he wasn't specific that first time, but then he got more specific afterward.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you go on dates?
Yes.
Do you know, to your knowledge, did Mr. Alexander learn about these dates?
Yes.
And where were these? You were in, is this in December or is this in January of the following year?
I think it would have been January.
And you're still living in Palm, I got the sense that maybe you were moved out of your Palm Desert home by then, is that?
No, I stayed in Palm Desert until early May, I think.
Okay. So you were back in, did these dates take place in Palm Desert?
No,
Where did they take place?
Pasadena.
Okay. And was there one particular individual? Did you go on several dates?
I went on dates with two different individuals. Yeah, 2 official dates.
2 actual dates. And you mentioned Pasadena. You weren't living there. Why were these dates taking place in Pasadena?
I had a doctor's appointment in Pasadena, so there was a guy that I had met. He was sitting next to me at the Super Saturday event, the one that I was texting Travis at, and he was very lively, and he asked me out. Not right away. He was talking to me, getting to know me during the event, and then said, I don't remember how he worded it, but maybe we should go out sometime.
And this Super Saturday that you met this particular individual, when did this take place?
It would have been the same date as the photographs, so November 11th, 2006.
And did this individual ask you out on the 11th of November 2006?
Yes, but nothing confirmed or concrete. He just threw it out there, and I said, okay, maybe, sure, you know.
Did you feel like it would have been, at that point in time, considering your relationship with Mr. Alexander, that it would have been inappropriate for you to date this individual?
Not just a date. I wouldn't have considered it inappropriate. I don't think so.
You would or wouldn't have?
I would not have if it was just a date.
Okay. So you run into this individual again down the road.
Yes.
You mentioned Pasadena. You have a date with this individual.
We agreed to meet in Pasadena.
Okay. And who was this person?
His name is Abe Abdelhadi.
And how many dates did you have with Mr. Abdelhadi?
Just one.
And you dated another individual, you said?
I went on what I thought was going to be a date. It turned out to be more platonic, and that was someone else.
And who was that?
His name is John.
John what?
Dixon.
Okay. So you said the date with Mr. Dixon was, if I heard you correctly, platonic, right?
He invited me to get lunch. We got sushi, we chit-chatted. I didn't get any vibes or major chemistry. We were just friendly, so that's the impression I was left with.
Okay. And the date with Mr. Abduhadi, was that more, or I should say, was that a less platonic situation?
It developed into that, sort of, but, you know, I mean, I don't know. We were just on a date, so it was not, he wasn't as, I don't know how to put it. It was different from the lunch date that I had.
Did Mr. Alexander know of these dates?
Yes. He didn't know prior, but
Okay.
he knew afterward.
How did he know? Did you tell him?
I didn't answer my phone that night. So, because I went to hang out with John Dixon again, and it was again platonic. He wanted to show me.
Objection, she's not responsive.
Sorry, I get distracted.
Why were you with John Dixon again?
He invited me over to show me clips from a movie he was directing. And he just played some of those clips on his computer. And we watched some clips from Pirates of the Caribbean. And that was it. I think we might have hugged when I left. I don't remember.
And it was at this time, I believe you're telling us that Mr. Alexander called and you weren't able to take his call at that moment.
Yes.
Was he angry that you didn't respond to his call or weren't there to answer his phone call?
He wasn't angry, just inquisitive.
Okay. And that inquisition, if you will, led to you describing the fact that you were with Mr. Dixon.
Yes.
And how did that sit with Travis?
He wasn't warmly received. He didn't appear to get angry, but I could tell he was upset in the way he was, in his tone, his mood changed.
What about the date with Mr. Abduhadi? How did Travis come to learn of that date?
Same conversation, because both of those dates were on the same day in Pasadena.
Okay. Was his distaste for your date with Mr. Abduhadi, was it different than that with John Dixon?
Objection, as soon as that's not evidence. She didn't say he was distasteful. She characterized it differently.
Overruled.
Can you say that question again? Sorry.
I'm going to try. Was Travis angry about your date with Mr. Abduhadi?
It appeared to me, or it seemed to me, it was over the phone, so I didn't see him, but from the tone of his voice, he seemed upset.
Was that at a different level or different reaction than it was related to Mr. Dixon?
I think it was all sort of cumulative.
Well, you mentioned the fact that as far as being encouraged to date, you said that there were certain people, eventually you thought didn't matter what kind of person you were encouraged to date. Then you said later on you were encouraged to date a particular type of person. So what I was asking is there some difference between Mr. Abduhadi and Mr. Dixon that caused, to your understanding, extra anxiety with Mr. Alexander?
I think they were grouped the same because they weren't church members, and I was sort of reprimanded for that.
by Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
So it wasn't that they being Mr. Dixon and Mr. Abduhadi, were different from each other. The problem was, from your understanding, was that they were both not church members, and Mr. Alexander wanted you to only date church members.
Yes.
I gotta ask, at this point in time, you've been encouraged to date. Why would you care, or why would you allow Mr. Alexander to have any input on who you dated?
I sort of felt that way when he said that. I'm thinking he can't tell me who to date. But he explained to me the importance of dating within the church, and it made sense to me, so I agreed with him.
You what?
I agreed with him.
Okay. So based on this conversation with Mr. Alexander, then you agree to him that you're not going to date outside the church. Is that what we're taking away from this?
I agreed with what he told me.
Okay. Now, the time period we're talking about was January 2007, and you told us that you and Travis officially became a couple in February of 2007, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did it go from you dating other people, him encouraging you to dating other people, to this relationship, this boyfriend and girlfriend label?
A lot of things happened in that 3-week period.
Well, let's talk about that. What happened from your perspective to get you from dating other individuals to being Travis's girlfriend?
Well, the first thing I did is he hung up on me that night. He was upset, and so it kind of jarred me a little bit. So I decided to write him an email, and I don't know why, but I felt like I was cheating on him, even though he had told me to date other people. I felt guilty about it, and so I expressed that to him. And while I was writing the email, he sent me a text message. I don't know if I can say what it said.
Well, you write in this email and you're expressing your feelings. Did you ever send it?
Yes.
Without telling us what was said, did this get to, is this kind of discontent that led to you two deciding, well, okay, that's it, we're going to be a couple? Is that what you're telling us?
Not in that moment. It was a process over a few weeks.
Okay. But that sort of thing led you, that sort of disconnect or feelings is what led you two to be a couple?
I think it sort of started us on the path
Okay.
to be more official.
Okay. So now when you say you and Travis officially became a couple, what did that mean? Was there some sort of agreement, or you sat down and said you're not going to date other people? Tell us about the day that you and Travis became a couple, if you will.
I went out to his house that weekend, well, the first weekend of February. We hung out. We were watching, I don't know if we were watching a movie, we were on the internet, we were just reading books, we were just doing things in the house all day, hanging out. And we were each reading our own books. And we were sitting in this oversized chair next to his bed, just two of us squeezed into it.
Well, let me ask you that. Where were you?
In his bedroom.
Okay. What brought you to his home, and this is February. Do you remember the day?
Not exactly, but it would have been the 1st or the 2nd,
Okay.
maybe the 3rd.
So you go to his house in early February. Why were you there? I mean, there must have been some discussion about you coming to visit him, I assume. Is that right?
No, there wasn't actually.
Okay. Tell us how you came to see Mr. Alexander in early February.
Well, that month he showed up on my doorstep at 1:40 in the morning without warning, and that's when I met Dan Freeman. And so a few weeks later, I thought I would repay him in kind and surprise him as well.
Okay, before we fast forward back to February, we heard about Mr. Freeman coming to your door at 1:40 in the morning, as you just talked about, and you and Travis went back to the bedroom. Is that accurate to your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Freeman wasn't in that bedroom. Could you describe for us what happened in the bedroom while Mr. Freeman was outside of the door?
We just made out.
What do you mean, just made out?
It didn't go very far. We were just kissing and playing around and just having fun.
Okay. No oral sex?
No.
No anal sex?
No.
And your clothing stayed on?
Yes.
Okay. So after this, a few weeks later, you surprised Mr. Alexander in early February. Do you remember about what time you arrived in the home?
I had to work that night, so I hit the road. I don't remember. I think it was around 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
And you were coming from Palm Desert?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what happened when you arrived.
I pulled up to his house and I was kind of excited the whole trip. I was like thinking, I mean, he thought it was hilarious when he came, so I thought it would be funny to do that.
Could you speak up a minute?
I'm sorry. But as I approached the door, I had doubts. I thought, I kind of felt stupid. I was like, what is he going to think if I'm showing up at his house at 3 o'clock in the morning? So I started to like go back and forth and waver, and then I walked back to my car, and then I stopped. I was going to get all the way in the car and just go back because I felt silly. But I turned around and looked at the house one more time, and I noticed in the upper window there were lights flashing, like that was the loft where the screen would have been for the television or movies or whatever. So somebody was awake. So I decided, okay, what the heck. So before I could change my mind, I went back to the front door and rang the doorbell.
Okay. And who answered the door?
Travis and Napoleon.
Okay. And Napoleon is his dog, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I could hear him before anything else.
What's that?
I could hear him before anything else. He was
Okay.
barking very loudly when the doorbell rang.
Did Mr. Alexander appear to you to be happy to see you?
Yes, he looked very surprised and he had a big grin on his face.
Okay. What happened after that? Did he let you in the home? How did that go?
He pulled me into the house. It was cold out, so it was February, so I had a jacket on with a hood. And he just stood there, kind of a similar reaction to me when he showed up, just dumbfounded but happy, like what the heck. And then his roommate came downstairs, and Travis yanked the hood off my head and said, "Well, this is Jodi." So.
And which roommate was that?
Thomas Brown.
Okay. So after you met Mr. Brown and he introduces you in the way he does, what takes place?
The three of us go upstairs and get comfortable on the love sacks. They're like giant bean bags. Travis and I took the center one, and then Thomas, I think, was on the other side. He would have been on my right.
Okay. as far as, and now we're talking, I know, late in the night or early hours of the morning, what were your sleeping arrangements in Mr. Alexander's home?
Well, based on the last time I was at his home and how he reacted, I told him it's okay if you want me to sleep on the couch. I'm okay with that. And he balked and insisted that I stay in his bedroom with him.
And did you end up spending the night in the bedroom?
Yes.
Did any sexual activity happen that night?
Yes, it did happen that night and the next night.
I'm sorry, and you said the next night?
Yes.
Okay. What happened that first night?
I don't recall specifics. I just know that we were intimate. The same kinds of things we had done before, nothing different. No, except we did the anal sex briefly, but there was none of that.
Okay. And at this point in time as well, you hadn't had penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander, is that
No.
right? Okay. And did you stay the next day then?
Yes.
What did you do? What did you and Travis do?
We hung out all day. He was showing me a museum that had come through Phoenix recently. It was called Body World. He was showing me that museum online, and it had just left town. Otherwise, he wanted to go take me to see it, but it was gone. So we just hung out at the house. I'm trying to remember if we left. I think we stayed at the house all day and hung out.
Okay. So you don't recall going out to dinner, going out to a movie, anything like that? Stayed home all day?
No. We might have gone to grab a bite to eat, but I don't think so.
Okay. And I know you talked about you spent the next night with him. Did any sexual activity happen during that day?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It was at night.
Okay, so you spend all day there. Are his roommates home?
I don't remember if Thomas had to work or not during the day, but they were home. It was Thomas and I think Aaron Dewey.
Okay. When you were in front of the roommates, did he hold hands with you, put his arm around you, anything of that nature?
No. We stayed in the bedroom a lot, but when we hung out downstairs, if the roommates were there, we were just regular, like friends.
Okay. And I'm not talking from a sexual standpoint, but was he otherwise physically affectionate or expressive with you when you guys were behind the closed doors of his bedroom?
Yes.
So you spent 2 nights there. You said this is a point in time that you became his girlfriend. What was the discussion then that got you to the point where you were to be his girlfriend?
Am I allowed to say what was said?
Well, did the two of you have a conversation?
Yes.
And what was the subject matter of that conversation?
My dating life.
And during that conversation, did Mr. Alexander express to you his desire that you not date other people?
Yes.
And how did you receive that?
Well, it was kind of a lighthearted conversation. I didn't know if he was joking or not because he was talking about my dating life, but not his. So I looked at him like, what do you mean by that? And then he clarified and kind of laughed.
You mentioned his dating life. Did you inquire if he was dating anyone else?
No, I didn't.
Did he offer up any information that he might be dating someone else?
Not during that conversation.
He did later. He offered him up himself.
Yes, I later found out he was dating a girl named Chelsea around the Christmas time. And it also would have been the time, I think, that I might have been in December, there in December, but I'm not sure. It was close to Christmas.
But this isn't something he volunteered to you at the time you were having this boyfriend-girlfriend talk, right?
No.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I think it was near Thanksgiving, actually, that they dated. I can't remember. It was the holiday.
Okay.
But they were separated by the time. I don't know. It's in his emails, so. it's
Okay.
fine.
So this moment in time that you became his girlfriend, were you happy about that?
Yeah, I felt pretty good about it. I don't know, we had made a lot of progress over the last 3 weeks because of some things that had happened involving some other friends of his, and he had seemed to really change and better himself, and he was treating me very nicely, and when we became what I believe was exclusive, then it just seemed like the natural next step.
What do you mean by some things that had happened with some friends of his? What do you mean by that? Without telling me specifically what was said.
Travis he was a funny guy, and he would make jokes a lot, and he made some jokes toward me that were not very nice, but they were jokes, but still didn't sit well with me, so I expressed that with some of his friends when we were hanging out, and they advised me to...
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
May continue.
They advised me to stop dating him immediately.
These jokes, you characterize them as jokes. What do you mean? What would he say to you?
Alright, so I'm going to tell you some hypothetical reasons why she may have done it. There are theories. Over having other women over the time are friends of his. You mean the girls he has sex with? Yeah. Yeah. She was convicted of first-degree murder 2013 and of Travis Alexander. While the motive remains a subject of intense debate between the prosecution and defense, the two primary explanations are this. Now, Hose would laugh at his jokes. He would smash them, and you get so mad. Yep, that's she gets mad, all right. Yeah. Yeah, being around the bush. Yeah. Right, jealousy and premeditation. Prosecution's argument. The Maricopa County attorney argued that Arias killed Alexander in a jealous rage because he was ending their relationship and planned to go on a trip to Mexico with another woman. Evidence presented for premeditation include Arias borrowing gas cans to avoid leaving digital trail of gas station stops, and her theft of a .25 caliber pistol from her grandparents and home shortly before the crime. Okay, yes. You see, and she did the same thing. She went dumped someone for another guy. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? in a self-defense argument from the defense. So the defense's side is saying self-defense. Arias eventually admitted to deletion killing, but claimed that she acted in self-defense. She testified that Alex was physically and emotionally abusive, and that he attacked her in a linebacker lunge after she dropped his camera in the shower. Her defense team called expert witnesses to argue that she suffered from PTSD and domestic violence syndrome. Yeah, exactly. You know, she didn't want to be with a guy that's like that. Right. If she didn't want to be with a guy that's like that, she shouldn't have went with that in the first place. Fence. And she was triggered by something. She testified that she dropped Alexander's camera while taking photos of him in the shower, which sent him into a rage attack. She claimed that he body slammed her in the chest. In response, fearing for her life, she said she grabbed the gun from the closet and went to off the lunge like a linebacker. Amnesia claimed, despite admitting to the shooting, she claimed she had no memory of the subsequent 27 stabbings or slitting his throat, suggesting she blacked out due to trauma. Well, Mermaid, glad that you left the person. That's good. That's good. You don't be around weirdos like that. Yeah. So if someone's violent and someone is dealing with other women, and she's not into that, then she needs to. She should have just left him and not going back with him. Right, said I hate when they say stuff like, it'll be unsafe if I leave. Oh, and they won't let me. Yeah, no, if you leave, they will let you, trust me. Yeah, such a liar, yeah. A lot of the stuff they do is scare tactics, but it's not really real. All right, let's see. Yes, it's strongly suggested that he was attacked from behind during the significant portion of the struggle. Right, said, I think she was pretending to take a pic of him and then accidentally did during the deletion killing, and bloody killer pics she took as evidence. Right. Right. The autopsy revealed a cluster of 9 stab wounds in his upper back. These were described by the medical examiner as being tightly... Oh. Alright, by the medical examiner as being tightly grouped as being tightly grouped, suggesting he was in a confined space or an asymmetrical position where he could be dominant from behind. Head lacerations. There were deep slashes in the back of the scalp and skull, which the prosecution argued occurred as he was running away from the attacker toward the sink. Gunshot placement. While Arias claimed that she shot him while he was lunging at her, forensic analysts of the gunshot in his head suggests the bullet entered through his forehead but followed an unusual trajectory. That some experts believe he was more consistent with being shot from above or while he was already incapacitated on the floor. Defense wounds. He also had extensive defense wounds on his hands and arms, indicating that he eventually facing the attacker and trying to block the knife as the struggle moved from the hallway. I think she was pretending to take pics of him, then accidentally did during the killing via the bloody killer pics, and she took in evidence. Glad she accidentally took pics of incriminating herself. To me, they looked in purpose. I was like, who takes these pic of a murder unless you're a detective? Yeah. Yeah, she is like Chucky. Definitely. She also slit his throat ear to ear and left a wound deep into his neck. Also. She shot him after she killed him. That's just outstandingly ridiculous. Oh yeah, I know. It was way overdone. Yeah, and she stabbed him 27 times. The little fake's soft talk even more horrifying. Yeah, you see how calm she could act? It's really moronic, how calm she could act. And very deceitful and creepy at the same time. Yeah. Alright, so this is how it worked. While the Arias claimed that she shot Travis in self-defense, at the start of the struggle, forensic evidence and a testimony from a medical examiner led the prosecution to argue he was shot last, possibly after he was already dead or dying. Prosecution timeline: the attack was the stabbing. The attack began with a shower where he was stabbed multiple times, including in the back. The struggle: he attempted to escape, bleeding profusely as he moved into the hallway. The throat slashed: he was slashed from ear to ear, an injury so severe he nearly decapitated him, would have caused him to lose consciousness within seconds. Yeah, exactly. Very insane. Gunshots. Arias fired a 25 caliber bullet into his forehead. Forensic experts testified that because there was very little bleeding from the head wound, his heart had likely already stopped or his blood pressure had plummeted from the throat wound, meaning he was likely post-mortem already dead when shot. It certainly was an overkill, stabbed many times. Yeah, she's, even whatever he did or didn't do, whatever triggered her, she still reacted incorrectly, in my opinion. Evidence that the wound was post-mortem, occurring after death, was centerpiece of the prosecution's case. Jodi Arias' self-defense was a fabricated story. Lack of hemorrhaging. Dr. Horn testified that there was no hemorrhaging or bleeding in Travis Alexander's brain tissue along the bullet path. In a living person, a gunshot to the head causes immediate and massive bleeding because the heart is still pumping. The absence of this suggests his heart had already stopped before the shot was fired. Blood loss from the other wounds. The throat wound was 3 to 4 inches deep, severing major vessels, carotid artery, jugular vein, and the trachea. This would have caused person to bleed out and lose consciousness. In seconds, leaving no blood pressure to fuel a bleed from subsequent gunshots. Incapacitation sequence. Experts argue that Alexander had been shot first, which, if this is not really true, Arias claimed that he would have been instantly incapable and unable to struggle or move through the hallway, and blood evidence showed he did. Afterthought shot. Characterize a gunshot as post-mortem event of an afterthought driven by, once Alexander already dead or dying, the combination of 27 stab wounds and ear-to-ear throat slashing. And Mermaid, some of these people in these different, this has nothing to do with religions, but in these types of religions that are different than like this one, I don't know. There seems to sometimes be cases like this. I don't know if their strict interpretation had something to do with it, where it could have added fuel to the fire. I don't know, on both sides, because they were into some deviant things, and their culture is very strict. So, and it went out. Okay. All right, so I'm back. Basically, and I don't know if there seem to be into some deviant things, so I don't know if that if their strict religious interpretation had something to do with repressing something that came out later with their odd behavior, although they're probably going to do this stuff anyway. And then it just was coming out over time because people were in the chat were pointing out yesterday the hypocrisy of the way that they act when their religion tells them to do something else. So that was something that we brought up from before. Yeah, so she probably was already dead. I'll say he was already dead when the gunshot wounds happened. So it was certainly an overkill. And she's definitely a weirdo, indeed.
He called me a skank
In front of other people?
in front of his roommate Josh Ford.
And he thought that was funny?
I didn't react, and he said, "I'm just kidding," very quickly.
He calls you a skank in front of a roommate of his. Why not just hightail it out of there?
We were on the phone actually when he said that. We were talking, and then he began to have a conversation with somebody else, so I waited. And then he apologized. He said, "Sorry, Josh just got home." I said, tell him I said hi. Jodi says hi. And I could hear a muffled response in the background. It sounded friendly, but Travis said, "You're a skank." So I knew that came from Travis, not Josh. And then he said, "I'm just kidding." So at that point, I didn't really know what to say. I just kind of, in a polite way, got off the phone with him. And then the conversation with his friends ensued because I was at their house when that phone call took place.
You mentioned a couple other things.
Yeah, she's you would never do that to someone. Like, I don't know how maybe a good fight be up, but deleting is out of this world. Yeah, deleting somebody is really far out there to do, and to certainly do an overkill like that in such a gruesome, barbaric way is another thing to it. It's very bizarre. So, like, the person already had something wrong with them to begin with. Not that all people in this group... Lori Vallow was a Mormon, but not all Mormons are like that. But still, that was another one that was in this religion. Not that, as I said, has nothing to do with it probably. But still, Lori Vallow, another crazy one. Jodi, or as we call her, Jodi, was completely crazy, was not like a normal person. Fighting's okay, but this excessive, brutal annihilation was completely uncalled for. Right. Absolutely.
Did he call you other names in a supposed joking manner?
Yes.
I'm going to check. Assuming the fact's not in evidence. Josh Ford called her a skank. She interpreted that to be from Mr.
Judge,
Alexander.
that's not accurate of what he said. These objections are inappropriate, Judge. Not what she testified.
Restate your question. Overruled.
Did Mr. Alexander call you other names besides skank in a joking manner?
Yes.
What were they?
Called me Pollyanna. He called me porn star.
In front of people?
Pollyanna, yes. Porn star, no.
Okay. And what was the point of calling you Pollyanna?
At the time, I had long platinum blonde hair, and I think because my demeanor at that time was kind of happy-go-lucky, positive, shrug things off if they were negative. I always looked at the bright side of things. That's kind of how I expressed myself. So with that demeanor plus my blonde hair, and he wanted to have braids sometimes, so he gave me that nickname.
Okay. But he would call you Pollyanna in front of your friends as well.
Yes.
You mentioned that he referred to you as a skank, and this set off somewhat of a conversation with some friends of his about how he treated you, right?
Yes.
And in your mind, you said he was treating you better, so you felt as if these issues had been resolved and you were getting closer.
The issue was, like, the can of worms was opened when that happened, when he called me that, and then I voiced my concerns about it. Sort of opened up a can of worms, I guess.
Well, did it open up a dialogue that ultimately led to this resolution, I guess?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So you are early February, your boyfriend or girlfriend, these issues have been spilled out on the table and resolved, so to speak. Are you happy?
That day, yes.
Okay.
It was nice.
When you became his girlfriend, did the way he interacted with you in public, did that change?
Around Dan and Desiree Freeman and I think his roommate Aaron Dewey, yes. But everyone else, no.
Okay. So you're telling us that you felt as it, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Was he treating you as a girlfriend in front of these people and not in front of others? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
You made the comment that you were happy for that day. Did something change rapidly to make you not so happy?
Yes.
What happened?
He got up. We had been looking at the Body World Museum, and we're looking at all these different, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but all these different body parts, and it was fascinating, just the human body and the structure and the organs and all of that. And after a while of clicking around on that website, he got up and started straightening out his room and doing some things. And I was looking at the website, and some of the things we had looked at, we went over quickly, and I wanted to look at them again. So I clicked the back button, and until I found what I was looking for, kept clicking back, and then I clicked back one too many times, and I was suddenly in his MySpace account.
And what did you see there?
Well, at first I was confused. I thought, I wonder why he didn't log out. So I didn't see anything in it immediately, but it was the inbox, and the temptation got the better of me, so I clicked on an email.
And was there a particular reason a certain email got your attention?
Yes.
Why?
In early December, one day I logged on to MySpace, and I don't know if you're familiar with MySpace, but the friends in your network, you could see when they're online, because there's a little icon that flashes online now, or online or something. I don't remember. But I saw Travis was online too, so I clicked on his page to wish him good morning or good afternoon or whatever time of the day it was. And I noticed there were a ton of new comments on his page. And they were all from two women, and they were like, I don't know what the computer term is, but they were graphics. It was like graphic art. It was all very flirty, like lips and sparkly hearts and all these kind of suggestive things. So I thought that was interesting, because we hadn't had the discussion yet about moving on or dating other people. This was right before that. And right then I got a phone call from him, and he could see that I was online. And he began to tell me about this crazy experience he had, and it involved this.
Well, let me stop you here just for a second so we're clear. This wasn't after you became his girlfriend. This was a time that you had seen his page previous to that from contacting him, right?
Will you say that again? I'm sorry.
I asked you what drew your attention to the particular email that you opened up the day after you became his girlfriend.
Because I noticed that it was the same girl because he spun a story about it, and when you reply on an email, it says the RE with the colon, and then if you reply again, it has another RE with a colon rather than just one. It increases every time the thread gets longer. RE, 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 RE. So I could see this was a long thread, and it was that girl, and I was curious, so I clicked on it.
Okay. And you recognize that girl, and he had described, you said, a prior wild experience that he had with her, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that wild experience, was that sexual in nature?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. That's not what he described.
Okay. Would you term it sexual in nature?
I would term it more hostile.
Okay. So, moving back then to February of 2007, you're reading this email from this female that was sent to Mr. Alexander. Was what you were reading sexual in nature?
At first, yes.
Okay. So part of the content was sexual. That's my question.
It was kind of flirty, not very explicit, but there were innuendos.
Was there, in the context of this email, was there discussion about them meeting?
Yes.
And was there information related to when they were going to meet or where they were going to meet?
Yes, on the New Year.
Okay. And as Travis's girlfriend, this didn't please you. Is that fair to say?
Well, it didn't make me elated, but it didn't bother me too much.
Did you ask Mr. Alexander about this?
No, not right away.
Okay. And I want to clarify something earlier, because you said, you were his girlfriend, you were happy for a day, and something made you unhappy. And now you're just telling us, well, this email, it didn't make me elated. Did something else make you unhappy, or was it just this email?
There was one other thing that really bothered me a lot more than that email. That email was months before we became official, so it was like, it wasn't, I was a little upset because it wasn't what he told me. So I was thinking, yeah, right. But there was another email that was more disturbing.
And why was that, without going into what it said, why was that disturbing?
It was much more sexual in nature, and it was with a married woman, an LDS married woman.
Okay. And you said it was sexual in nature. Did you get the sense that this woman and Mr. Alexander were engaged in some sort of affair?
I don't know. She lived in Southern California, but they were definitely making plans.
Did you speak with Mr. Alexander about this email?
Eventually I did, but I spoke to Sky about it first.
Okay.
Wasn't sure what to do.
All right. Why not, when you said you weren't sure what to do, why not just break up with him?
Well, part of my reasoning at the time was this was also something that took place a few months back. It was before Christmas, and I was a little disturbed by it made me question what his values were regarding marriage. But I liked him, so I wasn't going to break up with him.
You said you liked him. You were his girlfriend at this point in time. Were you in love with him in February 2007?
I might have been, but I don't recall being in love. I recall having feelings for him, but I don't know that I could say in love yet.
After you left his home as his girlfriend, did you go back to Palm Desert?
Yes.
And at that point in time, well, describe the relationship. You're hundreds of miles away anyway. Are we back to the phone calls, that sort of thing?
Yes, he began to call me more often at that point, owing partially to everything that had happened between his friends and I and him. And so he was a lot better in how he was treating me. So things began to develop a little bit more rapidly.
Okay. You say develop a little more rapidly. You're already boyfriend and girlfriend. What is it developing into?
Well, there was a lot more talk about marriage. We were not engaged. That the subject of marriage was almost discussed from very early on, not necessarily him and I, but he would throw out hypotheticals, if. And then so now it was more like when he was making plans, it was always we instead of me. So it seemed like I was included more as in his future and his in mine.
And based on what you told us earlier, it would seem that at this point in time, being married and having a family was still one of your primary goals in life. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this time period of February 2007, are you still involved in prepaid legal?
Yes.
Actively, or you just have your membership purchase? How would you describe your...
I would describe it as I was very actively involved, but I was not making any money.
Okay. So after you leave, after you leave Mr. Alexander's home, you return to Palm Desert. The relationship is flourishing largely over the phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. When do you next see Mr. Alexander?
We began to see each other about once or twice a month. I'm trying to remember the exact time. I came out to his house again in March, just prior to convention.
Okay. Well, you said you tried to see each other about every other week, right?
He would come out to California on average of once a month, and I started going to Arizona on average of once a month.
So he would either come out to your house in Palm Desert, or you would go out to see him in Mesa?
Yes.
Okay.
Until May, he came to Palm Desert.
I'm sorry. What was
Until
that?
May, he would come to Palm Desert.
Okay. And at this point in time, if I understand you correctly, February 2006, your boyfriend and girlfriend, but you have not had penile vaginal intercourse yet. Is that right?
That's right.
When did you first have penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
It would have been April or May. I think May. Pretty sure May. But it could have been April. It was in the spring.
Okay. Apart from these trips back and forth between your two homes, and we heard a little earlier about travels. Had you traveled together yet? Just the two of you?
That month of March that I came out before convention was our first, it was the first time we traveled together.
Okay. And where did you go?
He wanted to show me the places that were significant in Mormon church history. So we decided to we flew to Kansas City, Missouri, to see places in Missouri, historical sites. And then we also drove to Nauvoo, Illinois.
What was that?
Nauvoo, Illinois.
And what, maybe for those of us who don't know, was there just to begin with, was there something of historical importance in Kansas City?
Not in Kansas City, but that was the nearest major airport.
Okay. To this Navajo, Illinois?
No, to the sites in Missouri.
Okay. So how long a trip is this to be?
I don't remember how many days, but we left a few days early to see those sites and then fly to, or maybe drive to Oklahoma City, where convention was in the spring.
Okay. And your boyfriend and girlfriend at this time as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. You go to Kansas City. Is there a difference in his behavior in terms of how publicly affectionate he is when you arrive in Kansas City as opposed to when you're back home in Arizona?
He's a little bit more distant. We hold hands sometimes, but not often. And that's about the extent. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes he wouldn't even hold my hand. It would just be like, he wouldn't introduce me to anybody, anything like that.
In Kansas City?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant at convention.
No.
I misunderstood.
No. Not at convention. In Kansas City, we talked about how he acted like just your friend unless it was in front of Dan or Desiree Freeman or Aaron Dewey. But he acted like your friend, just a friend in public. My question was whether or not when you got to Kansas City and you were traveling together where people didn't know you, did that change?
Yes, he was more affectionate in those cities when we were out of town.
And this trip to these Mormon historical sites, before you drove to Oklahoma City, how long of a trip was that to be?
We hit multiple places in a day and then spent the entire day in Nauvoo. I want to say 2 or 3 days.
Okay. And during these trips to these religious landmarks, and from what you say, and I don't want to assume this, so from what you say, it sounds like there were several in the Missouri area.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as these, you must have spent a couple nights on the road as well, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you have separate hotel rooms or just one?
No, just one.
2 beds or just one?
One queen-size bed.
Okay. Was there sexual behavior during this trip?
Yes.
Oral sex?
I don't remember the nature of it. I just remember it was not anything different than what we had been doing.
Okay. And was this something fairly consistent throughout the 2 or 3 days that you were on this trip?
I think it only occurred once
Okay.
and during that portion of the trip.
Okay. Now, you talk about going through Missouri, and was the next portion of the trip to fly to Oklahoma, or was there something before that?
No, we went to 3 or 4 different places in Missouri. Then we drove to Nauvoo, Illinois.
Okay. And then from Illinois, you went to Oklahoma City?
Yes, we stayed the night in Nauvoo, Illinois. And then we spent the whole day until it was dark again, and then drove most of the night, I think, to Oklahoma. I remember driving a long time after Nauvoo.
Okay. And you said to convention, that was a prepaid legal convention?
Yes.
And based on what we heard before, it sounds like that was one of the 2 big conventions of the year, right?
Yes, there were 2 conventions per year, and this one was in the spring.
Okay. And you mentioned, because I think we got a little bit of miscommunication earlier, you said he was acting like your boyfriend on these trips, but it sounded like when you got to Oklahoma City, things changed.
That's correct.
Okay. And describe for us again, so we're clear, how did things change in terms of from a physical standpoint?
I just sort of became, it seemed like I was just another person there. Maybe on a friend, acquaintance kind of level. I wasn't expecting, he had told me ahead of time that convention is crazy and all that. But there were plenty of moments where we were all just hanging out, and he wasn't incredibly affectionate. But there was one time where we were up very late, and we were in the hotel lobby, and I was really tired. But I stayed to hang out with everyone, and he put a pillow on his lap and let me lay there. So that was really nice of him. But other than that, he was actually very flirtatious with another woman.
Okay. Without going into the details of that flirtation, you said he was flirtatious with another woman. Was that in front of you?
Yes.
That hurt your feelings?
Yes, it hurt my feelings.
You ever say anything to him about it?
Afterward, after the incident, we ended up talking about it.
In the past, you had mentioned how it was difficult for you to bring these things up to him. Right?
Yes.
What gave you the courage or strength to bring this up to him?
I didn't bring it up to him this time. He came to me. I think he knew he screwed up.
Okay. And once he brought it up to you, was all forgiven?
Eventually, yeah, we talked a few minutes. Getting into it again made me cry because it was very blatant what he did, and he was very apologetic.
What about the way he treated you at this convention? This kind of, well, what about this disparity between the affectionate behavior you saw when you were going through Missouri and the behavior during the convention? How did that sudden change to being just going from girlfriend, someone he's intimate with at nights in the hotel room, to just being one of his buddies at the convention.
Did you say how did that?
Yeah, how did that make you feel?
I didn't actually overanalyze it because this was a business convention. Nevertheless, there were couples there that were friendly outside of the business sessions. There's a lot of personal time and hanging out and partying. So I saw other couples being affectionate. I don't mean making out, just sitting next to each other, holding hands. Travis and I didn't do that. So it hurt my feelings a little, but it was very mild in comparison to the way he was actually acting with another woman.
Okay. So how long was the convention? How long were you two just buds?
The convention lasts 2 days, and there was a breakout. I can't remember this time if the breakout came before or after convention.
Okay. Do you share a hotel room with Mr. Alexander?
Definitely not. We were in separate hotel rooms.
You say definitely not. What do you mean by that?
Well, he explained to me that it wasn't looked upon very well to stay in the same hotel room. Plus, because we weren't married, we weren't going to get the same hotel room. He would stay in a room with a bunch of guys, and I would stay in a room with a bunch of girls, and we would all split the cost.
I'm a little confused then, because it seems like this man had concern about the appearances at the convention, but didn't have any concerns about sharing a hotel room with you a night or two beforehand, right?
Yes.
Did you ever question him about that disparity?
No, I knew that it was a church standard, and I knew that we were going against the church standard when no one else knew about it. But not that time. Eventually that came up between us, but at convention I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. There's all kinds of people and trolls on the platform that need to be deleted for what they do, and they delete the people that shouldn't be deleted, but they don't do anything about the people that should be. It's really backwards. I don't know what the reason was, but she always talked the truth about what's going on in the world. So it's silly. And yeah, because in Mermaid, you and I see the comments on the platform all the time. You know, it's in the way goofy people act. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, Mermaid. I think the social media rules are really bad, and I don't think they're really geared towards people having their voices heard. They're just geared toward whatever is beneficial for their own survival and the agendas, in my opinion. But they're trying to improve it, but I don't know how successful that is at the moment. But hopefully, it does really improve. But yeah, it's ridiculous. I knew Latina before I knew you, Mermaid. I'd say before I even found SNS, probably. No, I had to have known SNS from the beginning, right? But this one I knew from around the time I found SNS, but really in the beginning, like way in the beginning, before I really met all of you over there. Like I knew about the channel and I saw the riots, but I didn't know them as well as I do now. So yeah, I knew it from the very, very beginning. One of my earlier people from the 2020 YouTube venture I had. That's when I started going back on it. So I knew her from a long time ago. Yeah, I agree. I definitely. And she used to come in here and chat with us. She was really cool. So hopefully she's able to come back at some point. She taught me a lot about YouTube. Also, she gave me advice about it. And she's also brought people to the channel. She brought Zero here. She's brought people here. So she's done quite well. I remember I've been on her. One time I was on the show on her show, like through the video chat. I've been. It's quite a few things we've done. She's called in to this show. And she's done a lot. It's just like that's the last person to delete from a platform. Like there's so many other people to delete from a platform. There's people that say all kinds of crazy things on here. There's all kinds of bullies and trolls and stuff, and people that are causing a ruckus, and people that are actually promoting bad things. But it's silly, silly. They always say follow the money. All right. So thank you, Miranda, for your thoughts about that. It's I take it a very serious situation to when somebody when this happens to somebody, especially someone that's cool. Yeah. It's kind of like living in a world where everything's like opposite day. Right. And thank you for what you did for the channel, and I look forward to maybe her coming back at one point. But yeah, I do think it's unfair and it's silly how they delete people's accounts like that. Yeah. Right. Oh, thank you for that mermaid. Very nice words. And it is dumb. And it's like, what are we doing? It's like people that are just making content about what's going on and trying to make their voices heard, and then that happens. It's an absurd thing. Then you have people that are being unproductive and uncivilized, and they're just doing fantastic on the platform. So, yeah, very strange. It's very, very dumb indeed. Absolutely. And we could see through the stupidity. Like today we're looking over Jodi's stupidity. We did well with this today. So, yeah, there's a lot of messed up people in the world and organizations. And it really is just messed up. It really is. What people that run the platforms, the people that are the monitoring it, I just wonder what goes through their head sometimes. Yeah. It makes my mind wonder.
Do you and Travis, how do you return back to, well, where do you go after the convention's over?
I believe we flew directly back from Oklahoma City to Phoenix.
You flew together?
Yes.
Just the two of you, or were there other, I mean, obviously it wasn't your own plane, but I mean, were there other associates or friends that were involved in this trip?
There might have been other friends on that flight because tons of people go, but not that I recall. We booked those flights together and it was just us.
Okay. When you get back from Oklahoma City, do you spend time with Travis, or do you immediately go back to Palm Desert?
Trying to remember. I believe that night we got back on a Sunday, and he used to go to dinner at his friend's house on Sundays, and that Sunday I went with him.
Okay. Did you spend more days with him?
I believe I stayed Sunday night and then left Monday.
That Sunday night before Well, let me ask you this. When you went to the home of his friends. Had you met the
If it did, I was ignoring it. I can't recall thinking anything particular about it.
Okay. That evening, you go to this home and you're introduced as his buddy again. When you go back to the home, is there more sexual activity?
The night before I left, I really don't recall on that night.
Okay. Judge, perhaps? It's about 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:20. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Miss Arias, you may step down.
Thank you.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may continue.
Ms. Arias, before we move completely past the convention at Oklahoma City, you had mentioned some incident that had made you upset during this convention.
Yes.
That made you more upset than being treated as his buddy during this convention, right?
Yes, I can't say that being treated as buddy made me really upset, just kind of bothered me.
Okay. What was this incident that you're talking about that hurt your feelings so significantly?
Well, this was the night of the executive director banquet, and I went again with Travis that night. after that banquet, most people like to change out of their tuxedos and gowns or whatever fancy dresses that they're wearing into clothing that's more comfortable. So Travis and I did that. I was in jeans or whatever, and he changed out to the same. And some people will stay in their dresses. There was one woman that came down the stairs from another level of the lobby, I guess. We were in the lobby area of the Sheraton Hotel. And she was very, very drunk, and she almost couldn't stand up. And so she began to hang all over various men, slurring things, making jokes that nobody really understood. Everyone was laughing at her, though. It was kind of funny. I thought it was kind of funny at the time, too, so I flipped open my phone and started video recording her, just so I could show her the next day. So everything was kind of, we were just laughing, and then am I allowed to say what she said?
Well, let me get specifically to what was it about this drunk woman, as you describe her. Did she have an interaction with Travis or something that made you upset?
Yes, she was hanging all over two guys, and then after that she kind of lurched over to Travis and fell on him a little, and he held her up, and they were facing each other very close, and he was holding her around the waist, and she had her arms around his shoulders, and she had this very sexy black gown on, very generous cleavage, kind of pressed up against his chest, and he looked like he was loving every minute of it. And I was sitting down on a couch nearby. He was probably about 5 feet in that direction, and I had already shut my phone at this point because the video didn't last that long. I just got this feeling inside, like my stomach flip-flopped. Like I couldn't believe he was doing that. Not just doing it, but doing it right in front of me and in front of all our friends. I was under the impression that most of our friends, Dan was there, Aaron Dewey was there, that other people understood we were together, and I didn't feel like that behavior was appropriate. But I didn't want to make a scene, so I stood up, and I was hurt. I felt like I wanted to cry, but I didn't really want anyone to see that. So I decided I was going to go to the bathroom. But in order to get to the bathroom, I had to walk right past them. So I passed them, and they stopped me briefly, and I don't remember what she was slurring, but he was just kind of laughing, and they were swaying and just going like that. And I just smiled and said, I don't know if I said much. I just kept walking after that. And I went into the bathroom and into a stall and sat down on one of the toilets and just started crying.
Okay. Now, did you express, this sounds like it was pretty upsetting to you.
Yeah, it hurt my feelings.
Did you express that to Travis?
Eventually. I was more appalled with the fact that he was doing it right in front of me and that he was doing it at all. But it definitely hurt my feelings, and I stayed in the bathroom for quite some time. Leslie Jodi came in. I believe it was her. It sounded like her voice. A few times calling my name. I think she knew I was in there. But every time I heard the door open, I put my feet up so that no one could see me in the stall, because I didn't want anyone to understand or to know that I was upset. So she left, and after the second time she came in and then left, I finally exited the stall.
Why? Let me stop you for a minute. Why would you not want people to know that you were upset?
I guess I felt ashamed for some reason that he was acting that way. I felt ashamed. I can't really explain why. I guess I just felt like maybe I would be perceived as someone who didn't deserve anything better, or someone who was maybe overly dramatic or overreacting or too emotional. I wanted to be perceived more as just cool and calm and like shrug it off, like, whatever, because maybe there wasn't any meaning behind it. But even though they were very physically suggestive, or at least close and pressing their bodies up against each other, and it lasted quite some time, I just still was thinking, well, maybe there wasn't anything to that. Maybe it didn't mean anything. So I didn't want others to think that I was overreacting.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you brought this up with Travis. Did you do that before you left Oklahoma City, or was that after you got home?
It was shortly after I left the stall. I checked my makeup because I had cried it all off and my eyes were really puffy and red. So I didn't want to give myself away. So I tried to make myself appear like I wasn't crying. And then at that point, I think a half hour had passed. So I left the bathroom and I had to walk past the same area again. Most of that group had dispersed, so I decided to walk really fast toward the elevators, and hopefully no one would notice me, but somebody did and called my name, and just to be polite, I stopped and said hi, and then continued on to the elevators. And then as I was getting near the elevator, Travis texted me and asked me where I was.
So after he texted you, did you get together and talk about it then?
Yes, I forgot actually one thing I did before he texted me.
Well, let's just focus on the conversation you had with Mr. Alexander.
Okay.
That happened that night in Oklahoma City? Are you yelling at him? Are you crying? What is your emotion when you're expressing how upset you are with him?
I had calmed down a lot. I didn't want to leave the bathroom until I was cool and collected. So I calmed down a lot, but as he got me to talk about it, it got me upset again, so I started crying some. And he reassured me and just said some nice things.
And that kind of ended the discussion about it there, at least in Oklahoma City?
That didn't really end the discussion. As I was going to sleep that night, he sent me a very nice text message, very apologetic, saying that he wanted to be better. Sorry.
In terms of the conversation, the verbal conversation, that ended at the table in the hallway, right?
Yes, when we were present with each other.
So you leave Oklahoma City, you've had a conversation about this incident. You were telling us earlier how you had spent some time at a friend of Travis's house, had dinner there, and I think we're at a point in time where you were about ready to return to Palm Desert, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how far of a drive is Palm Desert from Mesa?
I remember it being approximately 5.5 hours, depending on how fast you drive.
Now, did you have a job back in Palm Desert at that time?
Yes.
And where were you working?
I was working at Quisto and trying to remember. I think it was California Pizza Kitchen.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, though, you were also telling us that you were seeing Travis every week, maybe every other week. So after you returned from convention, when was the next time that you saw him?
I saw him again the following weekend. There was a recap. They usually have some kind of recap event the week following convention, I guess in various regions, and Travis came to Southern California to the one that I would go to.
Okay. And you said Southern California. Where was this follow-up or?
I believe it was either in Anaheim or a city near that.
Okay. Did you share a hotel room together?
No, he stayed with friends and family, I think.
Okay. And did you have a hotel room?
I stayed. Oh yeah, we were all staying at the same house, friends.
Okay. Any sexual activity at that point in time?
That night, I think we did in that house during those times, but I don't recall that specific night.
Okay. Do you recall whose home it was?
Yes,
Who?
it was Chris and Sky Hughes' parents' home.
Okay. When you were at this event, forgive me, I forget what you referred to it as, a post...
Recap.
Recap, okay. This post-convention recap, was his behavior the same it was in Oklahoma City in terms of how he treated you as a buddy or a colleague, as opposed to his girlfriend?
Yes, he was friendly, but not anything more than that.
Okay. And was he flirtatious with other women in front of you during this recap?
I don't recall. He's always very friendly with women, but I don't recall anything that sticks out.
Okay. So after this recap is over, do you both return to your respective homes?
No, the recap was one day on Saturday, and we stayed the night at the Hughes' parents' home. So it was a ranch, and we were out there, and there was a party. So a lot of people came over. It was a social event, and after the party dispersed, we hung out and went to sleep.
Okay. In the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this ranch, as you described it, meeting a bunch of people, did he introduce you as his girlfriend?
No.
Was it just, this is my friend Jodi?
He didn't
Something to
introduce
that
me at
effect?
all.
What's that?
He didn't introduce me at all.
So after this party at the ranch, what happens next? I mean, do you stay at the ranch a few more days, or is this the last day you're on the ranch?
A few more days. I think I left Monday evening.
Okay. And left, you mean to go back to Palm Desert?
Travis wanted to meet up with me in Riverside that night, so he told me to go to, I don't remember what it's called, but I think it's called the Mission or something. It's kind of a tourist destination in Riverside. He said it's a beautiful place for photographs and that I could get some nice pictures while he finishes up whatever he was doing at their house. So I had to I had to go to Verizon, and then I went there and took some pictures.
Okay. And did Mr. Alexander then meet you at this Mission Inn?
No, when he arrived in Riverside, he gave me directions to his grandmother's house.
Okay. And this house, was this also located in Riverside?
Yes,
Okay.
to my understanding.
Okay. And was this, by the time he had contacted you and given directions to his grandmother's house, was this, what time of day was this, if you can recall?
It was the evening. It was dark, but it wasn't very late.
Okay. So did he then, did you go to his grandma's house?
Yes.
Okay. Did he introduce you to his grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. As his girlfriend?
No.
What did the three of you do while you were at his grandmother's house?
We just stayed. I'm trying to remember. I think I met her 3 times, and I don't want to get those things out of order. But the time that I left Temecula, which was where the ranch was, I believe, and then I went over to meet her, we only stayed for a few minutes, and it was a little awkward. I mean, I think I might have been meeting her for the first time, and Travis was kind of just standing there, and then he and I left to go to Barnes & Noble.
Okay. Where did you wind up spending the night that evening?
That evening, I think I drove home.
After you got back to Palm Desert, we're talking about January of 2007 still, is that accurate?
No, convention was late March. The recap was a week later. I think the party was on March 31st because it was the last day of the month.
Okay. Let me back up then. And was he at this convention and this recap? You were, at least to the both of yours, at least the way you two looked at it anyway, you were boyfriend or girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In between January and March, there's Valentine's Day, right?
Yes.
Did you spend Valentine's Day with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Did he provide you with any Valentine's gifts?
Yes.
How did those, did he deliver them himself, or were they shipped to you?
They were shipped to me. We weren't together on Valentine's Day because I worked. And also the relationship was still kind of new, like 12 days prior. We barely made it official. So I didn't have any big expectations for Valentine's Day. But I came home between jobs in the afternoon, and there was a package on my doorstep.
And did you open the package right away? Well, let me ask you this. Was it easily identifiable to you who the package was from?
Yes, his return address was on it.
Okay. Did you call him before you opened it, or did you open it?
I opened it before calling him.
What was in this package?
There were a variety of things. When I opened it, on top were some chocolates, Reese's peanut butter cups, and I think the little Halloween size, fun size Hershey bars. They were all melted completely. I guess they'd melted being outside. So I put them in the refrigerator. And then beneath that was a shirt that he had been joking about getting me for some months, or weeks maybe. It was over a month. And it's.
Could you describe the shirt for us?
Yes, it's the one that was in the picture. It said Travis Alexander's.
What else?
I laughed because it was an inside joke that he had been making for a while. I didn't think he would actually get me a shirt like that, but he would joke about doing that. And so took it out of the package and lifted it up, and there were also other items underneath it.
I'm sorry, you say that again?
There were other items underneath it.
And what other items were there?
The pink shorts, which I didn't see his name on the back at first. I just picked him up, and I thought they were cute.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 417. Is that the shirt and shorts you're talking about receiving from Mr. Alexander on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Valentine's Day 2007?
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned some melted chocolates, t-shirt, shorts. Was there anything else in this package?
Yes, there was one other thing beneath the shorts.
What was that?
They were boys' underwear. They were Spider-Man underwear.
And did it seem strange to you that you were receiving those?
I was confused at first. They were still in the package. I don't remember the size, but they were like packaged like in a vacuum sealed package with the cardboard, so you could see the different styles of Spider-Man that were in that package. And I thought at the time...
Well, let me ask you this. Was there anything else in that package?
There was a nice letter also.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Evening recess at the... All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess at this time. As I told you yesterday. Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
If we would just ask that, as customary, I guess, that the jury be asked about meeting coverage today.
Yes. Did anyone talk to you about this case? If so, please raise your hand. I see no hands. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand? Yes. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Jodi.
Good morning.
Last week, when we ended, we were speaking about the gift you received for Valentine's Day from Mr. Alexander in 2007. And one of the things we talked about you receiving, we talked about you receiving a few things, but showing you exhibit number 417, the package you received contained this t-shirt and this pair of shorts or underwear, right?
Yes. Yes.
Would you be, is there a story behind this, or why you received these particular items?
There's a story behind the t-shirt. The shorts were unexpected.
Okay. Well, tell us, what's the story behind the t-shirts?
Well, sometimes Travis would come out to California and we would go to Super Saturdays in Anaheim together. And I was new, so there were people that would introduce me to other people in the company. And if it was a man, he always wanted to know what we were talking about. He would be very inquisitive, and he started making this joke that said, "I'm going to get you a t-shirt that says Travis Alexander so you can wear it to all the prepaid legal events."
And this was the shirt that he had as you say, joked about, right?
Yeah, we just joked about, he joked about it occasionally, he would bring it up. He didn't attend all of the Super Saturdays in California, so sometimes I would go and he would inquire what happened, who I met, that kind of thing. And so it was a joke that came up occasionally from December through January.
Okay. Now, you were telling us last week that the other item you received from Mr. Alexander was some Spider-Man underwear. To be clear, could you describe it for us? Was this one pair? Was this several pairs?
It was a package. I don't remember how many were in the package, but there were 3 designs, like 3 styles. I mean, they were all the same cut, but they had 3 different patterns. They were all Spider-Man.
And to your recollection, this package of underwear that we're talking about, did this say, because women's or girls or boys, what did it say on it?
I don't remember the size, but they were definitely for little boys. I thought maybe he was,
Objection, speculation.
Okay. When you saw this package of underwear, were you surprised?
I was a little confused.
Okay. And did you talk to Mr. Alexander on what day did you receive this package? Do you recall?
I think it was on Valentine's Day, or maybe a day or 2 before or after. It was right on the holiday or right near it.
Okay. And did you speak with Mr. Alexander the day that you received this gift?
Yes.
Apart from being confused, did you feel anything else other than confusion when you received this boy's underwear?
No, at the time I received Victoria's Secret catalogs at my house, and there was this trend in women's lingerie at the time that kind of had boys' styled briefs or men's styled briefs, but they were designed for women's bodies. So I figured, and he also received Victoria's Secret catalogs, so I figured maybe it was something to that effect, and he didn't understand the difference in body shapes, and I thought that he was kind of going with that trend. That was my thought.
Okay.
Was giving him the benefit of the doubt.
When you talked to him that day, did he explain to you, well, first of all, after speaking with him, was there any doubt that he sent those to you intentionally?
After speaking to him, no, there was no doubt.
And why do you say that?
Well, I called him and we discussed what I received and kind of laughed about it, and then I said, "What's with the Spideys?" I called them Spideys. And
Objection, hearsay. She's going to tell us what he said.
She certainly hasn't done that.
All right. Ask another question.
Did he wish you to wear this underwear?
yes,
Is this something that fit on your body?
he asked me to try them on while he was on the phone.
Objection, non-responsive.
It's not his objection, Your Honor. It's improper.
Overruled. Ask another question.
He wanted you to try on these boys' underwear.
Yes,
And did they fit?
the seat of the underwear fit, but the leg holes, the openings were too small. They were really tight.
Okay. Was he did you advise him that they didn't fit?
I just told him the leg openings were very tight.
Objection, non-responsive. Hearsay.
That's exactly responsive, and it's not hearsay.
All right, overruled. The answer will stand.
Even though they did not fit, was there a continued insistence on Mr. Alexander's part that you try on or that you make accommodations with that underwear so you could wear them?
Yes, he suggested a few ideas.
Here's a
Ask another question.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, Circuit Judge.
I understand. Ask another question.
Did you have to make alterations to the underwear in order to get them to fit?
Yes.
Did Travis encourage you to make these alterations?
Yes.
Did he, as you could tell, express gratification when you had that pair of underwear on?
Yes.
How so?
objection, lack of foundation. When?
Sustained.
When you were talking on the phone with him, and he insisted that you tried on these boys' underwear that didn't fit you because you're not a little boy, did he express gratification when you had them on your body?
Yes.
How so?
He said that's hot.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir.
Answer will stand.
He said that's hot.
Yes.
Did he explain why that was hot?
No, I didn't ask him.
How did you feel wearing these boys' underwear?
Well, not hot. I felt kind of silly.
Okay. Did the conversation continue at that point in time?
Yeah, for a little bit it did.
Was it sexual in nature?
Yes, somewhat.
Did he express an intention to use these underwear, or have you wear these underwear during a future sexual interaction?
Yes.
How did you feel about that?
I was a little confused, but I was trying to be open-minded.
Trying to what?
Be open-minded.
This sexual interaction that was discussed on the phone regarding you wearing the boys' underwear, did that interaction ever take place?
Yes.
And when did that take place, as best you can recall?
Throughout our relationship, mostly after we broke up.
Do you remember the first time that this took place? How much later was it from Valentine's Day that these underwear were used in your sexual encounters with him?
It was several months. Sometime I kept conveniently forgetting to bring them when I went to his house.
Okay.
It was after I moved to Mesa.
Okay. And before we get to the time period we moved to Mesa, I want to focus on this time period. At this time period, in February 2007, you have not had penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. As it relates to Mr. Alexander's temper, had he been violent with you before February of 2007?
No.
Had you seen instances of his temper prior to February of 2007?
Yes.
Describe for us, if you could, one of those instances that was powerful to you.
Well, it was over the phone. I guess I heard it rather than saw it, but he was,
Ask for a foundation.
This day.
Over the phone, do you remember when this conversation was? Other than prior to February of 2007?
it would have been around the same time, just before Valentine's Day.
Okay. So you're speaking with Mr. Alexander just before Valentine's Day 2007, and since you're on the phone, you're hearing examples of temper, not seeing them, right?
Yes.
Is he yelling at you?
He's yelling on the phone, but not angry at me.
Okay. Why was that impactful on you?
Well, he was very apologetic about it afterward. He seemed a little ashamed.
Objection, she was asked why it affected her, not what he did afterwards.
How did it affect you, Jodi?
It just made me realize that he still had a temper. It was something he had discussed in the past that he used to have more in his teens, and that he had mastered it and had control over it. So
in addition to this conversation where you heard instances of his temper prior to February 2007, did you physically see an instances of his temper prior to February 2007?
no. We just talked about how in February 2007 you had not had sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander, penile vaginal intercourse, but you did eventually, right? Yes.
Do you remember what point in time that first encounter happened?
It was in the spring 2007. I think it was in May.
Where were you when this first happened?
I was in his bed.
In his bed where?
In his bedroom in his house in Mesa.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
We fell asleep. And I woke up and he was on top of me. And he had already penetrated and started having sex with me.
Okay. Let's back up a step. That night, you said you were asleep. That night before you fell asleep, did you engage in sexual activity with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Was he seeking sexual activity that night before you fell asleep?
No, we had prayed about our actions and tried to be more, and try to be more like in line with the law of chastity, just be less physical.
So that night, you and Travis pray. Was there any particular about not violating the law of chastity, right?
Yes, but we didn't pray that night. We'd prayed prior to that night, recently.
Okay. What motivated that prayer that preceded this sexual intercourse? Was there one particular instance that motivated such a prayer?
I would hear things occasionally in church that didn't sound like they were in line with how Travis explained it to me. So I asked him one time, and as I understood it after we talked, that those standards are in place to prevent people from going all the way. So as long as we're not going all the way, it's okay if we sort of tread in the gray area, as long as we don't go all the way.
Okay. And when you say all the way, that means penile vaginal intercourse?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure we're clear here because it got a little confusing. That night before you fell asleep and woke up with him inside you, no sexual activity took place?
Not prior to that.
Okay. And were you clothed when you went to sleep?
Yes, I was in pajamas.
Okay. And what you told us was you woke up with him inside you.
Yes.
Okay. Had he talked about having penile vaginal intercourse with you before this event?
No.
Is it something that you desired?
Maybe not on a conscious level. It wasn't anything I was actively seeking. We were trying to abstain from it.
Okay. Because at this point in time, your mindset was that you both wanted to comport with the vow of chastity, at least as to what your understanding of it was. Is that right?
Somewhat, yes. I wanted to comport with the law of chastity because I believed that our relationship would be blessed if we did that.
When you say you woke up with him inside you, do you recall, were you dressed?
I wore cotton shorts to sleep and they were gone, and my shirt was pulled up pretty high.
Okay. When you came to, what was happening? When you woke up, what was happening?
He was in the act.
In the act of what?
Of vaginal sex.
When you woke up, how did you react?
Well, it took me a second to orient myself, and I realized it was Travis, so I didn't feel unsafe or anything. My first thought was, uh-oh, because it wasn't the act itself that I was worried about, but how it would affect our relationship or the spiritual consequences of it.
Did you give consideration to the fact that he was having sex with you when you didn't want him to? She just said she wasn't seeking it.
Rephrase the question.
Did you want him to penetrate your vagina with his penis while you were sleeping?
It's nothing I had thought about.
Okay. So when you woke up and you found him penetrating your vagina with his penis, your concern was primarily the vow of chastity, right? Or the law of chastity, excuse me.
The consequences.
The consequences. Did you give thought to the idea that this man was having sex with you while you were not conscious?
No, I didn't give thought to that idea. I felt kind of responsible. Sorry.
How did you feel?
I felt like I was partially responsible because I went to sleep next to him. I was wearing cute shorts, a little t-shirt, so, I mean, we might have fallen asleep cuddling, I don't remember. But I just felt like being in his bed, you know, sleeping there, that it wasn't entirely his fault. Like maybe it was invited.
Okay. Invited just by you being there, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you woke up, did you tell him to stop?
I don't think I said stop.
What do you recall happening after you woke up?
I said his name, and I remember he was on top of me and behind me. I was on my stomach, and he was kind of heavy, so I started to squirm a little bit to get out from underneath him, and I think, well, he began to quicken his pace, and finally I don't know if he pushed him off of him or I scooted out from under him, and he rolled over and pulled me on top of him and then started pushing my head and my shoulders under the covers.
He was pushing your head and shoulders under the covers for what purpose?
Well, I presumed oral sex.
Did he ask for oral sex? Did he verbally say anything to that effect?
No, no words were spoken.
Did you perform oral sex upon him afterwards?
Yes.
Why?
We had already been intimate before, so it wasn't anything new on that level, at least. And, well, you know, he's turned on, and I just wanted to, I guess, to finish it.
What was that?
I guess I just wanted to follow through with, you know.
Follow through with what he started when you were asleep?
Yes, what his aim was, I guess.
What's that?
I just wanted to let him finish.
Why was that important to you?
He had complained in the past about, he complained about blue balls and how painful it was if he has a sustained erection and doesn't ejaculate. That's my understanding of it anyway.
Okay. But I have to ask, Jodi, this man has had sex with you while you were asleep, or you certainly weren't in a position to say yes or no. Why would you care about his physical condition?
At that point, I knew that I loved him and I cared about him, so it felt kind of natural, even if it was frustrating.
Okay. After this sexual intercourse and this activity took place, did you ever confront him about what he had done?
No, we actually never talked about it.
Why not?
Well, he never brought it up, and I guess I just didn't have, like, the moral courage to bring it up and say, hey, what happened, kind of thing.
Why not simply pack your bags, hop in your car, and drive back to Palm Desert?
Because I enjoyed spending time with him, I wouldn't have done that.
Because that would have meant the end of the relationship?
Not necessarily. Maybe not the end of the relationship, but I just stayed the rest of the weekend that was planned for me to be there.
And you said at this point in time, April 2007, you were in love with him. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, that incident occurred in May, I think, and April was when I knew that I was in love with him.
Prior to this incident, had you told Travis that you loved him?
No.
You said after this incident, you spent the rest of the weekend with him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And was this at his home in Mesa?
Yes.
And you would have been boyfriend and girlfriend at this time as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. What did you do the rest of the weekend? You stay home, you go out?
I don't recall the specifics of that weekend, but we would have gone to church. I believe that was the first time I went over to his friend's house. He went to his friend's house every Sunday for dinner, so I went with him that time. Just general things, hanging out.
Okay. And when you went to this friend's house, was this the incident we discussed last week where he didn't introduce you to as his girlfriend, that sort of thing? Is that right?
Yes, at his friend's house he didn't. He introduced me. I was in their home, but not as his girlfriend.
Okay. When you went out in public, in the Mesa area or around his home, when you were out in public, were you guys holding hands? Were you kissing? You have your arm around each other? Was any of that physical affection apparent?
No, not in Mesa.
Okay. And I don't just mean Mesa specifically. The whole valley, just so we're clear, the whole valley, anything else, anything you did while you were in public, was there physical displays of affection that might lead someone to believe your boyfriend or girlfriend?
There were when we were in other geographic locations.
What do you mean, away from Mesa?
Yeah, like Disneyland or...
Okay. You went to Disneyland that weekend?
I don't think we were in Arizona when all this occurred, so
No, I
no.
just want to talk about this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So when you're in the Mesa area over the weekend, just to clarify, there's no physical displays of affection in public, right?
No.
Does Travis have roommates at this point in time, April or May of 07?
Yes.
Okay. And are you spending the night in his room, or are you sleeping elsewhere?
I'm staying in his room.
Okay. Now, we talked about the lack of physical affection displayed in public. We already heard about one incident. Were there physical displays of affection once Travis locked his bedroom door?
Yes.
What happened the rest of the weekend? Was there more penile vaginal intercourse?
No, that was the only time at that point.
What other actions took place over that weekend?
I don't recall specifically that weekend. I just remember it from that incident. That was one that I won't forget.
Well, let me ask you this about all the other sexual interactions that took place over the weekend. Were you awake?
Yes.
Were you, on those occasions, a willing participant in the sexual activity?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from what you told us earlier, around May of 2007 is about the time that you moved out of your home in Palm Desert. Is that right? April or May?
Yeah, I think it would have been sometime mid-May.
Okay. And where do you move after you move out of your home in Palm Desert?
I moved to Big Sur, back to Big Sur, California.
Okay. And what was in Big Sur, California?
I had a job back at Ventana again. The position was open for me, and staff housing, so the rent was free. And it was just a way for me to get back on my feet.
Back on your feet financially?
Yes.
Now, from what we heard earlier, Ventana is the place where you met Mr. Brewer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Brewer working there that summer?
No, he was on the peninsula, Monterey Peninsula.
Okay. You also told us about last time that you worked there, you were dating Matt McCartney. Or you were friends, excuse me. You were sharing a tent, right?
Yes, we were freshly broken up.
Was Mr. McCartney, was he working at Ventana this summer of 07 with you again?
Yes, he was working there.
Okay. Did you share housing again?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was that this tent again, or did you actually get other accommodations?
No, we had better accommodations. We were in the Red House, which is right on Highway 1. It's a historic house that they let employees stay there. So we were in that house with other roommates.
And if we understood you correctly, this would have been about a year after you broke up with Matt, right?
No, Matt and I broke up in 2001.
Okay, 2001, I'm sorry.
You're thinking
Several
that-
years since you broke up with Matt then.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, several.
And you said you lived together. Were you roommates? Were you romantically involved?
No, we were more like brother and sister by this point.
Okay. So you were still close friends several years later, right?
Yes,
Okay. And not in any kind of sexual relationship?
no, none.
Okay. Did Travis know that you were roommates with Matt?
Yes,
To your understanding, was he jealous or upset about that situation?
surprisingly, no, he didn't mind that one.
You say that one. Were there other instances of jealousy around this time period?
Yes, there were.
Describe those for us.
There was one incident where I was going to drive to Southern California and meet Travis. I think we were going to meet at the airport or for Disneyland. I don't remember which trip this was, but it was while I lived in Big Sur. And all the water on the property at Ventana had been shut off, and I wanted to take a shower before I hit the road. So I called a friend who lived nearby, and I used a shower. He said he was in Monterey, but his house was open, and he gave me directions and the gate code so I could drive up through the mountains to go to his house, shower, and then hit the road. And when I told Travis, he flipped out on me for that.
Well, you say flipped out. Was he yelling at you?
Yes.
And you say jealousy. Was he, to your understanding, angry because you thought that this was something sexual in nature?
He was worried that it would lead to something sexual or that I could be at risk because I had gone to someone's house to shower.
At risk of what?
He didn't believe that the guy was in Monterey. He thought he could drive back. Something could happen. He kind of made me feel vain for wanting to shower before I got on the road. Not that I could have showered later.
Okay. Now this jealousy you're talking about, was this expressed when you arrived? You were supposed to meet Mr. Alexander in Southern California, right?
Yes.
Was this something that was displayed before you got there or when you arrived, or perhaps both?
Over the phone on the way there.
Okay. And do you recall, I know you said you don't know which trip it was, do you recall how long it took you to get to the place where you were going to meet Mr. Alexander?
I left in the late morning and arrived shortly before sunset. I don't remember, maybe 6-7 hours.
Okay. So several hours later when you get there, is this jealousy about the shower, is that still an issue?
No, not at this point. He was
Okay.
with Josh Ward, so he wasn't really displaying that.
Was it brought up at any point in time later during this trip?
It's something he didn't really let me live down for a while, but it didn't lead to any major fights.
Okay. Now this trip to Southern California, you say you don't recall where it was. Is that accurate, where you went?
I think we were flying to New York at that point.
Okay. And this is summer of 2007, right?
Yes.
Had you expressed, I know you told us you hadn't in May, had you expressed to Mr. Alexander that you loved him?
No.
Had he expressed to you that he loved you?
No. Well, we did way back before our relationship. But while we were dating, it wasn't I love you too kind of thing.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you were flying to New York. Why were the two of you flying to New York?
Well, there was more church history, places that were significant to the history of the church there. And I had won a trip to Huntington Beach for some of my production in the company Prepaid Legal. So I put him on my ticket as the extra person, and we decided to use one of the flights to fly from Rochester to LAX instead of just driving there, so that we could actually get out to New York for half the price and then have Prepaid Legal pay for our flight back.
Okay. Just so we're clear as well then, on this trip you said you flew into Rochester, New York. Is that right?
Yes, we
Okay.
did. Wait, we flew into Cleveland on the way there, flew back from Rochester to LAX.
Okay. Let me just ask you this for clarification then. Was it just you and Travis on this trip to New York?
Yes,
And you said this was to be another church history trip, right?
well, church history, and there were other travel goals that we had also at that time.
What do you mean by travel goals?
In that same spring, Travis had discovered a book called 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, and he thought it would be a cool goal to have, maybe a lifetime goal to try to check off as many places as he could. And I began to join him in that pursuit, and so Niagara Falls is on the list. So while we were out east, we saw Niagara Falls and the Finger Lakes in upstate New York and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, Ohio.
And you said these, 1,000 places to see before you die. And this trip was, and also included church history. So it had a dual purpose, I guess is what you're
Yes.
saying. Okay. May I approach you, ma'am?
Yes.
Mr. Arias, I'd like to show you what's been marked as exhibit 435 and 432. I'd like you to begin without telling me about them, and just let us know if you recognize either of those photographs.
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit exhibits 432 and 435.
May I voir dire the witness, please?
You may.
Ma'am, with regard to these photographs, exhibit number 435, was Mr. Alexander the person that took this photograph?
I believe he took both of those.
So exhibit 432, he also took those. Exhibit 435, is this the one from Niagara Falls?
If it's got the water in the background, that's
Right.
the one.
And exhibit number 432, it's got some trees in the back. Where was that?
The Sacred Grove in Palmyra, New York.
I don't have any objection.
432 and 435 are admitted.
This trip, I've been showing you what's been marked exhibit 435. Get that in there. Is that coming in clear on your screen, Miss Arias?
Yes.
This was taken at, based on what you said moments ago, this was taken at Niagara Falls, right?
Yes.
And this was part of the trip we were talking about, church history and 1,000 places to see before you die, right?
Yes.
Okay. In this photograph, it appears that you and Mr. Alexander were physically affectionate, acting like a couple, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was that the way it was throughout this entire trip?
That trip, we acted that way, but it was a pretense.
What do you mean a pretense?
I found out by that point that he was cheating on me, and I just didn't want to bring all the drama because our tickets were bought and paid for, and we couldn't refund him. I couldn't change his name on the ticket. I didn't want him to be totally miserable, even though I was miserable.
Okay. So this trip, before you went on this trip to Cleveland and Niagara Falls and various other places, you had discovered that Mr. Alexander cheated on you.
Yes.
How did you discover that?
We were in, I think, Sandy, Utah at his friend Dave's house. We had just returned from Daniel Summit, which is a place up in the mountains near Park City. And I had been getting my suspicions about things. He was treating me a little differently, a little more distant, a lot more flirty with other women, and it just made me uncomfortable. When I tried to talk to him about it, he blew up and got very defensive, even though I didn't accuse him of anything. So it was kind of a red flag. He assured me he was only dating me. I left it at that. We went on our trip. There were a couple of things that stuck out on the trip too, at Daniel Summit, but I ignored it. And then we got back to Dave's house, and he was taking a nap one day, and he left his phone wedged between two cushions in the couch in the living room. And he was in another bedroom sleeping, and I figured, I didn't know if he was being honest with me. I had a feeling he wasn't, and I wanted to know if I should continue in this relationship or if I should give him benefit of the doubt. I've been cheated on before, so I thought maybe it's just past emotional baggage. I'm reading into things that aren't there. So I saw his phone, and I debated whether or not I should look in it, and I was kind of sitting there and tapping my fingers, and finally I snatched it, and I went into the bathroom, and I shut the door, and I was clicking around on his phone. He had a touch screen. It was a smartphone. I didn't really know how to use it, but I found the text messages and began to read them.
And without telling us what they said, it was based on those text messages in Mr. Alexander's phone that you believed he was not being faithful with you.
Yes.
Was there a particular person you believed that he was dating after you saw these text messages?
No, there weren't too many names. There were just a lot of phone numbers, and it wouldn't have been a person. It was several people, many different phone numbers.
So this trip, when we see this photograph, you talk about acting as a couple, but you're miserable. You say you've done this because the trip was already planned and you don't want to cause any chaos or any problems. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This trip with him in New York, how long was it?
I think we flew out on June 18th or something and got back, I want to say like a week. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Was there sexual interaction between you two on this trip?
I think there was, but I don't recall specifics.
Why do you say you think that there was?
Because there usually was when we traveled.
Well, let me ask you, on these travels, did you share the same hotel room?
Yes.
Same bed?
Yes.
Were you in love with Travis in this photograph?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 432. Where was this taken?
It's called the Sacred Grove, and it's in Palmyra, New York.
Could you describe for us, for those of us who don't know, What is the Sacred Grove?
The Sacred Grove is an important place in the history of the church because it was where Joseph Smith received what's called the first vision, where he was in this grove praying. I think it was in 1820 or somewhere around there. And two heavenly beings appeared before him, and it was the Father and Jesus Christ.
Okay. So as a member of the Mormon Church, you wanted to visit this place, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be considered a romantic spot to you or for members of your church?
I think my understanding is that a lot of church members get engaged when they go there, and Travis had complained that that was a cliche before going, so I wasn't expecting any kind of romantic interaction.
You mean you weren't expecting a proposal?
Definitely not a proposal, not after reading in his phone.
But as it relates to you seeing what you saw on his phone prior to the trip, did Travis know about this during this trip?
That I knew.
Did he know that he'd been caught?
No, I didn't tell him.
So, for 7 days then, on this trip, you grin and bear it, so to speak, because you don't want to cause any kind of fight or any kind of confrontation during that week. Right?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. And I say specifically related to his being unfaithful. You didn't bring that up the whole week.
No.
The trip itself, was it then harmonious or were there fights anyway?
We did have a fight in Ohio. It was just a little, I don't remember. It was an argument, and he kept asking me throughout the trip, what's wrong, and I just kept saying nothing. I was trying to just act like nothing, everything was okay.
What was your plan in your mind? Were you going to just break up with him when you got back to California? Did you have a plan?
My initial plan when I found the phone, or the text messages in the phone, was to break up with him. I didn't want to cause a lot of drama at Dave's house, so I decided we would wait till we got back to Mesa. And then we got to Mesa. Travis was kind of domineering, so I didn't want to.
Hello there, Aaron and Moki. Hello, Miss C. It's great to see everybody. All right, and shout out to all of you. And yeah, Moki, I was wondering how your quests went today. I was curious about that. It looks like she's saying about the. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think yeah, I remember something about that. Well, glad that got taken care of. Finally. Yeah, I wondered that too myself, Aaron, as well. And I will say that today was I went live around the afternoon. Oh, okay, understood. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Yeah, so what happened was today Jodi's been on the stand and talking about a variety of wild topics that have been asked by the state, and not the state, the her defense, not the other ones, but okay, battery and was surprise quest. Oh, I'm glad the neighbor helped you, and that certainly does. That is a surprise quest, and I'm glad that you had a an ally to help you on your quest. Oh, that happens with that. Okay. Open and shuts. Oh, and it drains the battery. Okay. It's if it's slightly open, that shuts it down so it doesn't drain the battery. Okay. Well, that is a cool feature. That's a cool feature. You know, they're putting some cool features in these vehicles where they're not going to completely go out with certain safety mechanisms in it. I like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so thank you for the update about your quests. I was wondering and thinking about your quests today, if there were any. And that's I did not know that about the vehicles, Aaron. By the way, and Aaron, I hope your quests, whatever they were went well today as well. And earlier today, we had a pretty big crowd and talked about the trial, what it's about, and making commentary about Jodi and what she was doing. And then later on, we had Miranda, and we made commentary about this. So today, so far, pretty cool stream. Nice, diverse topics about this. Okay, so Aaron's saying it's an old Ford truck. Oh, okay. But how that feature, I'll find out the hard way. Yeah, you'll find out the hard way. Scared. Oh yes, Aaron, that is very wild indeed. Scared. Makes me scared. Okay. Some wild quests, and Loki says I could have warning, but better now. It's taken care of. We have fine for game day. Okay, that's good. Oh, okay, understood. Well, thank you for coming around and letting us know what was going on. I appreciate it. I hope the Knights win tonight. All right, and glad to hear everybody had a good day. It started off difficult, yeah. Yeah, shout out to Moki for the resilience. When life throws its unexpected quests, she does well. Yes, Jodi was. It's a lot of sexual stuff she was into, and she talks about it in this nonchalant way, and it's. I could see where people can make comic strips out of this. It's in a way amusing, but also shocking. Now she's talking about Niagara Falls and her breakup. Nothing happened here. She may be talking about something with a trial, I suppose. But the chat was cool today. as far as I was, nothing happened here. But Miss C can elaborate if what she means exactly. All right. But yeah, chat was cool today. All right, and continuing with the. Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you, Miss C. I remember now. Yeah. Yeah, okay. A friend of mine. Oh, a couple of months ago, a friend of mine from that's been here for for a very long time. She got her account confiscated by YouTube. Latina is her name. She got her account confiscated by YouTube a couple months ago, and that's why she hasn't been able to be here. That's what happened. And Zero, who was brought here by Latina, was telling me about a message from her that she's still alive, but it was because of YouTube why she wasn't here. She told me that like a month or two ago, but I was told again about the same situation persists. So that was an update about her. She was here since 2020, or 2021 at least. Yeah, quite a while. So that's what happened. Yeah, Latina. Thank you, Missy. Yeah, okay. And then we were talking about how, like, they'll take away someone like that, but not like there's all kinds of weirdos on YouTube where they could take away other people's channels, but they'll take away someone like that doesn't like they're just talking about truthful stuff. So I don't know what the reason was, but she just talks about news and things like that. So I don't know what all that's about, but that was the update about Latina. Latina A, right? Yeah, I think Moki would know her, but she was here a few times. I don't know if she would know her well. But yeah, hypothetically she should. But yeah, I thank you, Miss C, for that. So that's what happened to Latina. And Zero dropped by earlier to tell me the
news. I was worried about confronting him. He got very upset last time I even hinted at it without even accusing him of anything. So
hang on a second, Jodi, before you get too far down the road. You said when you returned to Mesa, weren't you still living at Big Sur at the end of this trip?
I'm sorry, we flew to LAX that time. So then we had the Huntington Beach thing, and then we had Disneyland one more time, and then I was going to do it.
Okay. So obviously you didn't have to be back at your job at Big Sur for an extended period of time, right?
Yeah, about a week I think I took off.
Okay. But you said you landed and you went to Disneyland and that sort of thing. You didn't have a job to go back to?
I did.
But you still had some days off in LA?
Yes, we had four nights, 5 days in Huntington Beach.
Okay. The Huntington Beach trip, that was work related, is that right? Prepaid legal?
Yeah, it was a reward, being work related.
Okay. Was it strictly a vacation or was it also a meeting?
It was mostly vacation, mostly leisure. There was like maybe a few speeches given, but it wasn't centered on training or anything like that.
Did you and Mr. Alexander share a hotel room when you stayed at Huntington Beach?
Yes.
Was there sexual activity during that meeting at Huntington Beach?
I believe there was.
I think the part that's hard to understand, Jodi, is this idea that you just didn't end it.
Objection, vouching, hard to understand. Oh, you know.
Rephrase.
Explain to us why after a trip to New York, you're grinning and bearing it, You get back to California. Why are you still willing to put up with this?
I think I was in denial at the time. I knew it was going on, and I think it was a convenient reason to deny it because we had this vacation that was paid for. There was no refunding it. If we had changed flights and things like that, it would have cost even more fees.
But I'm talking about when you got back to Huntington Beach. You're
Well-
back. You're back from New York. There's no flights. There's nothing.
I mean, I couldn't imagine him kicking him off the trip and saying, "Get out of my room." He was there, and
Why not?
we had friends that there's a lot of things to do in Huntington Beach. There are shops on the sidewalks and restaurants, and there's the beach itself, and there were pools and
Okay.
hot tubs.
It's a great place, and I'm sure both of you wanted to be there, and Travis probably wanted to be there. But that doesn't really get to my question. My question is, why aren't you done with him at that point in time? Why don't you kick him out of your room?
I didn't have a lot of self-esteem at that time, and I was kind of a doormat, and I didn't assert myself, and I was in denial, and I knew it had to happen. I wanted to hurry up and get it over with because that was going to be the hard part. I knew the relationship couldn't continue like that. I was kind of waiting for the right moment to tell him.
And while you're waiting for the right moment, you're still, to your recollection, not specific days or times, but you're still engaging in sexual activity with him while you're waiting for this right moment, right?
Not since we had begun officially dating.
Okay. Now, apart from Huntington Beach, did you and Mr. Alexander go anywhere else before you returned to Big Sur?
Yes, our friend Jeff drove us to Disneyland, to Anaheim.
Okay. And you said your friend drove you, but did the three of you go to Disneyland, or was it just you and Travis?
Just Travis and I, he dropped us off.
Okay. And this was part of the Huntington Beach trip, is that accurate?
Yeah, this is all one same trip.
Okay. And when you and Mr. Alexander were at Disneyland, were you holding hands? Were you acting like boyfriend and girlfriend?
Somewhat. It was just kind of dull, like the park didn't have the same magic as it did before because of everything that was going on.
What do you mean everything that was going on?
Inside, like my inner turmoil with the knowledge that I was, I guess, cursed with, sort of, I could say.
Okay. Did you get along okay at Disneyland, or were there any arguments?
I remember us getting along pretty well.
Okay. So now this trip to Huntington Beach comes to an end. A few days later, I would assume, right? After you go to Disneyland?
Yes, after Disneyland. I don't remember where I stayed, but we hung out in Riverside for a while.
Okay. Eventually, there was going to come a point in time, or sounds like there came a point in time when you and Travis were going to part company, right?
Yes.
And from what you told us before, this seemingly was going to be the moment in time when you told him you're done, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when the two of you were to part ways?
Well, I'd planned to drop the bomb in Riverside when I was dropping him off at his grandmother's house. And I couldn't get up the courage to tell him.
Okay. So you say you're at his grandma's house in Riverside, you're dropping him off, and you don't have the courage to tell him.
Yes.
Are you leaving Riverside that day, or do you stay with Mr. Alexander at Riverside?
I'm leaving town and driving back to Big Sur.
Now, I believe earlier you told us that you had met his grandmother 3 times. Is that right?
I think I did meet her 3 times, but I don't remember at that point if that was the second or third time.
Okay. So you're driving back from Riverside to Big Sur, and you never have this confrontation you've been planning to have for about a week, right?
Yeah, more like 2
weeks.
2 weeks.
Okay. So what's the plan then as you're driving back to Big Sur? Are you going to call him and break up? Are you going to write him a letter? What's the plan?
I was really mad at myself. I wanted to do it in person, and now I didn't know when I was coming back to Arizona or Southern California, when I would see him again physically. So at that point, I realized I would have to be on the phone.
Did you ever then have the talk that you were dreading for so
Yes.
long?
Yes.
And that was over the phone?
Yes.
And tell us what you told him.
Well, I said, there's some things I want to talk to you about. And I told him that his phone has been the source of a problem. And everything came out. I told him what happened in Utah. And I apologized. I felt really bad for violating his privacy, even though I felt justified because of what I found out. And he was apologetic.
You say he was apologetic. Did you end up breaking up with him after this conversation?
The conversation evolved. His apology was weak, I thought. And I said, in an indirect way, I said, I don't think either of us is ready to be in the kind of relationship that we thought we were having.
Was that then, when you said that, was that really, or this conversation, was that really the end of yourself and Travis as a couple?
As an official couple, yes.
And so you essentially broke up that day over the phone?
Yes, that was our end date, you could say.
Okay. And when was that? Do you remember the exact date or?
Yes, I remember the date. It was June 29th,
Of 2007?
2007.
Now, after you have this breakup on June 29th, 2007, is that the last you hear of Travis Alexander?
No.
How long was it, in terms of days, maybe hours if so, how long was it before you spoke with Mr. Alexander again?
He called me the next morning. He was still in Southern California.
And just so we're clear, you were in Big Sur, right?
I was in Big Sur.
And what was the subject matter of that conversation?
Well, I don't remember how it started. I think he was at his friend's house.
My response was the subject of the conversation.
It's not his objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Restate your question.
You say he called you the next day. Do you know where he was calling you from?
I understood that he was at his friend's house, Chris and Sky's house, in Southern California.
And was he wanting to get together with you? Was he wanting to continue the conversation? Tell us the subject matter of the conversation.
At first it was about what he was doing there, so that's why I figured he was there. And then we didn't continue the conversation from before. It was a lot less dramatic. And I don't know what room he'd hold himself up in, but the conversation began to turn sexual. And
What do you mean sexual?
well, he began to just say things like he's been horny lately, and
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge.
Approach.
That the conversation was sexual in nature, this day after you broke up, right?
yes,
When you say sexual in nature, that can mean a lot of things. So I want to clarify that a little bit. Was he talking about the two of you engaging in sexual behavior?
yes,
Did he talk about specific acts that he wanted to engage in with you?
I don't remember specifically. I just remember it was sexual, the things he was saying.
And you remember it related to the two of you interacting, right?
Somewhat. I was on the phone, but I was out in the gravel driveway at the Red House at Ventana.
Okay. You had just broken up with him the night before, right?
The afternoon before.
The afternoon before. Did you find it strange that the morning after your breakup, or the morning after your breakup, this man's on the phone with you trying to have dirty talk?
I felt it was strange, but also I really had low self-esteem at this time. It made me feel better, actually.
What do you mean? Describe that for us. What do you mean better?
Well, he had made promises to change. He said those women didn't mean anything, that kind of thing.
Objection, hearsay.
Not being offered.
So,
So he told you those women didn't matter, and you did? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Why you felt good about it?
yes, he said, I swear I'll change, just give me a chance. So this was I don't know, I still loved him, and so I thought that he was serious about changing, and so I continued to be intimate with him.
Well, let's not get too past the phone call right now. Let's say you continued to be intimate with him. Did you reciprocate the sexual tone of the conversation that you had with him the day after you broke up?
At first I didn't really know what to say, because he had...
Objection, non-responsive, yes or no?
It's not his objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask another question.
Were you, the day after you broke up with him, was it your hope Oh, I hope Travis calls me and talks dirty to me?
No, I wasn't thinking that.
When he did start talking dirty to you, why not hang up the phone?
I wouldn't have hung up on him. He wasn't being mean or anything.
What's that?
He wasn't being mean or anything.
But you just found out he was cheating and you broke up with him. Why even talk to the guy, Jodi?
He promised to change, and I still loved him.
Let me back up again, and you might have already answered my question with what you just said, but why even pick up the phone to begin with?
I don't know, I guess it was habit. His ringtone came through, his little picture was on the screen. I wasn't going to ignore the call.
Okay. So you have this conversation. He tells you he's going to change. And from what you told us, it sounded like you said you started feeling good about yourself based on this conversation?
Yeah, it made me feel good that he still desired me and claimed that he didn't really care about anybody else, just me. So I believed him.
What sort of things did he say that made you feel this way? Was there specific things?
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
Objection, here's what specific things did he tell you?
Overruled.
I honestly don't remember specifics. He just was saying very nice things to me, and they were erotic, and they made me feel sexy, they made me feel attractive, so I stayed on the phone with him.
Okay. Now, if we understand correctly, you're in Riverside, he's in Riverside, you're in Big Sur when this phone conversation took place, to your understanding, right?
I think he was in Temecula, but
Okay.
somewhere in Southern California. He was still in Southern California.
Okay. After this conversation, what is the next contact you have with him? Are you talking on the phone? Do you see each other in person?
We pick up the routine again of when he calls me at night, and his calls began getting very late, almost to 4 in the morning. So I just went to sleep and then waited for him to call.
So, after you break up, are you back together again? You said it's the same old routine. Are you back together again? Do you say, okay, we're boyfriend and girlfriend again?
We are talking about trying it again, but we are not back together again.
When he's wooing you back on this conversation over the course of these weeks, is he then telling you that he loves you?
Yes.
Does he ever talk about, after this breakup, does he talk about a future with you, marriage, children, things of that nature?
Yes, he still talked about that frequently, more in a joking manner, but it came up a lot.
Okay. At this point in time, after this breakup and these calls, are you still seeing the potential of a future with Mr. Alexander in that regard?
Yes, I believed he had the potential to change.
And you hoped he would, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you talk about this same old routine and these calls are getting later. What time are we talking these calls are happening now?
Definitely after midnight, 2, 3, 4 a.m., depending on the night.
Okay. And are these calls also sexual in nature?
No, they're more just loving, actually.
And what do you mean by loving? Describe what you mean by that.
He was acting more like the same guy I fell in love with, and he was just being very sweet and wanted to know about my day, told me funny things about his day, and when he talked about the future, he kept saying we or us, things like that.
And nothing sexual in these calls?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. how long then until you were back on the hook, so to speak? Hook, line, and sinker, back in love with Travis. Did you ever fall off that hook?
During that time, I didn't. I mean, further down the road I did, but at this point I was still in love with him.
Okay. And this is about when in 2007? June or July?
We're into early July right now.
Okay. How long, when was your job at Big Sur done for the season?
Well, it could have gone on the entire year. That season was very slow that summer. I picked up another job at the Big Sur Bakery to supplement my income, and business was just slow all over in Big Sur that season.
So you say you could have stayed on year-round. Did you decide to?
No.
Why not? Is it the financial reasons, or were there others?
Financially, it would have made more sense to stay there, but there was another more compelling reason to move.
We're going to take the evening recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back to the jury room by 1:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Jury is not present. Ms. Arias, earlier today and last week, a number of times there's been an objection that your answers were non-responsive. I'm going to ask that you listen very carefully to the questions and answer the question you are being asked.
Yes.
Let's bring in the jury.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about how you were considering whether or not to move or stay at Big Sur or move on. And when you started talking about, excuse me, when you started talking about moving on, you said there was a compelling reason to move on. What was that compelling reason?
Do you mean move on or move geographically?
Well, move on and leave Big Sur.
I'll move on geographically. Well, there were already plans. Travis and I were making plans for me to move to Mesa. He was very upset when I moved to Big Sur. He wanted me to either go to Mesa or stay in Southern California, but not move so far. So I had already made my commitments in Big Sur. I decided to fulfill those. They were expecting me. And so the season wasn't panning out to what it was, so I gave my notice there. And my last day was going to be sometime in June or July, I don't remember when. And I was making plans to move to Mesa. And then I discovered that he was cheating on me, so plans kind of halted. I was going to move in with my friend Rachel, and I kind of told her that, what was up. I didn't want to throw Travis under the bus, so I didn't go into a lot of detail, but I said that things weren't really working out with him, and, things aren't working out up here either, and she was encouraging me to come to Mesa anyway. Kind of make it my Mesa, don't worry about Travis. And then Travis was also trying to...
Let's just stop a minute and clarify. You had planned to move to Mesa before you went to Big Sur in the summer, right?
Yes, in the spring we began to talk about that.
And once you found out he was cheating on you, you then made the decision to go to Big Sur. Is that right?
No, I moved to Big Sur prior to all of that.
Okay. And then you were planning on staying at Big Sur until you had this conversation with him where he started being loving towards you. Is that right?
The original plan was to stay in Big Sur, fulfill the commitments I made, and then move to Mesa.
Okay, and what were the commitments in terms of time?
In terms of time, about 2 months, 2.5 months.
Okay. So you fulfilled your commitment. Why did you decide then, getting to my point, why did you decide then that moving to Mesa would be a good idea, considering what had happened prior?
Well, I was on the fence about it. I was going to move to Montclair. There was another woman that I worked with at the Big Sur Bakery that was moving there, and that's in Southern California. It's close to where I used to live. It's within an hour's drive of Palm Desert. So there were two choices, and I decided to go to Mesa. Travis painted a nice picture of all of the benefits of moving to Mesa. He said it's a strong Mormon community. There are a lot of church members. There are always other LDS single women looking for roommates. He said I can store all of my things at his house. He said I could sock away more money. Just benefits.
Benefits to you or benefits to him?
To us both. Well, he was painting the benefits that I would reap if I moved there.
Did you believe that he was also seeking benefits?
Of course, yeah. He said we could hang out more and figure things out.
Hang out and figure things out. Did hanging out involve sexual activity?
Yes.
When you moved to Mesa, how far from Travis were you?
I don't know mileage, and I don't know if you know Mesa, but Travis lived over by Signal Butte and Elliott, and I lived over by Greenfield and Broadway.
Well, do you have any idea how long it took you to drive to Travis's house?
Well, depending on traffic, 15 minutes,
Okay.
maybe 20.
So you live about 15 minutes away. We heard other witnesses testify, tell us about what a ward was. Where you lived, was that in the same ward as Mr. Alexander?
No.
Was that an issue for him, to your understanding?
It became an issue.
Why, to your understanding, was that a concern?
Well, as soon as I moved in with Rachel, about, I'd say within a week and a half, she approached me and informed me that she and...
Here's not response to the question, what was an issue?
Rephrase the question.
Well, let's do it this way then. You mentioned a person named Rachel. Is that who you moved in with originally?
Yes, and her boyfriend.
Okay. And how long did you live with Rachel and her boyfriend?
About a week and a half.
And
I'm sorry, like 2.5 weeks.
Okay. And after this 2.5 week period, it's time for you to move on for their personal reasons. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, they eloped.
Okay. So they got married, and it was time for you to find a new place to live, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They were newlyweds.
And you said the issue of ward boundaries or what wards you're going to be in became an issue. Could you explain that to us?
Yes. It became imperative that I move out as quickly as possible. They were going to have another civil wedding ceremony after eloping in Vegas. So what I did was I went to, I think it was an institute center, which is a place where young single adults in the church can go for scripture study and things like that. There was a bulletin up there with different places for rent. So I wrote down a few phone numbers that were within my price range. I called a girl. I think she lived in Gilbert. She said that that listing was old and no longer available, but she directed me to ldshousing.net and said that I could find more listings there. So I went there. and I found a few within my price range. I called them all. 2 returned my call. One was a girl named Brenda, and she lived in Gilbert. She had a brand new house. She said she was looking for a roommate. She had not moved into the house yet because she was in the process of buying it, and the mortgage lender hadn't funded yet, and so she didn't have her keys yet. But we went by the house together, peeked in the windows, she showed me around the property. It was brand new, it had never been lived in. It was in a really great ward. She said everyone in the ward is really awesome. So I was excited about that. But then the days kept going on and she wasn't getting her keys, and Rachel and her new husband were like, they kind of wanted their own space. So I went to ldshousing.net again. I called back the same number as before, not Brenda's, but the other one. And she called me back and said that there is a room available for rent. So I went and checked it out. The house was nice. It was in a great neighborhood. It was available immediately. It was within my price range. And I asked her which ward it was in. She told me it was in the University 6th ward, which was not the ward that Travis was in at the time.
Why did you ask her what ward it was in?
I didn't want to land.
What's that?
I didn't want to land in the same ward as Travis.
Why not?
Well, one, I figured he didn't treat me very well at church when I was his girlfriend. He ignored me. He didn't introduce me. He flirted with other women. So I figured if he was capable of treating me that way as his girlfriend, who knew what other kinds of humiliating behaviors he was capable of now that we were exes, I didn't want to show up at his ward like that.
Okay. And to your understanding, did he not want you in his ward as well?
We had talked about it, yes. He said now that we're not together.
You're saying, and the question is whether or not she knows if you wanted her there or not.
To your understanding, did Mr. Alexander want to make sure that you were in a different ward?
I don't know if he went that far. We just discussed going to different wards.
Okay. Now, this home that you moved to after you went through your housing search, after you left Rachel's home, in terms of, let's just use the marker of time, how far away was this from Travis's house?
You're talking about Rachel's house or the new house?
The new house.
It was a lot closer. I didn't know at first. I was still using my...
She's already answered the question.
Thank
You say a lot closer. How long a drive was it to Travis's house from where you wound up after you moved out of Rachel's place?
I would say 10 minutes or less, depending on the route.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you and Travis, and can you give us a ballpark in terms of the time we're talking about here, month and year, when you've moved into this new place?
Yes. I believe it was the middle of August 2007.
And at this point in time, I know that you had told us that you ended your relationship with Mr. Alexander, at least from a formal standpoint or from a label standpoint. You broke up as boyfriend and girlfriend. But he was telling you all these loving things, and you kind of back in good graces anyway. Were you his girlfriend at this time in August of 2007?
No.
Were you acting?
No.
Were you acting as a couple in public?
No. We were even more clandestine.
More clandestine.
Yes.
And this clandestine sexual relationship, where was this by and large happening?
At his house.
And how would it generally work? Would you come over at a certain time? How did that work?
Typically, this cycle began to develop where there would be a fight, and then we would make up, and it would turn sexual, and then everything would be okay for a little while.
Now, the sexual relationship you were having with Mr. Alexander in the summer of 2007, did this include oral sexual contact,
Yes.
anal sex?
Eventually, but I'm trying to remember if we did that summer. It was around that time, but I don't remember exactly when.
And did it include penile vaginal intercourse?
Eventually. It did one time actually that month.
Okay. Now, when you moved back to Mesa, did you find a job?
I did finally toward the end of August, and not right away, but I did
And where were you working?
at PF Chang's.
And apart from PF Chang's, did you have any other sources of income?
Yes.
What was that?
Travis offered to pay me to clean his house.
And was there a set upon hourly wage for that?
Yes. He was going to pay me $200 extra a month to come over twice a week. I can't remember how many hours, but when you did the math, it equaled $12.50 an hour.
Okay. And you were also having a sexual relationship with him at this time, right?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Jodi, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 395. Could you take a look at that? See if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
It's an email he sent me.
Regarding what?
This is kind of a joke about my uniform for cleaning his house.
Your uniform what? For cleaning his house?
Yes.
What did he want you to wear?
He wanted me to wear one of those French maid outfits.
And do you remember when he sent you this email?
It would have been sometime in early August.
Move to admit Exhibit 395, excuse me, if I said 393 earlier.
No objection to the photographic portion of the email, but objection to the hearsay or the written comment.
Approach.
Jodi, let's back up a step. When Mr. Alexander proposed this arrangement to you in August of '07, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you accept this arrangement?
I hesitated, but when he said it's $200 extra a month, I said yes, because I needed money.
Okay. And at the time you accepted this offer Mr. Alexander made to you, were you still sexually active with him?
Yes.
When you were cleaning the house, working as his maid, if you will, did he ever express a desire to have sex with you while you were working for him?
Try to do a characterization of a maid.
Occasionally.
And how did you feel about that? You're there to clean his house, and he's having sex with you.
It didn't bother me. We were still intimate. He's paying attention to me. He's being nice. He's focused on me, making me feel attractive. So it wasn't unpleasant.
Did he ever ask you to wear a particular uniform?
Yes.
How would you describe that uniform for us?
The picture he sent me was of a woman, a voluptuous woman with long blonde hair, a low-cut French-maid outfit. She had stockings that went up to her thighs, stilettos. It was a black and white outfit with a little white apron. I think she had her foot up on something.
Julie, I'm going to show you a picture from Exhibit 395.
Objection. This is not an evidence. It cannot be published to the jury.
You just didn't object to it a few minutes ago.
Counsel approach, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to stand in place, we have about 2 minutes, and you're welcome to do so. that you go back to the jury room, use your card to let yourselves in. We will be back with you shortly. I don't know what's happened. I'm going to go and find out. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Exhibit 395.001 is admitted. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jodi, before our break, you talked about a picture you received in an email. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Of a woman in a French maid uniform. Do you recognize that as being that picture?
Yes.
That's, I would move it into evidence form, it's not an
That was
action.
just an edit.
Okay.
It is an edit.
When you received this email from him, was this before or after you began working for him?
It was after we made the agreement, but before I started.
How did you feel in receiving this?
I just kind of laughed. I think he meant it as a joke.
You felt like he meant it as a joke.
Yes.
Did your feelings on that subject change when he was having sex with you while you were supposedly working for him?
Well, on the uniform, no, but as far as the implication, I mean, I kind of knew that was implied sometimes.
That was kind of implied sometimes, meaning if he was paying you to clean his house and you were available to have sex with him, that was part of the deal?
Objection, we
Rephrase.
Did you believe when you were working for him, that because you were working for him, he's entitled to have sexual access to you?
I wouldn't say that. I needed money. We were already intimate.
So she said she would say that.
Sorry.
Ask another question.
Why did you not feel that way?
I was already intimate with him, and I had feelings for him, so it wasn't. It didn't. I didn't correlate the two. Usually, I stuck with my duties there. It was generally during the day. He worked also. I didn't want to distract him from that. Sometimes he would come to me, he would bump into me suggestively and say, "Oh, excuse me," and then it would happen again, and then it would lead to something. Sometimes he would just come up and kiss me.
Okay. How long did you clean his house, work as his maid?
Almost the entire time that I lived in Mesa.
Okay. Did he always pay you?
He always paid me in one form or another.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes, well, it was usually cash, but sometimes, well, we went on trips together, so sometimes we always split the trips 50-50. He kept meticulous track of the cost. He could always figure it down to the dollar, who owed who what, and how we reached the figure. So sometimes if he owed me money for the house, he would just eat the cost on traveling.
Okay. But there was always financial compensation for this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier today, you mentioned that when you moved back to Mesa, there was a clandestine sexual relationship that went on behind closed doors of his bedroom.
Yes.
Right? Was there a sexual relationship that took place in other places besides just his bedroom?
Yes.
Where did those occur?
Usually when we...
Recommendation, time or date when this happened.
Sustained.
Where else did you have sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander?
Sometimes it was...
Objection. Same objection. We just need to know when.
Well,
Overruled. Answer the question.
Sometimes it was in my car, in parking lots. Sometimes it was when we traveled, and sometimes it was at my house in Mesa.
now when you mentioned your car, earlier in your testimony you told us about the interaction that took place after he gave you the Book of Mormon and you went to Starbucks. Is that what we're talking about, or are we talking about other occasions in your car?
Other occasions, but the same kind of thing.
And did those also occur after you moved back to Mesa, or did those occur before you moved to Mesa?
I know they occurred after I moved to Mesa.
You also mentioned that sexual behavior was going on through these trips you took with him as well, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you also mentioned your house in Mesa. Is that the one you shared with Rachel, or are you speaking to the other home that you moved into a couple weeks later?
The other home. He wouldn't go to Rachel's house.
Is there a specific location in this home that your sexual behavior with Travis took place?
Yes, in my bedroom.
Did it happen anywhere else besides your bedroom?
Yes, a couple times. He...
Where did these occur? Besides your bedroom, where in your home?
The front porch.
And how did you wind up having sexual encounters with Travis on his front porch? On your front porch, excuse me.
It was something he wanted to try since I had known him since 2006. It was something he expressed that he wanted to do. He had a list of fantasies that he wanted to fulfill. And he wanted to show up, get out of his car. Sorry.
Ask another question.
No need to apologize, Jodi. What was this? Describe for us, if you will, this fantasy he had involving you being on the porch of your home.
Okay. It was, he wanted to drive up to the house. Something we couldn't do it in Palm Desert, so now that I was in Mesa, it was a different kind of porch. It was more private. There was a huge column, a big square stucco column that offered more privacy. There was a big bush that created a shadow from the street light, so this would occur at night, late at night. And so he wanted to drive up to the home. He wanted to get out of the car, have me come out of the house, give him oral sex, and he wanted to ejaculate on my face and then get back in his car and drive away without saying a single word.
And were you to be dressed during these interactions or naked, or what was his fantasy?
I was dressed.
And how many times did he do this?
2 or two or three times. I can only remember 2 specifically.
Tell us about those 2 occasions. Tell us about the first occasion.
Well, the first occasion occurred just like I described, and we talked later the next day. The second occasion, after he was done, he dropped something near me and got into his car and left. And so I picked up whatever it was he dropped and took it inside to find out what it was.
What was it?
It was Toblerone.
So he ejaculated on your face and threw you some candy?
Pretty much.
Is this hard for you to describe?
Yeah, in front of my mom and dad it is.
You mentioned that Mr. Alexander had other fantasies that he described for you. Can you tell us another one of those fantasies?
He wanted to do the mile high, which we never did. He wanted to pull off of a freeway on a remote highway somewhere and have sex on the hood of the car, which we didn't do. But he also wanted to have sex on the freeway while driving, which we did. It was the 10 or the 40. We were driving east across Texas.
Oral sex?
No, I think it was vaginal.
What other fantasies did he have?
He wanted me to wear the boys' underwear. He had a lot of anal sex fantasies. He wanted me to wear the boys' underwear and have anal sex, and he wanted to wear his, he had a lot of nice suits because he was in prepaid legal, and he had tailored shirts with his initials stitched into the cuffs, and he wanted me to perform oral sex on him in his office while he was wearing those suits.
And did you comply with that desire?
Yes. Yeah, that one we did many times. Probably his whole wardrobe.
Now we were talking about the boys' underwear and anal sex. Is this the boys' underwear that you received back on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Did he ever explain to you why he wanted you to wear this underwear and why he wanted to have anal sex with you when you were wearing this underwear?
He just said it was hot.
He didn't offer any other explanation at the time?
Not at that time.
Okay. You mentioned, well, let me ask you this. How did you feel about having anal sex with Travis when you were wearing this boy's Spider-Man underwear?
Well, after we began to do that more regularly, he used lubrication that time so it wasn't painful. And I don't know. I guess there were times when I enjoyed being with him, so I was willing to do. I enjoyed making him happy, so I was willing to do things that he liked to do. And while he did those things that he liked to do, he was paying attention to me, so I got something out of it too, I guess, in that regard.
Okay. So, based on what you're telling us, are you saying that he treated you differently before, during, and after these encounters, or just before and during? You said he was paying a different amount of attention to you. Can you maybe describe for us what you mean by that?
Yes. When he was in the mood or turned on, then he was very nice and paid attention to me. Sometimes when we got together, he was very loving and romantic. Sometimes it was just animalistic. Afterward, usually when he was done for a while.
You mean done sexually or done being nice?
Done. He didn't turn mean, but done being nice, I would say.
Okay. And then would it be fair to say that when he wanted sex again, he became nice?
Always.
Once you moved back to Mesa, you were having this clandestine sexual relationship. And you weren't his girlfriend, right?
Yes, that's right.
Why was this okay with you?
I guess I was still in love with him, and I would go on dates occasionally with other people, but there was no spark there, I think because Travis had my heart, and I'm a monogamous person, so I'm sleeping with Travis, so there's not really any room in my heart or my mind or in my life. That wasn't making room for anybody else. So that's kind of just how it continued.
So was there ever any thought in your head, this isn't right, I need to stop this relationship?
There were times when it seemed very unhealthy, and I did have those thoughts.
Did you ever vocalize those thoughts to Travis?
Eventually I did, yes.
Let's talk about this time period as well, because you mentioned you were traveling with Mr. Alexander even after you moved back to Mesa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And after you moved back to Mesa in late summer of 2007, where did you and Travis travel to? What were some of the destinations you went to?
Well, first we went to Las Vegas for the convention, which was in early September again. I went to the executive director banquet with him again. And after that, the weekend following Las Vegas, there was going to be another recap, but we ditched that and went with Dan and Desiree to Havasu Pie.
Okay. Where else did you go?
In October, we went to New Mexico, to Albuquerque for the balloon fiesta. We went to Santa Fe to 10,000 Wave Spa. We saw Route 66. There might have been another place. These were all places that were in the book, 1,000 Places. We began calling it the list, so we were just checking places off the list.
And that was kind of motivating your travel to these spots, is that correct?
Yes.
Before we get too far down the road to other places you traveled, I want to show you what's been marked Exhibits 434 and 431. Be so kind to take a look at these. And what you recognize, Exhibit 434 to be?
That's Travis and I at the Executive Director Banquet in March 2007.
And Exhibit 431?
That's Travis and I at the Balloon Fiesta in Albuquerque.
And when was that?
That would be October 2007.
I would move to admit Exhibits 431 and 434.
No objection.
431 and 434 are admitted.
Now, you just mentioned the Executive Director's Ball in 2007. Is this what we're seeing here?
Yes.
Is it hard for you to look at that picture?
Approach. Overruled.
Why?
Oh, it's just very sentimental. It's about happier times. When you just look back, you don't think that it would end up the way it did.
Let me show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 431. You take a look at that, please. Is that hard to look at?
Yeah.
Why?
We had a really bad fight that morning, but it turned out better, and we had a pretty good day afterward.
How long was this trip?
I think just the weekend. I don't recall specifically. It wasn't very long.
Based on the picture, one might assume that you were acting as a couple during this trip. Is that true?
Yes.
Did that end when you got back to Mesa?
Yeah, it did. Well, it depends on the time.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I was still coming over to his house. His roommate tried to warn me that he was seeing other people. So, I mean, it was...
Well, what I was asking you is if this public affection, that sort of thing, ended when you got back to Mesa.
Yes, it did, unless we were in his room.
Okay. So affection was okay so long as you were in his room or on your porch where he was ejaculating on your face, right?
Well, yeah, but the latter wasn't really affection that much.
Okay. That brings up a good point. You come out on the porch, you fulfill his fantasies, he ejaculates on your face and throws some chocolate at you. How do you feel after that?
I couldn't help thinking that it was kind of like a prostitute. But I put that out of my mind and just chalked it up to one of his little antics that he did.
Chalked it up to one of his little antics.
Yes.
Was there ever a point in time in your mind that you said, enough of these little antics, I'm done with this guy?
Maybe farther down the road, but before that, no.
Not at that point in time.
No, if anything, we increased.
What?
If anything, we increased with those kinds of things, the antics, all that. If you can call them antics.
Well, let me ask again something I asked earlier. Had he been physically abusive with you up to this point in time, late summer of 2007?
No.
Okay.
Well, he grabbed my wrist one time, but I didn't consider it abusive, so I don't know. That's
Well, when did that occur?
at the convention in Oklahoma City in March 2007.
Describe those circumstances for us.
He and I were hanging out at the Sheraton. This was 2 nights after the drunk lady fell all over him. And so we were just hanging out with other colleagues and friends. And I had to use the restroom, so I went to the same restroom that I ran to a few nights before. It's sort of by a bar that's at the lobby. And so this is Saturday night now. And by Saturday night, a lot of people are partying. Convention's over. Everyone's going to leave Sunday. So there were a lot of people. There was a big crowd, a lot of people that were drinking and just having fun and being social. And as I was making my way back through the crowd, I heard somebody call my name. And I stopped and looked around to see who it was. And it was Abe, the guy I had gone on a date with some months earlier. And we talked briefly. And I don't remember if he had heard about what happened or if I told him about what happened, but he just was listening, and he said, "You deserve better." And I said, "Thanks." I said, "It's okay," that kind of thing. So then we parted, and I made my way back through the crowd, and I was leaving the crowd, and I saw Travis standing at the edge of the crowd, waiting for me, and I just smiled as I walked up to him and went to grab his hand, and his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist instead.
Was he angry with you?
He seemed upset, but not at first. He seemed incredibly angry until he started talking, and then I realized he was pretty mad.
Okay. How did he you said he grabbed your wrist. Did he grab it hard, or was he just holding it?
He grabbed it hard, but not painfully.
Did it ever become painful?
Not at that moment. He was just squeezing very tightly, but it didn't hurt.
And you said that he was not that angry at that time, but later you understood him to be more angry. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, as soon as he began to talk, I could tell he was pissed off.
And how could you tell that? Without telling us what he said, how could you tell that?
By his demeanor, his tone, his words. And
Was he yelling?
no, he was kind of speaking very sternly, sort of under his breath.
Okay. And was he unhappy with the fact that you were talking to Mr. Abdallah?
Yes, he was. Well, he wanted to know what we were talking about.
Okay. And when you learned what you were talking about, is that when you became more angry?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking about the idea that you deserve better, right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving back then to you being in Mesa and the sexual encounters, you said they were happening more frequently. Was this on a daily basis, a near daily basis?
I'd say 3 to 4 times a week.
And apart from those instances on the porch, you mentioned instances of his home. How did that work?
If it was the middle of the day and nobody was home, then there wasn't as much of a need to keep it a secret or keep it within the confines of the bedroom. But if people were home and his roommates were home, we had to be very quiet. He used to complain that his house was made a KB home and that the walls were thin and his roommates could hear every sound, so we had to be quiet.
So it was pretty obvious to you that your presence there in the home was a secret to his roommates, right? Supposed to be.
Well, maybe our activities. I parked right in the driveway.
Okay. So it wasn't your presence in the home, it was the fact that he was having sex with you that was the secret.
Yeah.
Okay. Were precautions made? You mentioned daytime. Sometimes this happened at night as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were there precautions made for you getting out the next morning? Did you stay the night? How did that work?
I usually stayed the night, but I left pretty early.
Was that intentional to avoid the roommates, knowing you spent the night?
Yes, because, well, usually, yes.
Okay. Did you know, well, this, using, I'm a,
On occasion with people from his church. Sometimes I'd go on group dates, but I definitely didn't have the impression that he was in a committed relationship with anybody.
and you told us just a few moments ago that you didn't believe that the two of you, or at least you didn't characterize it as a committed relationship, right?
No, I didn't.
Were you dating other people?
I went on dates on occasion, but nothing that became repeated, so nothing that blossomed into any kind of relationship.
To your knowledge, did Travis know about any of these dates you had with other individuals?
He found out about one, two, actually, early on, if we're talking the same time period.
Okay. And in this time period, this late 2007 time period, these dates you went on, did he react positively or negatively to knowing that you went on these other dates?
One, he just teased me, and the other one very negatively.
You weren't in a relationship with him. What was the problem?
The one that he reacted negatively to was a guy that he hated.
Who was that?
His name is John Dixon.
So Mr. Alexander believed, or would it be your impression that Mr. Alexander believed that he had a right to tell you who you could date at this time period?
Objection.
He just specifically didn't want me to date that guy.
Okay. And was that okay with you for Mr. Alexander to dictate whom you dated?
Objection. In this case, the evidence, she never indicated that he dictated, just that he didn't want her to date the guy.
Rephrase your question.
Okay. So you go out on a date, you're not his girlfriend. You go out on a date with somebody named John Dixon, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander doesn't like Mr. Dixon, right?
Yes.
So because of that, you're not supposed to date John Dixon because Travis doesn't like him?
Not date him and not even be his friend.
Because Travis says so, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So you could date who you wanted unless Travis told you no, right?
Yeah, it seemed that way.
all the time when he's having sex with you behind closed doors or on your porch, right?
Objection. Foundation as to when he's having this sex and foundation as to when he dated John Dixon. Would be different
Time
times.
period, Judge.
No, he can't testify. She can't, not him.
Sustained.
Fall of 2007. He comes over, he ejaculates on your face, throws candy at you, has you having sex behind closed doors, and you're not in a committed relationship, right? The fall of 2007, that's what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the same time period you dared to defy Mr. Alexander and go out on a date with John Dixon, right?
Objection. This is the testimony. She didn't say that she defied him. He was just upset about it. The characterization is what's objectionable.
Sustained. Rephrase.
When did you go out with John Dixon?
It was actually right before the fall, late August, I think the very last weekend in August.
So Mr. Alexander expressed his anger in the fall of 2007 about you going on a date with Mr. Dixon, right?
Yes, he found out the morning we were leaving for Havasupai.
Okay. But it didn't stop him from having sex with you, right?
No.
Ejaculating on your face didn't stop him from doing that, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No, it didn't stop him from that.
And it didn't stop him from going to Havasupai with you, right?
No.
Did it stop you from dating John Dixon again?
Yes.
Did it stop you from really dating anyone else again?
I went on a couple more dates during that time and on through the next year.
Okay. Did you tell Travis about those, or did you try to keep those a secret?
No, I learned to stop telling him anything about my social life regarding that. I didn't tell him about John. He found out.
Okay. I have to ask again, with this state of affairs, why not cut the proverbial cord? Why not break up with this guy who's telling you you can date him, you can't date him? Why not put an end to it?
Well, I mean, right now we're kind of focusing on the negative things. There were things he did that made me feel like $1 million. Very
Describe
special.
those things for us.
It was less what he did and just more how he treated me at times. He would say little things that were sentimental and had meaning between us. He got me little gifts, nothing expensive, but it was more the thought and just the gestures that he did. And he still would allude to the fact that he wanted to marry me, even though I don't know that he was very serious.
Kept telling you things you wanted to hear?
Yeah, he did.
I promise you. Oh, come on, Jodi. Come on. Maybe I'll marry you someday, right?
No, it wasn't quite like that.
How was it?
If I did something that he liked or that pleased him in some kind of way, like something I said or something I did, he would just look at me kind of with this enigmatic smile and say, "Marry me." And it wasn't like an actual proposal, but it was kind of a joke, but I took it as a compliment.
Why would you take that as a compliment?
Because he only said those things when I did something that would merit me being a good wife, potentially.
I'm sorry, the last part you said?
Being a good wife. Like, if I did something that might be in line with that, I took it as a compliment because that was my goal at the time. And that's what I wanted to become.
Okay. Did you want to become his wife? Travis's wife?
that was my desire for a while until probably after Havasupai.
Okay. What changed after Havasupai that made you decide, I don't want to marry this guy?
My feelings for him didn't necessarily change, but in my mind, we had such a bad fight that morning. He said some very ugly things to me that it was a boundary we had never crossed before. And I couldn't imagine marrying somebody that had said those things to me, or raising children with a man who their father had said those things to their mother, kind of thing. That's how I imagined it.
What kind of things are we talking about?
He said,
Objection, Pearson.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, the effect on the listener.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:15. Please remember the admonition.
Please stand for the jury.
You may be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. You may step down, Ms. Arias. Counsel, please approach. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Jodi, before the break, we were talking about an argument that you had with Mr. Alexander before the Have a Soup Pie trip, and when he had learned that you went out on a date with John Dixon, right?
Yes.
Okay. The argument you had with him, where did that take place?
I believe it started downstairs over the backpack. That's kind of what started it. And I took the backpack upstairs into his bathroom to look for my toothbrush. Everything had been repacked, so I didn't know what was what. And I just woke up, wanted to brush my teeth before we hit the road. And he came into the bathroom, and the argument escalated in the bathroom.
Okay. This was the argument that Mr. Freeman testified was all about makeup and personal care products, right?
Yes, but it wasn't makeup.
Okay. What sort of things, you said that Travis said things to you up in that bathroom that made you realize that that wasn't the type of person that you wanted to marry, right? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. What things did he say to you that made you feel that way?
It was only one thing specifically. As our argument escalated and got more and more, by this point I was brushing my teeth. I'd found my toothpaste and toothbrush, and I was crying. He had found out about my date because I wrote it in my journal, regrettably, and when he repacked it, he read it. And I was incredibly detailed, but it talked about the time I'm sorry, I got distracted.
An argument, and then she wants to tell us about a journal and that sort of thing.
No,
She's just not being responsive, so objection, beyond the scope of the question, non-responsive.
Restate your question.
Sure, Jodi. What did Travis say to you that made you realize he didn't want to marry? What specifically?
He said, "Fuck you."
What else? Say anything else?
Well, he said a lot of things about John. He was calling him John Dickhead instead of John Dixon. That was his nickname for him for the last year. And after he said F you, he turned on his heels and left the bathroom.
Why'd you still decide to go to Have a Soup Pie with him?
Well, there was a lot of crying and that kind of thing. Dan came in the bathroom. I didn't realize he was in there. I was blowing my nose and crying and was embarrassed to be arguing in front of him. So Dan kind of was like, Dan and Desiree were kind of like the glue. They sort of said, hey, let's just calm down. Let's try to get along. Let's try to get on this trip. I wanted to go on the trip, but I contemplated just going home because it was really bad. And
Because he was really, what was that?
It was really bad between us. I was mortified. Like, we had never argued to this extent, and much less in front of somebody else. So I was very embarrassed, and I felt very ashamed. And so I stayed in the bathroom for a little while trying to calm myself down, and then I don't remember how it all came together, but eventually we all were in the garage in the car, and we were beginning to drive off.
So the plan was to suck it up, so to speak, and go to Have a Soup Pie anyway, right?
Objection is characterized as testimony leading.
Overruled in the answer.
Yes.
And it sounds like during this trip, you two were acting like boyfriend and girlfriend again, right?
During some parts, we were kind of, I felt like my feelings were hurt, so I wasn't very responsive to him at that time. I wasn't ignoring him, I wasn't being rude or anything, but I just felt like an emotional chasm between us.
Okay. And this trip was when again?
It would be probably the second weekend in September.
Okay. Let's move back then towards the late part of 2007. We were talking about how the usual course of conduct was late night rendezvous, be they on your porch, be they in his bedroom, right? And that happened, you said, about 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Objection, ask an answer.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And at this point in time, and now we're talking late 2007, has he been physically abusive with you? Other than the one incident you told us about?
Late 2007? There was a point in October, late October, where he pushed me down on the ground in his bedroom. But I landed on my knees. I didn't fall over or anything.
You say he pushed you down on the ground in his bedroom or your bedroom?
His bedroom.
Not that there'd be any excuse for it, but what did you understand his motivation to be?
Objection, argument, Mr. Arias. Not that there would be any excuse for it.
Sustained.
What was his reason for pushing you over?
We were arguing.
Objection, hearsay. She's going to tell us what he said.
No.
Overruled.
We were arguing, and I got up to leave, and he wasn't done making his point, and he wanted to stay, and he wanted me to stay so I guess he could finish yelling at me.
You guess it was what? I didn't understand the last part.
He wanted me to, I got up to leave his bedroom, and he blocked the door and took my arms and shoved me down, and I landed on my knees, and he said, "You're not going." Okay.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted and excited utterance.
Approach.
He said no 5 times fast. He said no 5 times fast. No. You're not going anywhere.
You weren't allowed to leave, right?
Objection, B.
Sustained.
Were you allowed to leave?
I didn't push the issue at that point. I tried to leave one more time and he stopped me again. And then on the third time I tried to leave, he didn't stop me.
Okay. The second time you tried to leave, you said he stopped you. Did he grab you and throw you down again?
No, he just put his hands on my shoulders.
Okay. Forcefully?
Yes.
Call you names?
Yes.
Like what?
That was such an awful fight. I don't remember all the names he called. I just remember one thing that really sticks out is he was insulting my family.
Again, he was asked if she was called any names. Now we're talking about the family.
Okay, well, let's ask this. How was he insulting your family? Was he calling them names?
Yes.
What was he saying about your family?
He was saying that my brother was a faggot because his name is Carl.
What else?
I told him that he was named after my grandfather, and he said, "Your grandfather must be a faggot too, then." That's just something I remember specifically that bothered me. It's not that, I wouldn't care if they're gay, but that's Travis's way of issuing a deep insult to him. That's insulting.
Did he say anything about your other family members? Did you recall?
Not in that specific argument.
Okay. Now, this specific argument where he grabs you, throws you down, restrains you a second time when you get to leave, what was the thing that was so important that Travis wanted to do? Insult your family, or was there something else?
He just kept ranting and raving and yelling.
You don't remember about what?
Honestly, my brain sort of went on freeze, and I don't remember a lot of what he was saying. He was just yelling.
Okay. Why wasn't this day, the day he throws you down, the day he grabs you, the day he won't let you leave the room, the day he insults what he believes are insults to your family, why wasn't that the last day you saw Travis? Last day.
Well, it was going to be because when I was leaving the stairs, or going downstairs, he followed me all the way out to my car, just saying one mean thing after another, and then his tone changed to something very friendly, but it was like artificial friendly, and he said, I have a great idea. And he said, how about you move to Antarctica and never call me again? And I said, minus Antarctica, sure. And I was getting into the car, and after my leg got into the car, he slammed the door hard, and I started to drive away. So I thought we were not going to talk at that point. It was a very low point for me. Throughout the fall, I had been feeling suicidal, so I thought that was kind of the point where I decided I wanted to go through with that. So I called my friend Matt because he had guns, and I was going to ask him if I could borrow one because I wanted to kill myself. And he could tell, I don't know, he called a suicide hotline and had me call them, and he called my dad or my parents. And as I was on the phone with Matt, Travis began calling again as I was driving back home. And I wanted to answer because Travis always apologized after he had been very mean, and I thought maybe this is his apology. But sometimes it took a while to calm down, so it could just be more of the same, of his anger. So I hung up anyway with Matt, and I answered the phone, and Travis was very sweet and very calm, and he was telling me to come back, and that he was too harsh on me, and he felt bad, and I needed to help him make his bed. I had been there doing laundry and cleaning the house when that fight started, so I hadn't finished making the bed, and all the sheets were out of the dryer.
So he wanted you to get back to your duties as a maid, right?
Special meeting, she just said that.
Is that right?
The implication was more, come help me make my bed so we can make up.
Make up meaning have sex?
Yes.
Did he request this French maid outfit again?
No.
So he makes this call. You begin to feel better. You go back over to his house?
Yes, I'm telling him no, but at the same time I'm turning around in the turnabout that's in my neighborhood.
What's that?
I'm saying no at the same time that I'm actually doing it anyway. I'm going through the turnabout on the way to my house, but instead I go all the way through it and turn around.
Why'd you turn around, Jodi?
He was being the nice person that I was, I guess, craving. Like, I had felt like a writhing ant under a magnifying glass for the last 3 hours. It was a long fight, and now he had relented, and he was being nice, and he was implying that his feelings would be hurt if I didn't come over. He was saying it very sweet, almost baby talk, but not quite. And so I came back to his house.
Did you have a sexual interaction with him after you came back to his house to make up?
Yes, we made the bed, and then, yes.
And then yes, what?
We had anal sex that night, but it was kind of loving. I mean, he said, I love you, and he whispered those things in my ear while he was doing that, and yeah.
I want to ask, there was an incident talked about earlier where you walked into Travis's house and Lisa Andrews was there. Do you remember hearing about that during this
Yes.
trial? Was that around this same time period when all these things were going on?
Yes, it was right before or after we were in New Mexico.
Okay. So you get back from this trip in New Mexico, Exhibit 431. You're acting as a happy couple in New Mexico. How is it that you came to Travis's house the evening that Lisa Andrews saw you there?
I was
Travis's house. How is it that you came to Travis's house the evening that Lisa Andrews saw you there?
I was well, this might have been before New Mexico, but it was all around the same time. I had been hired at P.F. Chang's in the summer, and his roommate, John Hepworth, was always talking about how much he liked the honey chicken on their menu. It was his favorite dish. And so one night, it was a Monday night, which would be family home evening in the church. I worked, though. For short, it's called FHE. And I got off work early because it was Monday night and it was slow. And there was an extra honey chicken that was getting thrown away, so the chef said I could have it. So it was still fresh. It was in a to-go container. I put it into a to-go container. And I had taken food home before, and I usually offered to split it with my roommates. They never really wanted it. It was still early, so I knew, or I assumed, Travis was at church, and so I wasn't going to call him. But I called John because he lives close by, and I said, "Do you want half of this honey chicken?" And he said yes, because he liked it. And so I was going to go over there, split it with him, and then go back home. Because if you put it in the fridge, it gets real soggy. It's breaded and glazed. And so I headed over. Well, he said Travis wasn't home. I asked him, I said, "Is Travis home yet?" He said no. So I started driving over to his house, and I pulled into the driveway in the same place where I always go. And I always came and went in his house without knocking. It was just something I did, and a lot of friends always did. And so I walked into the house with the container of honey chicken in my hands, and I'm walking down. It's kind of a walkway with tile. There's a living room here, and as I was coming toward the kitchen, which is just beyond that, there's a wall just beyond that. I was going to round the kitchen to get a plate for John. John was on the couch over here watching TV, and I came around the kitchen, and Travis was standing there with another girl. I didn't see who the girl was because I just saw hair, and he was standing in front of her. So I was mortified. I was like, oh my gosh. So I immediately turned and walked right back out, straight out the front door, and I got in my car and I left, and I was really embarrassed because I thought he wasn't home. And I started driving. I drove west down Elliott, and then I turned north on Signal Butte, and right as I turned north on Signal Butte, there was a car that came right up behind me with their high beams on, and they were right up on the tail end of my car.
And who was in that car?
Well, I didn't know at first. I thought it was somebody that had to go somewhere fast. So I was coming up on an LDS chapel that was on the left side of the street, and then across from the street from that was a turnout. So I assumed I'm just going to drive a few more yards and then pull over in this turnout. But this car pulled over the double yellow line and sped up, and so I thought, wow, they're really in a hurry. And then pulled in front of me and braked really hard, and I almost hit the car. And then that's when my headlights hit the paint, and I could see it was purple, and it was BMW. It was Travis's car. So he pulled then into the turnabout, and I assumed he wanted me to pull over because of that, so I pulled in behind him.
Okay. Did he offer explanation for what you had just walked in on?
After I asked, yeah.
During that discussion, did he admit to you that he was dating Lisa Andrews?
No, he didn't say who it was. I didn't see who it was. He just said a girl from his ward was there, and she wanted to see his house, and he was just giving her a tour.
Did he invite you back to the home?
Not at that point, but he gave me a hug and he squeezed my butt and said, "You're coming over later tonight, right?" Kind of like that.
And what did that mean to you?
Um,
What were you coming over there later that evening for?
To hang out, sex, pretty much.
After he was done with this date with Lisa Anders, you were to come over to have sex with him. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah.
Now, late 2007, you talk about how this relationship is going on and on and on. Are you still living in Mesa in early 2008?
Yes.
Are you having sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander in 2008, early 2008?
Yes. Well, yes, not vaginal.
Okay.
So much.
Not vaginal intercourse.
No.
Was that, you'd had it before, was there a reason you weren't having it at that time?
Yes. The first time I was asleep. The second time was in August 2007, and that was consensual. And I knew we had gone all the way, so obviously that was pretty black and white that was not okay. So I confided in Rachel. I didn't want to tell her that we went all the way, but I said I think Travis and I might have gone too far, even though I knew we'd gone too far. I wanted to get her advice. And she asked me how far we'd gone, so I thought oral sex was okay, so I threw that out there. I was like, well, we've had oral sex. And her jaw dropped almost to the floor, and she freaked out and said, "You have to go to your bishop right now." And I didn't know that. And she said, "Travis has to go too. You need to do it right away, get right back on the right track, and go tell him right now and wear your seatbelt." You know, the implication being you don't want to get in a car accident and die before you repent. It was that serious to her. And so I didn't know that. So I got in the car and called Travis and went over there and tried.
So to make a long story short here, you didn't want to have vaginal sex because of the vow of chastity or the law of chastity, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything happen in January of 2008 that changed your relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
What happened?
Objection, if we could have the foundation, if we could have the date and the time.
I'm asking what happened in January 2008. She can explain.
Council approach. You may continue.
Ms. Arias, this event that happened in January 2008, before we go into the particulars of it, do you remember where it occurred?
Yes.
Where?
In his bedroom.
Do you remember the date that it occurred?
It was on a Monday, and it was late January 2008. I think it was around the 21st.
Okay. What did you see on the 21st or late January of 2008? Or I should say this. What happened on the 21st of January 2008 that changed the course of your relationship with Travis?
Objection, lack of foundation, if we could have a time, morning, noon, afternoon.
She can explain the story, Judge.
All right, overruled.
I got off work. I was working at Mimi's Cafe at that point in Mesa. I got off work and came over to his house and helped him. He was loading boxes into the attic. He was just rearranging stuff, he said. So I was helping him. I was just handing them up to him. And we were hanging out for a while. He disappeared in the attic for a minute, so I was waiting for him. And then he kind of popped out and said boo and scared me and laughed about that. And then he came down the ladder and he handed me a little porcelain, it was a white porcelain angel that he had. And he handed it to me and called me an angel and gave it to me, and I thought that was sweet. And so I went and put it next to my purse, which was on the dresser in his bedroom. And we hung out a little bit longer downstairs in his office, and then I was leaving. So I ran upstairs, got my purse, shut the bedroom door after I'd already said goodbye to him, and I left. And then as I was driving back home, I realized I left the porcelain angel there. And Travis I knew he would, just knowing him, he would call me and make me feel guilty about it, or in a joking way, but in a way that I wouldn't live it down for a while.
So what did you do?
So I thought of getting it later, but because of that pattern, I turned around to go get it. And I called him real quick on his cell phone, he didn't answer. Called him real quick on his house phone, he didn't answer. I hadn't been gone 10 minutes, so I didn't think it was a big deal. I just went back there, I walked in and I ran upstairs and I went into his bedroom to grab it.
And what did you see when you got there?
I walked in and Travis was on the bed masturbating, and I got really embarrassed. Even though we'd been intimate like more times than I could count, it was just kind of awkward walking in on him like that. And I was headed toward the dresser, but then I stopped and I was trying to think of something funny or witty to say, like, do you still need my help or something? And he started grabbing at something on the bed, and I realized they were papers. And as he was grabbing the papers, one kind of went sailing off the bed, and it fell in that chaotic pattern that paper falls, and it landed face up near my feet, and it was a photograph.
What was in the photograph? What was the photograph of?
It was a picture of a little boy.
Could you guess how old first the little boy was?
Oh, 5-ish, 5, 6. I'm not a good judge of age.
Did you recognize the little boy?
No.
Was the little boy dressed?
He was dressed in underwear, like briefs.
After you saw this, what did you do next?
I was frozen there for a minute. Well, maybe not a whole minute, but I didn't know how to react. It kind of seemed like one of those dreams where something is really off, but you just can't figure it out. And so I left the angel there on the dresser, and I turned to bolt, and he called my name, and I just ran. I didn't stay, and I got in my car and started driving home again. Sorry.
Did you say he called you a name or he called your name?
He called my name.
Okay.
He said, wait. I called my name.
So I'm sorry, you were driving away from his home. How did you feel about what you saw?
I felt nauseated. I drove all the way home, and I was trying to drive fast enough to get to, I trying not to pull over to throw up. I got home and I was hitting the garage door opener about half a block away so that it would be open, and I pulled right into the garage and ran inside and threw up in the bathroom.
Did you speak? Did Travis make further attempts to call you after you saw what you saw?
Yes.
How soon?
After I cleaned myself up, I went back out to my car to get my purse and my phone, and I saw that there were some missed calls from him. Like 4, maybe 3 or 4.
Why wasn't this moment in time, why wasn't this the end of your relationship with him?
Well, I wasn't even thinking anything along those lines at that time. I was confused and I was crying and I didn't really know what to make of all that. So I went for a drive. Before, when I didn't answer the phone, and when he called repeatedly, he would come over to the house because I didn't live far, and I didn't want to be at the house when he came over. I wasn't sure how to talk to him or what to say. So I left and I drove around for a while in Mason. Then I ended up at the Temple Visitor Center, and I hung out in there for a little while. And I just was collecting my thoughts and not really meditating, but just trying to figure out what to do next and how to handle that.
Did you get, or did you come to a decision as far as what to do next?
Well, I wanted to, I couldn't imagine like never talking to him again.
Why not?
That would just be, if we never spoke again after that point, I would feel unsettled, and I don't know. I wanted to let him explain at least. I went out and checked my phone again. My phone was turned off in the visitor center. So I went out and checked my voicemail, and there was that frantic voicemail from him finally, and there were more missed calls. And he said, just come over and talk to me, and that kind of thing. And so there was something.
Well, again, Jodi, let me address the question. And perhaps it's difficult, but why would it be, from what you told us, you saw him masturbating to the image of a child. Why would it have been a problem for you? Why could you imagine not having any more contact with him after that point in time?
When I was thinking in the temple, I've heard in the past that usually people who have problems like that were hurt when they were children, and I kept thinking, what if he was hurt when he was a kid? And it made me angry to think of him as a kid and somebody violating him, and just really made me mad. And so I tried to mitigate it in my head in that way, and I wanted to talk to him and find out what was wrong with, what was going on with him. So,
did you return his phone calls, or what happened next?
I called him back finally after a while, and we agreed to meet up. We were going to swap cars for family home evening, and
What, you were going to swap cars for family home evening, right?
Yes.
So what you told us?
Yes.
So he could have your car, or you could have his?
Both. At the time I was driving his car, but he didn't want to drive my car to church with people. He wanted to take his own car.
Okay. So he was the one going to family home evening, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same day he got caught masturbating to images of children, he was going to family home evening, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you return to his home, and you're going to trade cars. Do you just get your car and get out of there?
We never hooked up before family home meeting. I had a migraine and I needed to just sleep, and I don't know, I woke up later in the evening and I went over to his house later that night.
Okay. You go to his house later that night. Do you talk with him?
Yes.
Do you ask him about what you saw?
I didn't really have to ask him. I just was silent and let him do the talking mostly.
What did he say?
Objection, hearsay.
Are we approached, Judge?
You may.
After the conversation, right? Did he express, or did you come away with the understanding that you could help him with this problem?
That's the impression he gave me.
And what was your understanding of how you were to help him with this problem?
He preferred sex with women.
He what?
He preferred sex with women.
Why?
Made him feel normal. More normal.
In this conversation, was there any discussion about why he wanted you to wear the boys' Spider-Man underwear?
That was the reason for it, apparently. That's what he had told me.
The reason being, if I understand you correctly, that he liked pretending that you were a young boy.
I didn't ask him what he was visualizing, but that's...
Objection, then. It's speculation.
That was your understanding of why he was doing it after the conversation, right?
Yes.
Was this the last time you ever spoke with Travis Alexander?
No.
Did you leave right away after this discussion?
No.
Did you submit to a sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander after this discussion?
Yes.
And what sort of interaction was that?
It was sex. It was anal sex.
Why, Jodi, were you willing to submit yourself to sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander, having seen and having heard everything you saw and heard that day?
It's hard to describe because it's very embarrassing, but he seemed very ashamed with himself, and like he didn't want to be that way. It was something he struggled with, and that's not who he wanted to be. It's not who he wanted to be in the future, and he was trying to deal with it. And when he had sex with women, he felt like a normal heterosexual man, and that's what he wanted to be, and that's what he said he was, and that's what I believed him to be. And so when he had sex with women, he felt more normal, and it was preferable to his other deviant urges, I guess you could say.
So, were you doing this to help him?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I still loved him.
Did you ever do anything else to try to help him?
Yes.
What was that?
Before I moved back to California, I gave him a pamphlet that I found. There was a stack of them that I found in a mall. And I picked up a few of them because it was about mental health services. I don't remember what the name of it was. It had an 800 number, and it also had a 602 number. And might have had other phone numbers and a website. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it looked like they were services that were complimentary, or maybe not free, but cheap or affordable or something to that effect. I thought maybe he could just talk to some people. I thought it was confidential, and somebody he could talk to that would be able to counsel him, or that had a degree in psychology or some kind of certification in mental health counseling.
Okay. So was this in January 2008 that you found this brochure?
No, it was closer to, it was somewhere in mid to late March. It was before I moved.
Okay. How did he react when you gave him this brochure or pamphlet?
He was upset. It led to an argument. We argued about several subjects that day.
When you say argument, was this verbal or was this physical?
It started off verbal, and then it became physical.
Now, you mentioned him grabbing your wrists at conference, and now we're talking about this incident in March of 2008. Had he been physically abusive with you before March of 2008?
This incident was in April, and yes, he was physically abusive before that.
Okay. Let's talk about that then. This, after he grabbed you at the convention, when was the next time that he was physical with you?
It would have been that argument the night that I got up to leave twice, 3 times ultimately.
When he wouldn't let you leave the room, when he threw you down?
He pushed me down.
Okay.
doing it real loud, and some of his spit got in my face. And I mean, he wasn't spitting on me, but as he was talking. And he body slammed me on the floor at the foot of his bed.
What did he do after he slammed you on the floor at the foot of his bed?
Well, it startled me. It didn't hurt, but it startled me. And so I kind of let out an unexpected sound. I guess it could be best described as a yelp, sort of. Can't really explain it. It just was unexpected. So it startled me, and then the impact and the sound came out. And I think he misinterpreted, because he said, "Don't act like that hurts." He called me a bitch, and he kicked me in the ribs. And that hurt for real. But he went to kick me again, and I put my hand out and to block his foot, and it clipped my hand and hit my finger.
And he said, hit your finger?
Yes, my left hand.
Okay. So he kicks you once in the ribs, and he goes to kick you in the ribs again, and you try to stop him with your hand, and he kicks your finger, right?
Yes, on the second kick.
What happened after that second kick?
I screamed really loud. I think I yelled out my finger or my hand or something to that effect.
And what happened after you yelled that out?
He stormed out of the room and left, went downstairs.
And what did you do?
I rolled over and sat up and stood up and was holding my wrist. My finger was starting to swell up. I couldn't hear Travis. I didn't know what was going on. He was left very angry. I was in the room. The bedroom door was open. I kind of peeked around the bedroom door on the landing and looked down the stairs. Couldn't see anything. And then the doorbell rang. And so I was listening at the top of the stairs to see who it was. I don't know who it was, but whoever it was, he sent away. And so the front door shut, and then I heard him walking back on the tile. And then I leaned my head back in, and I could hear him climb the stairs, and my anxiety shot through the roof. I didn't know what kind of mood he was in or how he was going to react or what he was intending to do. And he came in, and he seemed visibly more calm, and he could see that I was holding my wrist, and he wanted to see my hand.
Was he yelling at you? Was he assaultive with you after he came back to the room?
No.
What was his demeanor like?
He was calmer, but when he first asked to see my hand, I kind of pulled back a little just as a reaction. And then he said, "Let me see it." But he said it kind of in a snappy, stern way. So I didn't want to provoke him anymore, so I just let him look at my hand.
And you say your hand, was there a particular part of your hand that was injured?
Yes, the ring finger on my left hand.
The which finger?
The ring finger.
Okay. Did you seek medical attention for this injury?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I didn't have medical insurance, for one. Two, I was worried that maybe the police would get involved if I went down there, or if I guess I could have made up a story, but Travis made a splint for my finger at his house, and I just stayed with that. It was swell. We put ice on it, and he had 2 or 3 little popsicle sticks that he broke so that they were the length of my finger, and he tied it onto my finger.
I think it also has to be, as you talked about, why you didn't get medical attention. Why didn't you call the police?
I would have never called the police on Travis.
Why not?
I couldn't imagine doing something like that.
Why not?
It would have felt like treachery. I wouldn't have betrayed him. I was loyal to him.
You just mentioned the word loyalty. Given all that you went through, what did you have to be loyal to?
I looked at him as someone who had his own issues that he was struggling with, and I didn't see him as a bad person. I just saw him as somebody who was conflicted and had issues, just like everyone has issues. He just had different issues, and I wanted him to get help. That was one of the conditions we had made the day before. Of course, he didn't want me to say anything, and I promised him I wouldn't say anything as long as you get help, of course, and he said he would. And so I just couldn't imagine doing anything to betray him.
The splint you put on your finger. Let me ask you this. Was the finger broken, as best you could tell?
I believe it was broken.
Okay. Do you still, is that injury still visible on you today?
I think so. It's crooked.
Could you hold up your hand for us so we can see your finger? Hold it up, Jodi, if you can. What do you think about when you see that injury on your hand?
Checks and balances.
Sustained.
How do you feel when you see that injury on your hand?
Checks and balances.
Goes to state of mind and battered women's syndrome, Judge.
Right.
Jodi, hold that finger up for us again, would you? Would you take a look at it? Take a look at your finger.
Yeah.
When you see that, what does that remind you of?
It reminds me of the incident. I try not to think about it,
Try not to think about who.
about the incident,
Okay. Why not?
because it's unpleasant.
You scared when you think about that day?
I don't go too far in my mind with it because it's not very pleasant. It's a very negative experience, and I wish I'd handled it differently.
What do you mean by that? Wish you handled it differently.
Sometimes I regret not making a record of these things, and sometimes I regret not getting medical help because at least it would have healed correctly. And maybe not, it feels arthritic as opposed to any of my other joints.
But it's, you didn't want Travis to get in trouble, right?
Just me.
Is it correct that you didn't want Travis to get in trouble? That's how you felt?
Just me. Cover up.
I definitely didn't want him to get in trouble, and I didn't want anyone to know that that happened between us.
Didn't want anyone to know that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Because you were embarrassed that he beat you up, right?
Objection, meeting, no, he's introducing embarrassment.
Sustained.
Were you embarrassed that he beat you up?
I was more like ashamed.
Ashamed. You felt shame, right?
Objection, meeting, she said she did.
Rephrase.
The shame you felt was part of the reason that you didn't want anyone else to know, right?
Objection made.
Sustained.
Were you thrilled and happy that Travis beat you up?
No,
Did you want to shout it from the rooftops?
definitely not.
Why not?
I just felt, I guess embarrassment is an accurate word, but I just felt it was stronger than embarrassment. I felt very ashamed, and I didn't want people to know that we had this kind of drama in our relationship, this level of problems. And I also felt like I used to judge women that would get into situations like that.
No, please.
That's completely relevant to why she didn't tell.
I used to think that women that were in situations like that, that it was partially, if not equally, their fault because they kept staying there. And so I went home and I thought, I was disgusted with myself. I felt like, great, now I'm one of those people. Like I was thinking that I got into this situation and here I am just staying, and that I had become that thing that I used to judge.
You realized at this point in time you were one of those people. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room by 10:25 tomorrow morning. We will start promptly at 10:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
You may step down. And all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to ask you to indulge us further this morning. There is a matter that needs our attention, so we are going to be adjourning until 1 o'clock. So you will be going to lunch now and returning at 1 o'clock. Please remember the admonition. Are there any questions? Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Please stand for the jury.
Left the courtroom, please be seated. Is there anything else, counsel, before we adjourn for the noon recess?
No,
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Before the jury comes in, I want to address the gallery. The parties have agreed to the admission of Exhibit 428. It is an audio recording. That audio recording will be played for the jury this afternoon. It does contain some very sensitive, sexually explicit matters. It is important that those of you in the gallery have no reaction whatsoever to anything that is played for this jury. If you believe that the materials on this particular audio recording are such that you would prefer not to be present, I'm going to ask that you leave the courtroom now. The prosecutor has advised me that he has met with the family of the victim, that the family of the victim has had an opportunity to listen to the audio recording. It is their desire that the audio recording be played in open court, and they wish to be present. If any member of the family of the victim has a different position, please raise your hand now and let me know. I see no hands. Ms. Arias, please come forward and take the stand. Please bring in the jury.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. In conjunction with that, before we begin questioning Ms. Arias, in pursuant to the stipulations previously made, we are asking to publish what's been marked as, what's been entered, excuse me, as Exhibit 428.
Okay, what did you say? I'm sorry. So why don't we just talk for a little bit about happy things and get normalized for a moment, and we'll see where it takes us.
We'll see where it takes us. I like that. I like to get happy and get normalized part.
Kick the shoes off, down, get happy. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be June through the beginning of June through like the beginning of July is going to be a busy time in Mr. Alexander's life.
Yeah, me too.
And then the end of July too.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, for me, I might make a trip at the end of the month to Utah. But I don't know, I'm in Daniel Summit, so it's like, I don't know if I'll do that. I want to.
Why did you go to Utah?
Just to visit and see the sights and see my friends and all that.
Why would you go and if you're going to Daniel Summit?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just right around the corner, so I may not. I just Daniel Summit. But I don't know. We'll see. Like
Daniel who?
Summit. You know him well. You've met him more times than I have. You're funny. So, but yeah, June, you're going to Cancun, and you're coming here. But But let's see. What are you doing?
Washington, D.C.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Well, if I can afford it, I'd like to go to Washington, D.C., but I think that's out. What I'd like to do, though, is I'm going to travel around with you, and if I have the money, I'm going to go to the Team Freedom event, which is in June. And I've got places to stay in Palm Desert. That's easy. No money there.
Here's the problem I have with the Team Freedom movement. It's in Palm Springs, right?
Okay, in the summer. They're really dumb for being there in the summer.
Yeah, which is like a horrible place in the summer.
Yeah.
Number two, their idea of social time is to get drunk. Their fun is get drunk.
Not everybody.
The training would be awesome. I don't like those people. I respect them as business people, but that's about it.
Really?
They just don't have a soul.
Are you serious?
They're godless. Just like look into their eyes. It's like dark.
What about people like Tara and Mark Smith?
Okay, Tara's nice, and maybe there's something there, but like I said, I respect them for what they've done in their businesses. I like them as business associates. They don't have a soul.
You're crazy.
Look at them all. Tell me how fun.
Aw, I guess I've just gotten to know a few different people a little bit differently, that's all.
Like the people you got to know are the worst ones.
Aw, Tara Postenbach. I know you don't like... Okay, I know you don't like Abe.
Yeah, well, he's soulless. He's like at the top of the list.
I wouldn't call him soulless. I would just call him, like, focused. Like, business person.
He's not focused on business.
Well, I don't know.
If he's focused on business, he'd be a solid ED for starters.
He told me the other day that he hopes you get your ring.
He told you the other day?
Yeah.
How the hell did that come up?
Because I went to leave him a comment on his MySpace because I hadn't talked to him in like 4 months. And he left me one out of the blue after not talking to me for 4 months, saying it said who, what, where, or something. And I was going to say the same thing back, just to throw it out there, kind of thing. And I went to add comment. It says you must be this user's friend in order to make comments about them. I was like, what? He's always been my MySpace friend. So I texted him. I said, hey. I said, I've got a bone to pick with you. And he wrote back, what? And I said, you're not my MySpace friend anymore. And then the phone rang. It was him. He's like, hey, listen, this is why. He's like, I deleted you from my friends because I just didn't want to be any part of your drama with you and Travis. And I was like, okay. He's like, it's nothing against you. I think you guys are both great people. I just didn't want to be associated with that. And he's like, I hope you can understand. So it has nothing to do with you. I think you're a great girl. I think Travis is an awesome businessman. In fact, I really hope he gets his ring. I think that'd be awesome because that's just more stories that I can tell. And he just said it in passing. He's like, but I hope you understand. I was like, well, okay. And then he said, what? What?
That's dramatic right there.
I know, I thought it was too. He's like, I mean, he did bring that up though. He's like, I don't understand, I see him in the bathroom and I'm a ghost to him. Like he looks right through me or he doesn't even see me or say hi to me. And he said, and I have no problem with that. If it's got to be that way, then fine. He's like, I have nothing against him. And that's when he said, in fact, I hope he gets his ring. That's what he said.
It means I intimidated him in the bathroom.
He said nothing but nice things about you, but that he didn't want to be a part of my dramas. I was like, okay.
He's a ghost to me because what am I supposed to say? Hey, you kissed my girlfriend? Well, let's talk about that.
Sweetheart, that was before I was your girlfriend. You're so cute.
Nah. What am I supposed to say? You know what I mean? What am I supposed to say? Hey, I just got ripped a new one because some drunk chick freaking fell on me, and now you're drunk and you're freaking trying to hook up with my girlfriend 5 minutes later.
When was Pat?
Oklahoma, remember? I was going to go beat him down.
Oh, he said something not so nice. It was a compliment. It was meant to be a compliment to me, but it was an insult to you, and I should have stuck up for you. I was timid, and I still am like that. I need to work on that. I need to be
Yeah, I was really upset with you. You gave like crap over Clancy, and then you didn't stand up for me when you were getting picked up.
Nobody was hanging all over me.
No. Not true. Not true. We don't need to go there. Not even go there. But.
Let's not go there then. We already said the other night we're never going to go here again, so let's let it go. Okay, back to the Team Freedom thing. Yes.
I'm just glad I intimidated the bathroom.
You're funny.
I thought I was too, because I was right next to him. And I put out like the I'll whip your A vibe if you say one word to me.
I think you grabbed my ass like right in front of him when we were walking through the casino last Vegas of 07. We walked by, and you grabbed my butt, and you're like, there was Abe. And I was like, what? Like, I love it when you grab my butt because it feels nice. But you only do it like when you're trying to prove a point to somebody else.
That's not true, but I always do it when I'm trying to prove a point to someone else.
That's true.
You cannot say I don't work that booty.
Oh, never mind. You do know how to work the booty.
Your butt has gotten more attention than any woman on the face of the earth, something like that.
Well, it kind of screams for attention. It sticks out.
I love that. It is if they had After the Planet Award, it would win.
Aw, I don't know about that, but thank you.
No, it would, and so many categories, it freaking just gets an A+.
You're an A+.
For example, I'm not the freaking tossed salad type, to be honest. But I would do it. I love doing it to you.
And you have done it. Ooh.
I've more than done it. I've freaking done it.
You have chomp. You've gone to town like it was the all-you-can-eat salad bar.
Yeah, I went to town for like 45 minutes one night.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot.
That's another thing about you. You have the most incredible stamina that I've ever even dreamed of encountering. It's just crazy. Like you have.
Yeah, we've had 2 and 3 hour sessions anytime.
Yeah. More than that.
No, it's I think 3.5 like our tops or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, nonstop.
It's because I pace myself.
Yeah, and I think for me it's because I have that constant renewable energy.
Yeah. You got renewable, you can just never stop. I am extracurricular, and I'm a giver, so I don't mind recouping while I'm doing what I need to do to you, so.
I'm a giver.
No, I agree, Henry.
But I don't mind receiving while you're doing the giving.
No, I'm glad. And I like how you play whatever role you need to play.
I like the play. That's fun.
If you need to, handle me, I'll handle me. If you need to be handled, you'll be handled.
Oh, I know. And I know you love being handled, but, like, if I had to put the one before the other, I like being handled. I like being handled. But, yeah, I totally will handle you.
Mercy. We got into this quicker than I thought we would.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened.
That's just how it works. I really am excited by a little forest
Adventure.
event. Yeah.
Well, is yours coming up here before Cancun?
Yeah, that's my plan. Yeah.
What is your itinerary? Are you gonna do San Francisco, or is that gonna be another time?
Well, I think I'm gonna do all that stuff.
Then you'll see me, and we'll go Oregon Coast and Crater Lake, Shakespeare. If that goes as planned, and then I guess you'll go up to see your friends in Washington or something?
I'm not gonna do all that.
So as far
You're the top of the list.
in more ways than one. No, I'm just kidding. That was funny.
No, I laughed.
Okay, so then you'll drive back.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, you're the top of the list. I think that's just too much. Like all that. What I'll do is I'll fly into Seattle and stay with my friends and go to British Columbia on that same trip.
Okay. Are you going to be traveling abroad anytime soon? I mean, other than Mexico, of course.
DC.
That's not abroad. I mean, international.
Oh, no. I might go to Argentina in September. I'll probably go to Argentina in September, like late September.
Oh, cool. What brings you to Argentina?
Just D-Vents and a bunch of guys are going down there to live, and I might go down there for like a month.
Who's going down to live?
D-Vents and Danny Jones and a few other guys.
Oh, they're going to go down there and live? That's crazy. Danny Jones moved to Virginia.
Good. He's just a waste of potential, that guy.
He's massive potential, and he just squanders it.
And he's a freaking lot. Like his picture on Facebook, like, are you the dumbest ass on the face of the earth?
I haven't seen it recently. What is it?
It's him grabbing his crotch.
Oh, yeah. I know. I was like, are you 16 years old?
Seriously.
Like, it makes you wonder, like, are you a church member? I mean, I'm all for the wild streak, but don't broadcast it to the whole world.
Yeah, I almost put a freaking interesting comment on that picture.
Like what?
I almost put, your mission president would be proud.
You should! Why don't you?
Maybe I should.
He hasn't been back for even a year, or barely a year, I think he's been back. You should, Travis. Don't be intimidated by him. You would do that to anybody else. Why would you stop with him?
Why would you say I'm intimidated by Danny Jones?
I didn't mean to imply that. I'm just saying, like when Victor Ruiz, when his friend apparently got a hold of his Helio and posted a bunch of stupid bullshit, you blasted him to Mars. And he's not even a church member to be held accountable.
Well, it's because he sent me an email and I took that as personal insult.
Oh, I thought he just posted a bulletin or something.
Maybe he did. I blasted Mario for sending me maybe I'm getting those stories mixed up. Mario sent like some jokes with the F word in it.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
And I ripped him to shreds, and I ripped Victor to shreds.
Yeah, so you can put a little mark on there. Don't do it if you want to. I'm not trying to pressure you, but
I would prefer to probably do it by emailing him rather than posting a comment because, I don't want to humiliate him.
I know, but Yeah.
But then on the other hand, he's already humiliated himself by having.
True. He's begging for comments, basically. He put that picture up for attention. He's asking for comments. And I think you should oblige. But yeah, if you want to do it privately, you did it privately with Mario and Victor, so. But nonetheless, you gotta let me keep you posted on that. That's funny. Your mission president would be proud. That is funny. Hey, did you look at my new profile?
That's kind of a rude thing to say, but what?
Did you look at my profile picture?
Oh, I totally forgot. I was over the jail again.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to now. It's kind of an average picture, but I'm kind of hungry for pictures.
You got great pictures. I don't know why you would say that. You're like very photogenic.
Well, I don't know. I'm not photogenic. I just choose them carefully.
Nah, you're pretty.
Thank you.
You're just so attractive.
I'm getting used to myself, I guess, in front of the camera.
You are. No, seriously, hon? Like, I've never seen you look bad in my life.
Yes, you have. When I have puffy eyes and have cried off all my makeup.
You don't look bad then either. You just look miserable. But you look hot, so.
That is funny that you say that. Thank you.
It's true. Think about it. Like how I've, think about this. There's been many times when you've been, miserable and I've, raped you.
That's true. We've had lots of makeup time.
Yeah.
That is true. But it's a good way for us to de-stress.
Yeah, it's true. We've done that in the middle of when we were just pissed at each other.
Yeah, we have, haven't we?
Well, it was I thought our only way out,
Yeah, there was one time, I remember. I think I kind of vaguely remember. I mean, I don't keep track of it. There's been so many, but I mean, there was a time when we were just I don't even know who initiated it. I think you did.
I did.
Yeah. Other times we've been so discouraged with each other that I didn't think it freaking we could have been injected with aphrodisiacs. It wouldn't have worked.
Well, it kind of puts things in perspective a little more because your mind gets off it for a while, and when you do come back to the problem, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
But certainly the best times are when we just go for a freaking romp session. Just go wherever.
You're not joking. I mean, there are times when we just, I'm trying to think of an example. There have been a few times where I've been bold enough to just pull you onto the bed and start, and oh my gosh, you remember that time I came to visit you when I was still working in California, and I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed, and you just woke me up by pulling my pants off and totally licking my pussy?
Yeah.
I was so embarrassed because I just, got my Brazilian on, and I was, worried about what it looked like. And I was and the lights were bright, and they were on. I was all self-conscious. But I remember that was hot. I was totally tired, and I was asleep. And I would have been completely content just cuddling with you once we got into bed, but you had another agenda.
You gotta admit though, there's not many guys that would do that just for fun. Well,
see, that's the thing. I don't know what the ratio is, but I get the impression that it's kind of an awkward subject to bring up, but eventually we're both going to remarry people, and I just get the feeling that there aren't a lot of Mormon guys like that. And there may or may not, I'm sure there are plenty of freaky Mormon girls, but are they the marrying type? I shouldn't say that. I'm just saying, are they the type that you'd want to marry, or are the guys out there the type that I'd want to marry? And I don't know, like, I really would like to marry a return missionary, but like you, someone who can be freaky, like, I just worry about that. There are plenty of nice people out there, but like, I worry that I might feel like a wilting flower is all, who never really blossomed to her full potential, at least in the sexual realm. I feel like I have with you, but like I still have plenty of blossom time left, and I want to live all those years being that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I'm going to enjoy your blossoms and making my prayer.
Yeah.
I'm going to take you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
What's that?
I'm going to tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
Oh my gosh. That is so debasing. I like it.
True. I'm going to zip tie your arms around the tree, blindfold you, and put the camera on a timer while I'm parking you.
Oh my gosh. You are full of ideas.
It takes creativity to top ourselves.
I know it does. We've gotten way creative in the past. I can give you most of the credit, though, as far as the creativity ideas go. I'm game for, like, almost everything you come up with. But you really are a wellspring of ideas. You are, like, quite the source.
I mean, just think of how I pounded you with a full Tootsie Roll Pop until it was nothing.
I know.
And your ass and pussy were tasty.
Yeah, you did. You put it all over me and then licked it off.
I did. It was fun. And then, yeah, we had fun. Pop Rock. It was a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like the Pop Rock as much as I liked the Tootsie Roll Pop, though.
Yeah. Yeah, they were interesting.
We were both messy, but Pop Rock got all over the place.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the bath with the candles and I had the braid.
Mm-hmm.
With her bubbles. That was on top of.
Oh, I love the braids.
I know, those are hot. I know, I like it. I don't know, there's just, it is fun. I want you to do that more.
I want you to do it more.
All right, we'll both.
Like you ride my freaking face. Get a horse.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
You get some 69 picks, too.
69 picks?
Yeah.
How will we do that?
Set timer.
Oh, yeah. You're smart.
And, I'm going to get some great shots of freaking putting it in you. Like the actual putting it in you and like your reaction and just the angles and the whole bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are right though, that in the bath. Oh, that was hot.
Oh, when we took a bath together?
Uh-huh.
That was surreal. Like, honestly, and I think, I mean, maybe the candlelight and the bubbles all had something to do with it, but you were amazing. You made me feel like a goddess. Like, I wasn't saying you were, like, worshiping me, but you made me feel like I was the most freaking beautiful woman on the whole planet. Like, I so felt like I was the goddess. And so, aside from all those warm, fuzzy feelings, but like, it was so sexy, and it was so hot, and oh, gosh.
Well, that wasn't hard to make you feel that way because you were freaking, you were hot. You are. Seriously, honey, I don't want to force you right now for that because I'm touching yourself.
I am already.
I just started.
I wish those were my hands giving you a hand job.
Honey, so, you know, like, before I met you, I never jacked off. Once I started meeting, I don't know, once a month, once every 2 weeks. Like, since you've left, I jack off every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Well, it's always just fucking him.
Oh, please help me right now. I wish you were here. If you were here, my grandparents would asleep. I'd let you right in my bedroom. We'd shut and lock the door, and we would just have a big fuck fest. We'd go at it all night.
Oh, let's do it, baby. I'm gonna be there, you know.
I want you to come.
Oh, I want you to come around, but I come when she comes.
I meant come here. Like squeaking to I must get out.
Yeah, well, I'm a baby. I can't wait to get pictures of Jizzle on your face.
That's gonna be cool, actually.
I'll try to get one as I'm coming on your face. And then,
Yeah, definitely.
like, mid-shot.
Uh-huh. You make me so horny. I seriously think about having sex with you every day. Several times a day. I think about how it feels to have your cock deep inside of me. As I remember it, and I want it again.
Is it wrong that I'm glad we started fucking?
What?
Is it wrong that I'm glad that we started fucking?
Well, if it's wrong, then I don't want to be right. I guess I'm glad too. Like, seriously?
Internally, I'm like, okay. It's Jodi. I'm just Jodi. I'm always Jodi.
Like, I don't know. What's wrong is that I wish we were doing it before, because that was good, and it's
once we did it, why not do it? Yeah.
I know what you mean. What's a cream pie?
Like what do I want, right? Just like a quarter inch inside your pussy.
Oh, yeah.
Just shoot that like. Let's get a picture of that.
Uh-huh.
You get a lot of cum shots with you.
Yes, definitely.
A lot of twig moments.
Yes.
I mean, you can have some great sex lives. Honey, like, because you look like a porn star, it's got that, like, every part of you just, like, that exotic, like, round, bubbly, oh, I had a great thought about you. It's just, well, I'm just drinking off this morning, so I'm going to say.
You stopped this morning?
Oh, yeah, I freaking found you something ferocious coming right off this morning. But like, and then you're gonna have all these great pictures of a quality camera and like a setting that's, you know, perfect. I mean, it's gonna be like legitimate porn.
Yeah.
In every sense, you know what I mean? And you're gonna have that yourself, like,
I'm gonna come soon, honey.
let me tell you what I was thinking about today.
Alright, but if I come, don't come yet, okay? Because then I'll come 2 times, you can come a second time.
Okay. Like everything about like the details of your body are so hot. Like those big freaking nipples. They're just like, it just accentuates how female you are and how hot you are. Like you're this prototype of sluttiness. Like you're this prototype made to freaking fuck. And then most of all, oh, I love it, is how much detail your pussy has.
Really? I like the things because I've always been self-conscious about those things, and you make me feel like
it makes you like a super woman. It's just like, it's all, like they're feminine because they have boobs and they have a clit and stuff. You're ultra feminine because you have freaking so freaking
right now.
What else is hot? Naturally, so like the way you know, Jodi, it sounds like you're this 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. It's so hot.
It sounds like what?
12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. Like, or be this hot little girl.
You're bad. You make me feel so dirty.
You are dirty, baby. I think of yourself some more because I keep coming in and on. That's what I need, baby. I just want to have a fucking mess with you. I like that term. It's a marathon. Put my dick in every orifice of your body. Just out of my way with you. Just being dirty.
Yeah.
Dirty. Sheep bound. Oh, gosh. Seriously, though? Like, you don't know how hot that is. That's so hot.
How hot what is?
Your pussy.
I like it when you step on them. And you just like, you step on them like they're candy, like they're lollipops. You just lick them.
You taste, like, seriously, there's like people that, obviously don't taste good. There's people that they taste fine. I've never had anyone that actually enjoyed the taste of them. But you, I enjoy, like, I like the flavor.
That's awesome.
And the other side of that, I just love how naturally hairless you are. Just like no hair to be found. I mean, I know you wax, but even still, like, they're just so smooth ass. I don't have like curly your asshole.
I like being smooth. You're smooth too. You're smooth all over in places like I didn't know you could get smooth.
Oh, baby. I thought it was a hard work there.
You did a good job.
Sure. You need a dick in the ass, like.
Hey, you're good.
You still figuring yourself.
Yeah. I like the way your dick gets. Like, it's one thing that you're all smooth everywhere, but of course your dick is way smooth. Heather, your dick is smooth. It's like putting my lips all over it. Makes me close now. I really, really, really want to suck your dick right now. So bad.
How funny if I shoot you teabagging me, like, cake going down, you're going to crush your forehead.
I think since we're going to do the porn star thing, I'm going to put on a little extra makeup. More than I normally
Look. Whatever you want, maybe. You can break some. You know what I want to do?
What?
Is I want to get like some like park ranger type outfit for me to wear.
Really? Oh my gosh, that's clever.
And like somewhere along the sequence, like, well, I'll fuck you with, you'll have the park ranger hat on.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that would be hot. Like you bust me for being like nude in public or something, and I say I wanted to go out and be like one with nature, and you're like, all right, you can redeem yourself in a one way.
Exactly. You know, like I'm gonna put it to like a storyline, like type up a story and everything.
Oh, we are creative. It's seriously, they write novels about this stuff and it sells. But it's for like those lonely women. But you and I can become millionaires. Writing about that stuff.
You can take care of yourself, baby.
Yeah, sorry, I stopped for a second. I'm laughing.
Yeah, don't stop. Like, I could have came when you do the first time.
That's right. I asked you not to so I could get in the... Hang on, I thought I heard somebody. Let me just double check. Oh, I think it was just my perjure. Oh. All right, we're good. The coast is clear. Let me get back into the groove of things.
Honey, the pictures I'm going to take, they're so hot. The angles.
Like, what are we going to do with ourselves? We are just horny toads.
Like, one, let me tell you some of the pictures I take. I mean, not to be on timers, but like one of them's going to be me laying on my back, cock hard, you know, sticking straight out. And you just sitting on my face, like two chips, whatever.
Yeah.
And I'll just have you mounted and you sit in my face, and then we'll get a couple of angles of like from my point of view when you're sitting on my face.
Mhm.
And we'll get a couple of angles from your point of view, and then
Yeah.
and then we'll get to make. Huh?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bring it in.
I was saying, I'm kind of envisioning one, like when you're titty fucking me, but like I'm looking with my head tilted back, so all you can really see is like the outline of my chin and some of my cheek and jawbone, and like my ears and hair, but you can't really see the rest of my face. You could just see a dick between two tits, like in focus with the neck and everything sort of a little bit blurry, but they're like kind of artistic, you know what I'm saying?
That's great.
Yeah, I don't know if we could do that, because your legs may take up the spot where the cameras would be, but I think we could get something like that. Or vice versa. Ooh, I've got more ideas. Okay, go ahead.
Well, we'll work it out. Worst case scenario, we could do it from like the reverse angle or kind of like looking the other way.
And we could still blur my face and put your cock in focus.
Yeah.
And you have a good-looking dick, baby. I just want to let you know.
You like my dick?
Yeah. It's like, it's so smooth, and it goes so every time you fuck me. So you went just where I needed it. You just went where I just needed it bad. You fucked me so right.
We'll take some video too.
Yeah.
Maybe once you come, because we'll go on for that.
Getting really close.
Maybe I have to try on you and stuff. There's so many things I want to do that involve jizzing on you that we're gonna have to do many sessions.
Come, baby. amazing. You are like a superhuman, I hope you know.
That was big by even my standards.
What's that?
That was a large one even by my standards, which is surprising because, I drank it this morning.
You are superhuman.
Well, just like, your anatomy situated, what does that for a man is obviously his pecker and how much jizz he produces. And, seriously, I could a sperm bank, I could retire off this load. Man, I got a mess on my hands.
Wow. Go clean up. I'm gonna wait.
Okay.
I didn't have a sexy hey there. It's ridiculous. You even have a sexy yawn.
Dude, my legs sweat when I'm in that state. That's fun.
That's hot because then when you sweat like that and I'm on top of you, I slip slide all over. Get our sweat on. You I don't break a sweat often. I've been running since I've been here, and not real consistently, but like twice a week, just to get my heart rate, strong. And I don't even break a sweat, and I run a little bit further every time, to a point where it hurts. I'm breathing hard, and my tongue hurts. I have to spit because I can't even swallow. It just hurts. I push myself, but I don't break a sweat. I mean, I do. But with you, when you and I do stuff, sometimes I get so sweaty, my back is just drenched, and my whole body is drenched, and my hair, and I really exert myself.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's a calorie burner, about it.
What's that?
Oh, I said that's a calorie burner, and about it.
No kidding.
I can just say, Oh, you introduced me to KY, did you know that?
I introduced you to KY?
I've heard of it, obviously, but I've never used it.
You know, I had never used it and I'd always heard of it until one day I just thought, because it's so cliched and people make fun of it and, you know, but it's great stuff.
No, it's awesome. There's nothing else.
Did you use that now?
No. I use freaking Vaseline.
Oh, does Vaseline work? It seems so thick.
Well, no, it works. You just got it.
Oh, you mean the lotion?
Yeah, no, it's the jelly.
Oh.
It works well, but it doesn't work as well as KY.
Yeah. And KY is designed for that, so it's like good for you. I don't mean like it's beneficial, but it's better. It's the best thing for you because it's designed specifically for that purpose. It's best for your skin. It's okay to go on the inside and, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, see, the other stuff is really nothing's really okay on the inside.
Like I used baby oil in the past, but it doesn't hurt, but it's not the best thing because it's mineral oil, you know. And it goes away quickly. The body absorbs it. KY, you just keep spreading it on as you need it, and you keep slip-sliding around. Remember the first time that you and I grinded at Ehrenberg, and we both, like, I ended up just coming, and you're like, whoa, I came. You came at the same time. I looked around, and there was just jizz, like, all over. It was so hot. We came together. That was so cool.
Oh, Ehrenberg.
Yeah. Think about that when you drive through there.
Oh, yeah, always.
So do I.
This last time, though, I didn't even notice it. Like, I must have been... It's not like I just didn't notice it. Like, all of a sudden, I've been blind.
Yeah, I know. I've done that once or twice, too, where it's like, oh, I missed the Flying J. It's kind of the signature landmark.
Yeah. No, it was, like... It was a good time. We just chilled in this freaking hellhole of a place.
It wasn't even that bad because we had each other's company.
Yeah, it's fun. Actually, you know.
Yeah, it was.
We were bored, you know, but we were at each other, you know.
We watched Deal or No Deal for a little bit, and we burned CDs, and you told me some cool things about the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, we watched some stupid movie.
What movie did we watch? I don't remember.
Man of the Year.
Oh, I liked that. You hated it. I liked it so much. I didn't like the whole drug thing, but she was drugged outside of her will. But she played a freaking good crack addict after that. But the reason I liked that so much, I think, is because Robin Williams was in it. He's a favorite of mine. Plus, what else was playing? Like, nothing good was on.
Nothing good.
Have you seen Iron Man?
Yeah.
How is it?
As far as the superhero movies go, yeah.
What's that?
As far as superhero movies go, it was good.
Huh.
Like, I'm not a huge fan of superhero movies, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I love X-Men.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Did we say that at the same time?
Yeah.
That's trippy. Those are great movies, though.
Yeah, they're the best. I'm actually not a big fan of Spider-Man.
Yeah, I like the storyline, but I don't like sitting through all the movie. Remember you made fun of me when I was crying when his best friend died? I was sad that you made fun of me because I got into the actual story. I was like, he's so insensitive.
Like Spider-Man, though.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't see it as bad. I saw it as a love story and a story between. Like what really jerked me was the way they had become friends. They were best friends that were enemies. That finally they understood why they hated each other, and so there was no reason for it anymore. But then he died, so I didn't get to enjoy the fruit of that discovery, which would have been the mending of their friendship. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
And then, yeah, I don't like the Spider-Man, but I don't like the Supermans. I don't like the Fantastic Fours, except for looking at Jessica Alba. But you like the X-Men. X-Men are good, right? So we'll give it that. Batman's okay. And X-Men's my favorite.
I like freaking Batman. My favorite one is Batman Forever. Wait, Batman Returns? Yeah, Batman Returns, which has the Riddler played by none other than Jim Carrey, and Two-Face by Tommy Lee Jones. And it's got big names. It's got Nicole Kidman.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who sprays the big black bat?
Drew Barrymore. And who else?
Is she in that?
She's in Two-Face. She's in Batman Forever. Returns. There's Drew Barrymore, Jim Carrey, Val Kilmer, Nicole Kidman, Tommy Lee Jones. Those are 5 huge names, and there may be others.
That was Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer played Bruce Wayne. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, first it was Michael Keaton, then it was Val Kilmer.
Uh-huh.
Then it was George Clooney.
He played Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Which one?
You want to know? He was Batman.
Dude, I gotta watch that. That's cool that we
Christian Bale. I'll tell you what would be a good one. The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Not a superhero at all. A man that's like, it's a trip. A Green Hornet. It's a long, strange trip. Little red vitamin C and cocaine. All friends can say they're changed. You know where I really want to go?
I like it when you sing.
Vermont. Vermont's awesome.
Who?
Vermont. I want to go visit Vermont.
Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful state. So
I think I'm going to go like New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, California.
Well, what are you going to do when you go to D.C.? Other than DC stuff.
DC.
Yeah. If I can go, I'm going to go.
Let's go game. All of them is in the shade. Yeah, I think that.
Is it the Rollin' on a River song that you're singing?
No, it's trucking. Got my chicken, keep trucking. Like to do it all together.
Is it the chorus?
Down it. Next to me, all you.
No. But I love the way you sing it.
Everyone's heard trucking.
You are so cute right now.
No, seriously, everyone's heard trucking.
Not Jodi.
It's great.
You sing to me, and I'm like, I've never heard it. And you're like, what?
The Grateful Dead is one of the most famous and amazing bands of all time, yeah.
It's true, and I've never really listened to them, I guess.
I don't look like the music, but I love trucking.
Did I tell you I sang the song Hurt in karaoke?
I don't know, maybe.
Do you know that song?
I don't know, maybe.
9 Inch Nails originally made the song, and then Johnny Cash.
Oh, yeah, I heard most else to do. Yeah, you did tell me that.
But I still think.
That's Johnny Cash version.
Yeah. It's the soft version. I put my girly voice into it, and it was really good.
It's funny.
I'm nervous about singing the national anthem.
Oh, say,
Can you see?
can you look at blue by the morning and sky blue? But so hard we say blue at the twilight so dreamy, and the rockets in the air, the bombs bursting with the glare, blue to us gave proof in the night with a flag made of real hair. Ooh. Oh, Jesus, that English banner.
No, you didn't.
For the land of the brave and all of the brave too.
Shut up. If anyone knows the defiled version of that song, it would be you. That's hilarious. I can't believe you're singing that.
That's right.
Never again, my friend. That's an important song. I'm so digging the song that's on my profile on MySpace right now. It's called Clumsy by Fergie. It's the...
Oh, I know.
Huh?
I've heard it on your profile.
I know, but... And I know it's like one of those songs that you just would get sick of hearing. But it's just got this fun, funky beat. And I like the part when she goes... And it's so freaking cheese. It is cheese puff as they get. But it's just cute. And she goes... You know, this ain't the first time where I've been like something about this love sick thing. And she goes, I'm the kind of girl that likes to be in a serious relationship, and every time my boyfriend breaks up with me, my world is crushed and I'm all alone. I like it when that part is, like I was hearing that, I was like, this is freaking cheesy. But then she goes, the love bug jumps right up and bites me, and I'm back. Freaking cute. Can't help it, the girl can't help it. I like when she goes, the love bug jumps right back up and bites me, and I'm back.
She's got weird music.
She's what?
She got weird music.
Yeah, she does. She's funky.
Like that.
She's original, which is good. So it's like funky, fresh originality. As a single artist, in fact, I don't know Black Eyed Peas music too much. I just know that I like it.
Running. Let's get started.
That's them. That's Peggy. Let's get it started. Oh, let's get it started in here.
She's the one off the Richter, off the Richter, off the Richter, off the Richter.
That's cool. I didn't like the hump song.
No, I hate that song. I
thought it was hilarious the way Alanis Morissette made fun of her.
My house.
My home, my
don't realize is like Alanis Morissette, like, okay, obviously she's making fun of that song. Is she making fun of herself too by the weird way she sings everything, or is she being serious on that part?
The weird way she sings things is kind of like her signature. Just like
I know, but
her own weird way of seeing things. When I first heard,
I know, but it's just like sometimes it's like too much.
yeah, it's a little bit like exaggerated, and she kind of has that long face and those big, like almost Steven Tyler kind of lips.
Yeah.
And so it exaggerates it. Like, have you ever watched her sing the song, You've already won me over.
Oh, head over feet. Finally, so don't be alone. I fall. Head over feet. Don't be surprised that I love you for all that you are.
I thought that you're just from your heart.
You are.
Into that video, of her singing into the camera, and she kind of has her own, like, her lips move in a way, and her mouth and her tongue. It's like all her own.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she does that.
You are the best of unconventional things.
You
have your breath and the door for me.
Thanks for your patience. She does her own harmonica. Trippy.
Yeah. It's an interesting song.
You know what's funny is on the radio they played a song once. The radio host was like, you know, X amount of dollars to whoever can, you know, 10th caller, whoever can guess who this is, kind of thing. And it was somebody singing happy birthday to you. It was like a ballad, and the end was like, happy birthday to you, or something. And it was freaking Alanis Morissette, like some early recording of her singing for her friend. And once you realize it was her, it's like, oh yeah, that's totally her voice. And she kind of had that, her own style. It was funny.
Was it good? Or?
It was good. It was good. It wasn't studio, but you could tell it was her voice after.
She was a hit in Canada before she ever made it down here.
Oh, really? Just like Shakira was huge in Colombia before and in most of the Hispanic world before she made it in the U.S.
You know that she dated Dave Gouget?
Where's that?
He's Joey on Full House.
Joe?
It's Joey. It's, you know, they give people, it's so cool.
Oh, the white boy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all white.
Shakira dated him?
No, well, that's more sad.
Oh. I didn't know that. When?
Before the You Ought to Know song, because the You Ought to Know song's about him.
Shut up. How do you forget that?
Well, I did my homework.
Angela and I were just singing that the other day. And every time I scratch my nail down someone else's back, I hope you feel it. Well, can you feel it? You know that song?
Yeah, that song was a super hit.
Yeah, it came out as a big hit right at about the time I moved to Wairika. I remember watching it on MTV. But I'm here to remind. Oh, I fast forward the part because it says, "Are you thinking of me when you ask for a ride?" And I was like, I fast forwarded that part so Angela wasn't here, but she heard the part where it's, and she didn't know the difference because she doesn't know that song too well. It's not one of her, you know, high school hits, for example. But she heard the part when she's like, "Would she go down on you in a theater?" I looked at Angela when she said that, and she starts laughing. She's like, "What?" What's cute about Angela is she's freaking messed up. She doesn't even know, like, right from wrong lately. But she's still so innocent. I think she's just stupid. I love the girl. She's my sister. But I honestly think she's a little bit dumb. But I love her.
Oh, bless your heart. I love her.
I speak better that in that deep, sleepy, sexy voice. It makes me want to cuddle with you.
Sorry, I was getting tired.
I can tell, because then you start to slur your words. And you kind of quiet those long pauses. Like that one. You're cute, hon.
I'm cute.
Yes, you are cute.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
I didn't. I'll let you go. Okay?
No, sleepy.
He's a sleepy boy.
Go to sleep, okay?
I will in a little bit. Let's try to astral project and see if we can find each other in the astral world. While we're sleeping and our astral bodies are out running around, let's see if we can find each other.
Okay.
Okay? Have a good night. Sweet dreams.
Oh, you have a good night, too.
Okay, honey.
Oh.
All right, bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 10 minutes till 3, and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Okay, what did you say?
Please stand for the jury.
Bring in the jury.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jodi, the conversation we just heard before the break, when did that take place?
May 10th, 2008.
Where were you when that conversation took place?
I was at my grandparents' home in Wairika, California.
Were you living there at the time?
Yes.
When did you move back?
Somewhere in the first half of April, 2008.
Okay. What motivated, to your understanding, how did you wind up having this conversation with Mr. Alexander?
Those kinds of conversations were something we began to have on a regular basis after I moved back. And that day, I can't remember if we were talking or chatting, but he said something kind of mean and I got offended, and then we got online and started chatting about it. And the conversation turned sexual again, and he wanted to get off the phone so that we could further the conversation. So I told him I needed a little bit of time to psych myself out of the bad mood, the sad mood I was in, because I didn't want to talk to him in that kind of mood. At least that wasn't the mood he wanted me to be in. So after that, we logged off, and I think I called him a little while later.
And the recording of the conversation, do you know how that came to exist?
Yes, when I got my Helio phone the day I moved out of Arizona. The phone that I had was a Motorola Razr, and I put it in the drink cup holder in the U-Haul truck, and I went to sleep inside the truck. And when I woke up in the morning, I realized that I set it in the bottom of the drink holder was a whole bunch of hot chocolate that had spilled the day before, and it basically soaked in hot chocolate all night, so my phone didn't work anymore. I met up with Gus Searcy somewhere in Southern California. He had a free phone deal, and he let me have the Helio. And I agreed to pay him for it, but I don't remember how that worked out. And so as I had this phone and figuring out the features, and then I realized we can record on it, and I told Travis, and we joked about recording it, and then we tried that, and a few times I failed at it because you have to hit a record button on the phone, and then if you hang up the phone at the end of the conversation before hitting save, then it doesn't save the conversation. So he liked, when we recorded things like that, he liked to play it back, and so the first few times I forgot to save it because it went all one long recording, and then I would hang up not thinking and lost the recording, and he would get upset. So throughout the conversation I began to hit save, save, save so that I didn't forget, so at least even if I forgot at the last one, at least a portion of it previously was saved.
So you recorded it at his request?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some of what we heard on the tape. Early on, there was a discussion about Abe and a compliment he was making to you that was an insult to Travis that you should have corrected. Do you know what that was a reference to?
Yes, that was when we were in Oklahoma City in March 2007, and that's when Abe said, "You deserve better," and he didn't mean it like in a way like you deserve me instead of him, just in a way that he thought I deserved better, to be treated better, and I took that as a compliment because that meant to me that that he saw me as enough value that I needed to be treated better, and I didn't say anything to change his mind or anything, and I wasn't even going to tell Travis until he demanded to know what we're talking about, and I wanted to be open, forthright in our relationship, so I told.
And by demanding to know, that was when he grabbed your arm by the elevators?
It wasn't by the elevator, it was outside the crowd, right at the edge of the crowd, but yes, that's where.
Okay.
That's when.
There was also, and just so we're clear, when we say Abe, we're talking about Abe Abdallah, right?
Abdelhadi.
Abdelhadi, excuse me. And Mr. Abdelhadi was also mentioned that Travis made a comment about he was going to kick Abe's ass in the bathroom. I gave a whip your A vibe to him,
Yes.
Relating to kissing you. Can you explain to us what the backstory of that is?
Yes. When Abe and I went on a date in January 2007, prior to Travis, we were in Barnes & Noble and looking at books, and he said something, and I went to look at him, and he leaned in and kissed me, and I wasn't expecting that. It was kind of shy about it, even though he was nice, but it was nice, but it threw me off a little. So I pulled away, and I was shy, and we didn't kiss again. We went to dinner. I don't remember what else we did. Then he was walking me back to my car, and he began to kiss me more near my car. And after that, Travis had interrogated me about the dates that I had that day, because I went to lunch with John, then I went to dinner with Abe, and then I hung out with John afterward. And so I liked John a little bit more than Abe, but I was getting a platonic vibe from him. So when I described the dates to Travis, he said he picked up on that I liked John, but he asked me directly if either of them kissed me. And I said, well, Abe did in Barnes & Noble. And then I sort of trailed off, and I could tell by the tone of his voice after that he was not happy, so I never told him about the parking lot. And after, when I was getting ready to move to Wairika, we had a conversation in his bedroom a few days before I moved, and we kind of just came clean about some things that we were keeping from each other, and that was one of the things that I feel like I never told him that I should have.
You and Travis had a kind of a come clean conversation before you moved, right?
Yes. And so after he told me some things, and I told him those things, and he felt like I had lied to him from day one about our relationship, and that our entire relationship was based on lies, and that I was a fraud, and that the whole relationship was fraudulent because I never told him about that incident prior to us getting together. And he thought one thing about Abe, but then and then he's like, oh, but he was kissing more with you in the parking lot, and he was just mad about it.
When you told Travis this, was he violent with you?
Yes, he was that day.
What happened?
Well, he was already upset because I had given him a pamphlet earlier about the one that I talked about yesterday. And
Was this the same day, or is this a different?
Same day,
Okay.
Same conversation pretty much. We had just moved on to other subject matter. And at that point, he just flipped his lid, and he blew up, and he threw me on the ground and got on top of me and started choking me.
When you say he started choking you, were you conscious the entire time?
I was conscious for not long. He squeezed my neck, and I couldn't breathe, and everything turned gray really fast and then went black. And
Did you fear for your life that day?
it went so fast I didn't have time to think, oh my God, he's going to kill me. The only thought I could think is I can't breathe. Like I didn't have any air. And before I really thought about it, I just started to get, like my arm, he was on top of my waist, but my arms were free, and I thought, trying to push him off, but he weighed over 200 pounds at that point. And I just remember my arms became like lead, and they just fell back on the carpet. And that's the last thing I remember until I woke up.
And when did this incident occur?
It was sometime in the first week of April 2008.
Is this after the incident you were telling us about yesterday, where you said you realized you were one of those battered women that didn't speak up?
It was about 3 months after that.
Okay. There was also talk on this phone call about a drunk chick hanging on Travis. Is that the story you told us before?
Yes.
Okay. There was a lot of sexual activity discussed on this tape. Did all this sexual activity that was discussed, did that all take place before you moved back to Wairika?
The things we were talking about, yeah.
Yes.
Well, some things we were making future plans, but a lot of it was references to prior experiences.
So when you're talking about things you did, all those things happened before you moved back to Wairika, right?
Things we did, yes.
Yes. One of the things that was brought up is that Travis always grabs your ass to prove a point. Now, early in your testimony, you told us about an incident in a truck stop in Ehrenberg. Were there other instances where Travis grabbed your ass to prove a point?
Yeah, there were There were other instances.
Tell us about those.
Objection by the foundation, time, place, date.
Telling us, Judge.
Supervise the foundation.
Okay.
See.
Once was right after the executive director banquet in Oklahoma City, 2007, that same weekend that we were just discussing. We were walking out of the banquet area. We were walking down to the restrooms, and he grabbed my butt and said, and then leaned in.
Hearsay.
Oh, okay.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Restate the question.
He grabbed your butt. For what purpose did he grab your ass, to your understanding?
My understanding was that he grabbed it because there was a guy named Mark standing nearby, and Mark had expressed an interest in me about 2 months earlier. He was also an associate. We never went on a date or anything, but there was an interest there.
So the point he was proving was that you belonged to him?
Objection, reading, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you believe that was the point he was proving?
Objection, reading, speculation. What's the question?
What does she believe? Did you believe, what was your belief as to why he was doing it?
Just that he was claiming me. That's usually the only time he ever claimed me in public. When there's another guy around or something.
I guess you weren't wearing the t-shirt, huh?
No.
Objection. Speculation, which t-shirt are we talking about?
I guess you weren't wearing the t-shirt that had Travis Alexander's apostrophe S on it, right?
No.
Probably weren't wearing the shorts that said Travis's with an exclamation, or excuse me, an apostrophe, right?
No, I never wore those in public.
There's no other reason, no other way for him to claim you as his property other than to grab your ass. Is that right?
Objection, reading, speculation.
Sustained.
Did he prove this point of you being his on other occasions by grabbing your butt?
Yes.
Objection assumes that that was the point, and that was previously.
We've already
objected to.
discussed that, Judge.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Tell us about another occasion when he did that.
Well, there was the occasion in the truck stop restaurant. It was like a convenience store and a restaurant adjoining. I think it was in the convenience store, more so near the registers. And there were a bunch of truck drivers in line, and he did that. And the other occasion was the one I referenced on the tape, which would have been in Las Vegas at the convention in 2007, where he did that again in front of Abe, the same guy we were talking about.
Okay. Was this a fairly persistent pattern with him? If he thought a guy might be interested, he would grab your butt?
Well, in public, he only did it around when he perceived other men to be watching us.
Okay. And the t-shirt he gave you, that was for the times when he wasn't around. Is that
Objection, speculation. So the t-shirt.
is that what your belief was?
Overruled. You may answer.
No, it was a joke. He wanted me to wear it in public when we were in Huntington Beach. He wanted me to wear it into the lobby, and there were other associates there, but I refused because it was embarrassing. So I just wore it kind of as pajamas.
Okay. Another person was discussed in the tape, an individual by the name of Danny Jones. Who is, well, let me ask you this. Was Danny Jones a friend of yours or a friend of Travis's?
He was more an acquaintance of mine. I didn't really know him. We carpooled together from Gilbert to Las Vegas for one of the conventions in a huge, it was like a suburban-sized vehicle, and he was in the very back, and I rode shotgun, so we didn't really talk or get to know each other. So he was more a friend of Travis's.
Did Mr. Jones Referring to Daniel Jones, did he ever express any kind of interest in dating you?
No.
Okay. In the tape, it sounded as if Travis was, at least from what he told you, interested in either visiting or spending a month down there with Mr. Jones in Argentina. Had he talked about that before?
No. He talked about going to Brazil a year prior, or a year and a half before that, but no, he never went to South America.
I want to ask you then about some of the sexual behavior that took place. It was discussed on this tape. It took place before you moved. There was a discussion. Well, let me ask you this. When you recorded this tape and you were living in Wairika in May of 2008, were you 12?
No.
Was this your first orgasm?
No.
There was talk about Mr. Alexander performing oral sex on you when you were asleep. You made a comment about cuddling. You would be content cuddling, but he had a different agenda. Do you remember that event?
Yes.
Where did that take place?
In his bedroom, there's an oversized chair next to his bed, and I had driven most of the night, and I was kind of tired. I was very tired, actually. I fell asleep on it.
Objection, the other scope of question.
Sorry.
Jodi, what happened after you fell asleep on his oversized chair?
I awoke to him pulling my pants off, and I was groggy, and then he was spreading my legs and starting to perform oral sex.
Was that something that you wanted?
I mean, it wasn't really discussed.
So you didn't say, hey, Travis, by the way, wake me up, pull my pants off, and have oral sex? Perform oral sex on me?
Mm-mm. No, I didn't.
You weren't awake when these events started, right?
No, I was awoken in the process, kind of, but no, I was definitely asleep.
Now, we've heard from you that Mr. Alexander had intercourse with you while you were asleep and now performed oral sex on you while you were asleep, or began to as you were just waking up. Did he perform did you wake up in the middle of Mr. Alexander performing any other sex acts on you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. There was discussion on this tape about Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops. Could you explain to us what that means?
Yes, one night, I think it was on a Thursday, I was scheduled to go to my friend Lonnie's baptism. I think we had a lot of nights, but I think this was the night that he was getting baptized. And Travis asked if I wanted to come over, so I ditched the baptism and got ready to go over to his house instead. And he wanted me to dress up in a schoolgirl outfit with braids. I didn't have a schoolgirl outfit, so I looked through my closet to see if there was anything comparable. And
Let me stop you there. Was there a certain wardrobe that was desired for this schoolgirl outfit?
yeah, like a private school girl.
Okay, but what do you mean? So if you could be specific, Jodi.
Well, we had discussed it briefly before, and so I don't know how specific I can be, just like a schoolgirl, maybe in a skirt with a blouse.
What else?
Knee-high stockings, Mary Jane shoes, that kind of thing.
What about underwear?
Sometimes no underwear, sometimes with the Spideys.
Sometimes what?
With the Spider-Man underwear.
So this schoolgirl outfit, you did this on more than one occasion?
I didn't have a schoolgirl outfit, so I just put something together that I thought he would like instead.
Okay. And how does this relate to Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks?
He asked if I would go swing by and get those on the way over.
For what purpose, to your understanding?
I was actually, he wanted me to get a cock ring, and it was, I didn't know where there were any adult stores around. So he looked it up for me and said there was one in Apache Junction, which was near East Mesa. And I went there while he was at home. He refused to go there. He said too many people in the community might know him. And so I went in there, dressed up in my stupid outfit, looking for a cock ring, and came away empty. And while I was in the store, I called him and told him they didn't have any. And that's when he said, well, go ahead and go get some pop. Sorry.
Listening.
After you were not able to obtain the cock ring, sounds like you were then instructed to go get Tootsie Pops and Pop Rocks?
Yes.
And at that time, what was your understanding of the purpose of obtaining these items?
I didn't know what he intended them for. I imagined it was some kind of idea or play or something he would incorporate into what we were going to do.
Okay. So did you obtain these items?
Yes, I went to Walgreens in East Mesa, and I didn't want to go in. I felt dressed really inappropriately. So I left Walgreens and I went over to Walmart, this other Walmart that I never go to, and I went in there and got that. And I think I bought some bubble bath and the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks.
And when you say you went in there in that outfit, you were talking about the schoolgirl outfit or the outfit that you could best put together from that request, right?
Yes.
Did you have a coat or anything to put on over it to cover yourself up?
Yes, I wore a black jacket.
Okay. So once you have the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks and the bubble bath, where do you go?
After I pay and leave and go to Walmart, leave from Walmart, I go to Travis's house.
Okay. And just describe for us what happens when you arrive.
I'm trying to not confuse the incidences because there were a few times that we did things like this. So By this point, I go into the house. We had taken a bath before, but there were no bubbles, and this time there were bubbles. And we had sex in the bathtub and then again on his bed with the candy.
Okay. You mentioned you and Mr. Alexander took a bath together with the bubble bath you purchased, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have sexual relations in the bathtub?
Yes.
And what sort of sexual relations did you have?
That was one time we had vaginal sex. We actually did twice in the bathtub.
And why was it okay to have that in the bathtub?
Well, it wasn't okay, but he said it was okay.
Goes to effect to the listener, Judge. Why did he say this kind of sex was okay?
I didn't think it was serious. He said it's underwater, so it doesn't count. I mean, I assumed it was a joke.
You mentioned then you had sexual intercourse twice in the bathtub, vaginal intercourse, right?
Yes, prior to us actually just going all the way, like, to heck with it, let's just, sleep together.
Prior to what?
Prior to it, just, we kind of reached a point during our relationship that we just began sleeping together without any boundaries or limitations.
Okay. You mentioned that the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks were involved in this session. How so?
He wanted me to put Pop Rocks in my mouth while I gave him oral sex.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And the Tootsie Pops, what did they turn out to be needed for?
He wanted to put the Tootsie Pop inside of me. Just spend time down there doing that, I guess you could say.
What do you mean inside of you?
Inside my vagina.
And you allowed him to do that?
Yes.
This bath, you mentioned a couple, you talked about taking a bath with him and feeling like a goddess. You talked about that on the tape. Was this the occasion you're referring to, or was there another time that you took a bath with him?
That was the time prior to that.
Okay. And when was that, relatively speaking?
I believe it was sometime in the fall or winter of 2007.
And what did he do to make you feel like a goddess, as you described?
I came over to his house. It was kind of late, so the roommates weren't out and about. They were in their bedrooms. And he told me to meet him in the bedroom. And when I walked into the room, he had a light, kind of a decorative lamp on the side of on one of the nightstands. And it was like the shape of a candle, or a cluster of candles, but it was actually, it was like a fountain. So if you pour water in it and turn it on, it bubbles over the candle and goes in the other candle, and the candle recycles the water. I think there are pebbles and things around it. So he had that on, and it had a soft glow. He had hurricane candles lit on the dresser. He had a CD playing low on the other nightstand. And then his bathroom, where there's a long hallway, he had the hallway lined up, was lit up, kind of like a runway with hurricane candles on each side all the way down. And he had red rose petals kind of just scattered throughout down the hallway all the way to the bathtub. And the bathtub was full of hot water, and there was steam coming off of it, and there were no bubbles in that one. But there were candles in the corners of the bathtub also.
Sounds like, did you perceive this as romantic?
Yes,
Okay.
very.
Did that evening remain romantic?
Yes.
Did that romance include sexual intercourse?
Yes.
How was it different than the other occasion? What distinguished one evening as being feeling like a goddess and the bath that you were just talking about?
That was the same evening, like when I made that comment
the
about.
bath you were talking about with the Tootsie Pops.
Oh, it was the Tootsie Pops and the Pop Rocks were more playful and experimental, and the other was a lot more romantic.
And you preferred the latter?
If I had a choice, yes, but I would have gone with either.
What do you mean if you had a choice? Didn't you?
Well, yeah, but usually I just kind of, I didn't set the theme. He set the theme, and I was a willing participant.
A comment was also made about braids. Braids were hot, was something that was said on the tape. You alluded to a schoolgirl outfit, and early in your testimony you talked about Mr. Alexander having an interest in younger women. Was the braids a part of this interest, or what was your understanding about the braids, or describe that for us?
The braids were, at that time I still had blonde hair, and he called me Pollyanna with the braids, that kind of thing. I believe it was to make me appear a little bit younger.
He liked you to look a little younger?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he ever ask you to act a little younger?
Yeah, one time.
Tell us about that time.
Objection, foundation.
Your Honor, she hasn't even begun to describe the incident. There's no proper objection.
Make sure that she describes the place and the time.
Tell us about this incident. Where did it take place?
In his bedroom.
Do you remember when?
It would have been sometime I don't remember if it was the fall or in 2008, but it was prior to when I walked in on him. I remember that.
Prior to when you walked in on him?
Mm-hmm.
In January of 2008, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did he want you to do?
Well, I knew I was coming over there to hang out with him, which probably would lead to sex, and I came into his bedroom and he had some toys out on the floor. We didn't do anything with them, but I think he had ideas for it. I don't really know. I looked at him kind of funny, and he dropped it.
And what's that?
He dropped it.
Dropped what?
Whatever ideas he had about it.
But you said he wanted you to act younger. There must have been something in that regard.
It was a little train car. It wasn't a whole train or anything. It was just a little, I think it was a red caboose or something.
Did he want you to play with it?
I thought he was going to do something with it. We had already incorporated candy and massage oil and all kinds of things like that. So I wondered what he had in mind with that. And I don't think I was he wasn't very vocal about it. He just gave it to me, and he was running it over my body, and he wanted me to do it over his body, and kind of like, almost like a massage, but
sexual?
yeah, I was there, and he wanted me to be in the braids that time, and I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Is this embarrassing to talk about?
Yes, extremely.
When you say you don't know it, what else happened? You know what happened.
We ended up having sex, anal sex.
Were you wearing the boy's underwear?
Yes, that time I was.
And you were playing with these toys?
I don't know that I could really say playing, but kind of like, yeah, kind of like adult play, I guess you could say.
When you told us earlier that you were of the understanding that Mr. Alexander liked younger women, you mentioned the braids and the schoolgirl outfit. Is there anything else he requested of you that made you believe that?
There were things I learned about him that made me believe that, but
Well, how about things he requested of you? Did he request you do anything else to make yourself look younger?
braids, schoolgirl outfit, Spidey's. I don't remember.
There was a lot of talk on this tape about photo shoots and pornography and the porn star thing and pictures of you with semen on your face, making quote unquote legitimate porn. Based on those, it brings up the question, did you and Travis ever videotape yourself while having sex?
Yes.
And at whose desire was for that to take place?
That is.
And these videos, how were they made?
On a digital camera. It was only one video. It wasn't plural.
What's that?
There was just one video.
One video. And when was that video made?
On June 4th, 2008.
But it sounds to me like, so all this talk beforehand in May, you're saying that before June of 2008, there was no recording or pictures or things of that nature. Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm only telling you that there was no video.
Okay. So we saw the pictures that were taken of you on June 4th of 2008. Did he take other pictures of you?
Yes.
And when did he do this? Was this a consistent thing that happened on a lot of sexual encounters?
No, it's something I had to, I guess, build up the courage to do. I hadn't done that with previous boyfriends, except one photo that Daryl snapped one time with my phone, and it was deleted. And Ironically, the thing I was afraid of is that it would get out, and so I didn't want to do it. And so.
What do you mean get out?
He wanted me to email him some pictures, or maybe phone pictures, send him. And he began requesting this very early in our friendship/relationship in 2006, and I refused.
Is that the time of on November 11, 2006, when he sent you the picture of his penis? Is that when he began requesting those pictures?
No, it was prior to that.
Okay. So he's asking for a year and a half, 2 years. When do you finally relent?
I let him take pictures of me in July 2007, but they weren't completely nude. My birthday is in July, and so is his. So right before I moved down there, I flew from Oakland to Phoenix just to test the water and kind of see how things worked. We had broken up, and I spent the weekend with him, and he was like the old Travis, like very charming and very loving. And sorry.
How was he acting?
He was treating me very well, almost like he was trying to court me again, and which I believed he was. And it kind of sealed the deal, like for me.
Did his behavior motivate you? Did he talk you into taking the pictures? Did he charm you into it?
He had to do a lot of coaxing and begging and pleading up to that entire point over all those months. So he bought me some lingerie from Victoria's Secret as a birthday gift, and he joked that it was his selfish birthday gift to me. And so when I tried it on, he wanted to take photos, and I let him.
He what?
I let him.
After all this kindness, you relent, you take pictures. What's he take pictures of?
My body.
Well, are they more similar to the pictures of you laying on the bed, or are they more similar to the pictures where he seemingly has the camera a couple inches from your vagina?
I would say somewhere in between that. He just got different angles up close. That I was wearing lingerie.
Okay. And part of the agreement was to be that these were to be deleted. Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, I told him we can do it only if we delete them after. It was my camera anyway, so they were going to get deleted regardless. But that's how he got me to do it. So we agreed to delete them.
Okay. Once you agreed to these initial pictures that happened in July, was that the only time that happened besides June 4th?
No, he wanted to take a few pictures of me while we were at Havasu Pie, and we were alone.
Did you relent to that?
Yes, he had been asking for over a year, since I didn't want to concede to give. Sorry.
It's not it. It's improper objection, Judge.
Ask me a question.
Did you wind up taking photographs? Did you wind up allowing Mr. Alexander to take photographs of you, nude photographs at Havasu Pie?
No, they weren't nude. They were in my bikini.
Were you wearing all your bikini?
Yes.
Okay. Were those to be deleted, or were those for him to keep?
I wouldn't have let him keep them at that point.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I don't know if they were deleted. Because I think I saved a couple that were normal, like just one of me standing there, and some of us as in a group shot. But the ones he took were a little bit more up close, like cleavage and that kind of thing. So those were deleted.
Okay.
Do you mean a lot or a little?
Well, how many would you say that there were?
With the lingerie and the bikini and June 4th, I think there were maybe 2 other times.
Okay. Besides those times?
Yes.
Okay. There was talk in that tape about taking pictures of you with semen on your face. Did he ever do that?
He never took photos of it. That was something we were planning.
Okay. There was also reference in this tape to Ehrenberg. Early in your testimony, you had told us about a trip you made to Ehrenberg with Travis. Refresh our memory, when was that?
It would have been in October 2006.
Was that the only trip you made to Ehrenberg
For that
with
trip.
Travis?
Yes. Yes.
And this was the kind of weekend trip that you discussed earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned on the tape about grinding in Ehrenberg. Is that what took place, apart from oral sex?
Yes.
It also sounds like from the tape, it would be someone listening to the tape, someone would walk away with the impression that he was also proselytizing to you about the Book of Mormon on this trip to Ehrenberg. Is that correct?
I would say so. We discussed some things about it and some of the doctrines, a few stories in the Book of Mormon.
So this weekend in Ehrenberg includes oral sex, grinding, grabbing your buttocks at a truck stop, and proselytizing about the Book of Mormon. And a movie, right?
Asked and answered.
And a movie, right? Is that the weekend?
Yes, and dinner at Sizzler.
Dinner at Sizzler, burning some CDs. There was also some talk on the tape about introducing Travis to KY. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
So we're clear to your understanding, what is KY?
KY is a personal lubricant.
And did you in fact introduce Travis to it?
Yes, I did.
Why?
He refused to buy, well, he was using Astroglide before that with Esther, and she brought that over. He ran out of it eventually and then just went back to Vaseline because he refused to be seen in public buying personal lubricant. So I brought KY over one time, and yeah.
And what?
Well, on the tape I was about to say that Daryl introduced it to me, but I didn't want to bring up an ex-boyfriend because before that I did mention that I was using baby oil. That's what I used in prior relationships because I just never thought of using KY. And so when I began to date Daryl, that's what we used. And so that's what I was familiar with. He was only familiar with the Vaseline and the Astroglide. But Astroglide, I think, was more expensive, or the kind that I saw on the shelf. So rather than buy that, I just went with the brand that I knew and the cheapest version of it.
Okay. What was the KY used for?
For sex.
Anal sex?
All kinds of sex,
All
probably
kinds of
except
sex.
oral.
There was also some discussion about Mr. Alexander, and I'm paraphrasing here, tying you to a tree and putting it in your ass all the way. What was that a reference to your understanding?
Objection, lack of foundation, is talking about the time when she said she liked it.
Rephrase the question.
On this tape, you talk about, Mr. Alexander talks about how he wants to zip tie you to a tree and put it in your ass deep, right? Remember that?
Yes.
There's no mistake in what we're talking about here, right?
Yes. No,
Okay.
there's no mistake.
What was that a reference to?
That was a reference to a photo shoot that he wanted to do out in the woods somewhere, and he had a fantasy that he had had for quite some time since before I met him, where he wanted to.
Objection, lack of foundation, how would she know?
She's describing it, Your Honor.
Judge,
Please.
the way it works is I make the objection and you rule.
Yes.
Okay.
Follow up with another question. Sustained.
He wanted to do a photo shoot of what?
He wanted me to dress up like Little Red Riding Hood.
And you said this was to take place in the woods. Where?
Well, he wanted me to find a spot because he was coming up to Wairika. There is a lot of forest up there. So there are trails and things near a park called Greenhorn. It's toward the southern end of town, and it goes into the woods quite a ways. And I figured if we went early in the morning or late at night, we could find a spot there and we wouldn't have to worry about any hikers or anybody coming upon us, because that would have been mortifying.
Were you tentative about having sex in public?
Very much, yes.
You also made the comment in reference to this incident that it's so debasing, I like it. You recall saying that or hearing yourself say that?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean by that?
Well, when he said tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, the first image that flew to mind was this scene from the movie Me, Myself, and Irene, where toward the end there's some kind of antagonist or bad guy or some guy in the movie where he is tied to a tree with his arms around the tree and his pants are pulled down, and a chicken or a duck or a goose or something, his beak and head are shoved up his butt, and it was a really awful scene in the movie. It's supposed to be funny, but it was disgusting to me. So when he said that, and I could only think that, man, not that that really happened, it was just a movie, but I thought, how degrading. And so I said that, and then as I said, it's so degrading, I didn't want him to feel bad for expressing himself and his fantasies. So I quickly added, I like it. just so he didn't feel like I was insulting his personal fantasies.
Pleasing him was still important to you, even in May of 2008 after you'd moved back home?
Yes.
Is this why you made many a comment to him, complimentary? Is this why you complimented his stamina?
Objection made.
Call the roll. Tammy, answer.
Yes, Travis thrived on compliments.
Is this why you called him superhuman?
Yes.
Is this why you were so complimentary of his genitalia?
Yes.
The orgasms, or the sounds you made on the tape that might be normally associated with orgasms, were those real orgasms or did you fake it?
I was faking them.
Why?
Well, I was on the phone. Sorry, it's kind of embarrassing.
It's okay, take your time.
I was faking them because, well, there's several reasons. One, I wanted him to be, well, he was turned on by it, so I wanted him to be turned on. I wanted him to like it. And also I was faking it because I can't, well, when I'm on the phone, when I do something like that, like masturbating requires both hands, so I couldn't use just one and actually reach that point. So I just faked it so that he could, like, he was very mean to me during some of this period of time at times, and when he wanted phone sex or something like that, he was really nice, and I liked that side of him. So I wanted to prolong it, and I guess you could say draw it out or enjoy it while it lasted, because he would turn into Mr. Hyde soon, or whatever the analogy is. So those things were pleasing to him.
Okay. This begs the question, Jodi. Why, at this point in time, May of 2008, you moved back, why were you still craving or so desirous of positive attention from Mr. Alexander?
When he was nice to me, it reminded me, he made me feel better. I liked the way I felt when he was nice to me. It made me feel good, so I sought those things, and when he was mean, it didn't make me feel good. So that's why I preferred one over the other.
Well, why any contact at all?
I'm sorry?
Why any contact at all? Why talk to him?
Well, he pawned his car off on me, so I had to pay him for that. There was still that connection that we had.
We'll get that to a little bit, because obviously you weren't discussing the car on this phone call we just heard.
That's true.
And you also mentioned even earlier that night you were having chats with him over the internet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what day you moved back?
I don't recall the specific day, but it was in the first half of April
Okay.
2008.
Well, let's back up a little bit then. Back up to the time, what you were telling us when we ended yesterday. You had said that after this incident where you were kicked in the ribs and then kicked in the hand and suffered the injury that you showed us on your finger, you realized, you told us you were one of them. And if I understood you correctly, that was a reference to a battered woman, one of these women that don't call the police when their boyfriend abuses them, right?
Yeah, women that just put up with it.
Now, at this point in time, you had told us about 3 incidents. You said when you came to this realization, there were 3 incidents. 1, he grabs your wrist in Oklahoma City out of jealousy. 2, he throws you down, won't let you leave the room, and insults your family. The 3rd incident being the one I just referred to, the kicking. And you also talked to us today about this incident when he choked you to the point that you passed out. Are there any other instances of physical abuse that we haven't already talked about?
Yes, there's one other, but I didn't consider the first 2 that you mentioned abusive.
Okay, well, let's talk about not what you consider, but let's talk about this other incident where he was, let's use the words physical with you. Was there another occasion that we haven't talked about that he was physical with you?
Yes.
When did that occur?
It would have been the beginning of March 2008. It was on a Saturday because we were driving. We were driving together to a tax seminar. Tax seminar being held for prepaid legal associates in Tempe. And we were on the freeway and we began to argue about. I was moving back to California, and it was something I had told him I was considering. Maybe a few days or a week prior, but I didn't really get into it. So I told him that I was for sure going to move, probably right after convention. And he made a few comments, and we argued, and the argument escalated, and then he reached his right hand over to hit me.
In the car while driving?
Yes.
And you say hit you. What does that mean? Did he punch you? Did he slap you? Describe what happened.
I don't know if he just meant to smack me or what, but it was like a backhand.
Okay. And so we're clear, prior to June 4th, was that the last time he was physically violent with you?
That wasn't the last because the choking came after that.
Okay.
That was the last.
So prior to June 4th, have we discussed all the incidents of violence that you suffered before June 4th?
Well, yes, some I didn't think were violent, but
What do you mean, some you didn't think were very violent?
like he grabbed my wrist. I didn't think that was violent. It was a little forceful, but I didn't consider it violent or abusive. And after a few seconds of him demanding to know what we were talking about, I looked down at my wrist and he let it go.
Okay. But I want to make sure we're clear. Are there any other incidents where you didn't consider them abusive, where he was physically with you, restrained you, anything of that nature, hurt you physically in any way?
I didn't consider the incident when we were arguing in his bedroom to be abusive, or it was a little bit physical, but it didn't hurt, and I didn't consider it abusive. He pushed me, and I fell, but I landed right on my knees, so I didn't think that was a big deal.
Okay. My question is, are there any other incidents where he was physical with you that we haven't talked
Oh,
about?
I'm sorry. No, not that I can remember.
Okay. You tell Travis that you're going to move back to Wairika, or California, excuse me. And I'm assuming you're meaning back to Wairika, back to your grandparents' house where you wound up, right?
Yes.
Okay. After he backhands you in the car, what happens next?
I was crying pretty hysterically, and I called my mom from the car on my phone. And I asked her if she would please lend me some money so I could move back.
Where were you living at the time?
I was still renting the same room in East Mesa.
Okay. And from what you just said, you didn't have the money to move back, right?
No, I was broke most of the time.
Why were you broke?
I didn't have a big rent to pay. I wasn't able to afford my car payments anymore, so I wasn't paying my car anymore. I guess my money it seemed to just get used up. We were going on trips. I would lend Travis money. He typically paid me back. Sometimes I didn't have...
You say you lent Travis money. Let's be clear. How much money did you lend Travis?
Foundation, time, which time?
I'm asking a total amount, and we'll discuss the time.
All right, overall, to answer the question.
Total, if I did my math right, I lent him $1,299 total, $1,299 over
And
the
when
course
did you-
of our relationship.
Over the course of your relationship. Did you lend him any money in 2008?
Yes,
Lend him any money in January 2008?
yes.
May I approach, Runner? Jodi, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 436. Would you take a look at these, please? Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
They're canceled checks that I wrote out to Travis.
And the first check, when was that written?
January 11th, 2008.
The second?
January 15th, 2008.
And the third?
January 30th, 2008.
How much was the first check for?
$100.
Objection. She specified as to the document, not in evidence. I have no objection if she goes, if they move it into evidence, but
And we'll move it into evidence.
Any objection?
no.
436 is admitted.
Before we have it marked, Jodi, how much was the first check for?
$100.
And what was why did you give Travis $100? Or why did you write him a check for $100?
I don't remember specifically what he needed it for, but it had to go in his bank account, his
Okay.
checking account.
And the second check?
$699.
And what was that for?
His checking account was going to be overdrawn or was already overdrawn. I don't remember which.
Okay. And the third check?
$220.
Okay, and do you remember what that was for?
I think it was to put toward his mortgage.
Okay. Now these checks, Jodi. You mentioned talking to him about, or needing to talk to him afterwards about his BMW. But this check number 3008, that didn't have anything to do with the purchase of his BMW?
No, we hadn't discussed. He hadn't discussed selling it yet.
And likewise, check number 3009 to Travis for $699. That also had nothing to do with the BMW?
No.
And the final check, 3012, for $220, that also didn't have anything to do with the BMW. Is that correct?
No, he wasn't selling it to me yet at that time.
So, if I'm doing my math right, looks like you gave Travis over $900 in January 2008. Is that right?
About that, yes.
Did you really have that kind of extra money to give, to lend?
At times, the money was in my account, but it was generally allocated to my own bills.
This money that was generally allocated to your own bills, why did you give it to Travis? Or lend it to Travis?
He needed it.
Didn't you need it?
He promised he would pay it back before any other checks cleared my account or before I needed to make payments to for my own bills.
Did that always happen?
What?
Did he pay you back before you needed to pay your own bills?
Not always, but usually.
Did you have checks bounce because of this?
Yes, I had a lot of checks bounced that month. A lot of fees.
Did Travis pay those fees for you?
No, he screamed at me for incurring them.
Did he pay the $900-something back to you?
Eventually he did, yes.
Eventually meaning, do you know how much later? Months?
It
weeks?
wasn't too much later. One payment was late to the point that I got a bunch of fees that hit my account that I wasn't overdraft fees. And that was the only time it was late, I think, that I remember.
Did your bills go unpaid?
I don't remember if Washington Mutual covered the bill and just charged me a fee, expecting me to put money back in my account, or if there were payments that were returned to the people or companies or creditors or whoever I was paying.
Okay. Now we saw those checks in January when you had no money to move back to Wairika. Did Travis owe you money then?
I don't recall. It was in early March, so I don't recall if I lent him money around that time or not.
Okay. But you lent him money on a consistent basis, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So after you call your mother and ask for money to move back to Wairika, what happens?
We turned around on one of the exits because I was crying and he was angry, and we decided it would be best to not attend the tax seminar. People there knew us, and he was probably just as interested as I was in not letting it be known that we had the kind of drama that we did in our relationship. So he turned the car around and drove me back to my house. The phone conversation with my mom had ended, and he pulled up to my house, and we had talked part of the rest of the way a little more calmly. He was apologizing, and he asked if I would come over to his house so we could make it better. And
What do you mean, make it better?
well, it wasn't really discussed, but the implication was make up sex or something to that effect. So I leaned in to give him a kiss on his cheek, and he turned and kissed me on the lips, which I felt was very affectionate because by this point in our relationship, he wasn't really kissing me on the lips at all. And then he walked me to my door, and he told me that he loved me. And so I changed out of the business clothes that I was wearing into just more casual clothes, and I cleaned myself up a little bit because I had been crying. And then I swung by Starbucks to get him a cookies and cream frappuccino, and I think I got a strawberry. And then I drove to his house, and we hung out.
So he hits you in the face. Then if I heard you right, in the car later when he's at the home, he tells you he loves you, right? Did I hear that right?
Yes.
And
I'm sorry, he didn't hit me in the face.
you said he slapped you in the car.
He
you were
did.
driving.
He
Yeah.
did. But it wasn't in the face.
Okay,
Sorry.
where was it?
I don't know, he might have been aiming for my face because it was just to the side, but I turned my head and it was kind of more like my jaw and like this area, my neck sort of in my jaw.
Okay.
We kind of argued about that too.
So after dodging a slap to the face, and he tells you he loves you and wants make-up sex, not so many words, and then you go over to his house with items from Starbucks. Is that accurate?
Yes, 2 frappuccinos.
Okay, 2 frappuccinos. And you've already decided you want to move back home, right?
Yes.
Why did you decide at this point in time, before we go into what happened afterwards, why do you pick up the phone to call your mother to move back to Wairika? Why do you want to move back to Wairika?
So we're in the beginning of March, and I decided actually during Christmas that I wanted to move back there because I was there with my family. I was broke, so my mom paid for me to fly back for Christmas. I flew into Sacramento. My dad picked me up, and I'm sorry.
No, she's describing why.
Ask another question.
What was the motivation or the sudden urgency for you to pick up the phone in March and say, Mom, I want to move back home?
Because it was miserable in the car, and my mom and I don't have a very great relationship, but it just sounded, I knew she would help me if I needed help.
Why did you want to get out of Mesa so quickly?
I didn't have a way to get out, and I wanted to, it was miserable. I wanted to leave, but it wasn't right away.
What was miserable, Jodi? What was miserable?
My relationship, my circumstances, how things were going.
Your relationship with Travis.
Yes.
The circumstances being how he treated you?
Yes, the roller coaster we were always on.
What do you mean by roller coaster?
The ups and downs. The ups were great and the downs were horrible, and it was a point where it was a horrible point, and so that's why I picked up the phone and called her.
So you had considered it earlier for personal reasons, but that day in the car, you realized you wanted to get away from Travis. Is that right? It wasn't healthy for you to be with him.
Objection, comment, question, do you want her to answer?
Oh, give me an answer.
Yes, both.
So, what happens after you speak with your mother?
You mean while we're speaking or after we hung up?
Well, after you hung up, do you decide you're going to move back to Wairika?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I had already decided, but
Okay.
we had discussed it openly at this point. And that's how the fight escalated.
Okay. It was my fault. Were plans in the works after you talked to your mom to secure the funds to have you move back to Wairika?
Yes. I asked her to come help me move.
Okay. What's that?
I asked her to come help me move.
Okay. Moving back to these circumstances and what happened in the car, why then do you return to Travis's house with the 2 frappuccinos? Because you just told us you realize you want to get away from this man. Why are you at his house with 2 frappuccinos?
Because it's complicated. I still loved him. He was he had calmed down. He was very tender and gentle by the time we reached my house, and the way we parted was very sentimental. And that's why he invited me over, and I could foresee that it would be a pleasant time that we could spend together. And I wanted that since we had just had such an unpleasant incident.
Did you still love him at this point in time?
Yes, I loved him.
Even though he hit you?
Yes.
Okay. So you have the 2 frappuccinos. You're in Mr. Alexander's house. What happens? Do you have sex?
We did have sex that day.
Do you advise him that you're still going to move away?
We didn't talk about it.
How long did you stay at Mr. Alexander's house that day?
We spent almost the rest of the afternoon and early evening together.
When did you finally tell him that you were going to move back?
In the car. Well, we had discussed it a few days earlier, or maybe a week. I can't remember. It was sometime in late February. And I discussed with him that I was going to, but it just was indefinite. Like, I didn't know when exactly, but it was somewhere on the horizon. And then in the car, it was more definite.
Okay. And I should have been more clear in my question. Was there continued discussion between you and Mr. Alexander as to whether or not you should stay in Mesa?
In the car there was. And there were a few times he joked about it. And, in a nice way.
In a nice way?
Yes.
In these, what you're characterizing as jokes, did he want you to stay?
Yes.
About how long was it before the day where he hit you in the car until the day you actually moved back to Wairika?
Approximately a month and a week.
Okay. And so in this, we'll call it about a 5-week period, are you still seeing Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Is it business as usual, so to speak? You're still coming to his house late at night for sexual rendezvous?
Yes.
I have to ask again, why? You decided you want to get away from this man. You're making plans to get away from this man. Why are you still acting as his booty call?
I was making a string of bad choices during that time in my life.
You spoke about that you were still living in this home in East Mesa. Did you live there the entire time before you moved back to Wairika?
The majority of the time I moved in with Rachel first, and then she eloped with her boyfriend/fiance.
Okay. Did you stay with Travis before you moved back?
Oh yeah, I did. The last 4 days, or maybe it was somewhere between a week or almost that. Not quite.
Did he have roommates at that time?
Yes.
Did the roommates know you were staying there?
I think they did. I parked right in the driveway.
Okay. Where were you sleeping?
In his bed.
Okay. Do you remember the actual day you moved?
I remember the actual. Well, there was one time I pulled out of town. Well, not out of town, but onto the freeway, and then I ended up coming back to his house and staying another night, or maybe 2 nights, and then the last time I rolled out of town, finally, I did. I remember that day.
Okay. Well, as it relates to the day that you started driving out of town and drove back to Travis's house, why did you wind up driving back to Travis's house?
I had been staying with him, and then I went and hooked up my car to a U-Haul. I was taking my car. So then I had it parked. There's if you go 3 or 4 houses down, or 2 or 3 more houses down, and then you make I'm talking like facing east, and then you turn north, there's this stretch of pavement and street where there are no houses, just the cinder block walls for backyards. And you can complete the whole block, but in that stretch, I parked the U-Haul there because it was too big at that point to park in front of the house. And as I was getting ready to leave, he made a joke, kind of saying, if you get tired, you can always turn around and come back and stay in my bed again. Or it wasn't stay in my bed, that was the implication. And so I got on the road, and I got to, I think, Sossaman, I think is the name of the street. It was late when I got on the road. I wanted to get going, but when I get tired at the wheel, I'm almost narcoleptic. So I pulled over to sleep in the seat of the U-Haul. I texted Travis and told him that. He sounded a little bit irritated. So we began, I don't know if I talked to him or called him or texted him back, but I ended up coming back to his house anyway, and I stayed there 2 more days.
Okay. Why 2 more days?
I'm trying to remember if there was I don't know. I know there was a prepaid legal event on the Tuesday that I ended up staying and going to.
You mentioned the U-Haul having your car on the back of it. What was your car at that time?
2004 Infiniti G35 coupe.
Okay. We also heard from the testimony earlier in this case about the U-Haul and the BMW, and the BMW not surviving its experience on the U-Haul. And earlier you also said he pawned off his BMW on you. What do you mean by that? What was going on with the BMW at that point in time?
What I mean by that was around January, I knew that I needed to give my car back to Infiniti Financial, which was the lender, and I couldn't afford the payments anymore. And because I had gone from excellent credit down to having a foreclosure and now soon a repo, and all my credit cards were shot, my credit was shot. So Travis was in the process of looking for a Toyota Prius, and he wanted to unload his BMW, but he said he could get more by selling it private party than trading it in.
Okay, everybody. For tonight, we're going to be ending it, and we'll continue this sometime tomorrow. So, thank you all for coming. Take care and peace. Sweet dreams, pussycat. Facts.